Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Unbreakable Bladesong Druid by Annette Marie. Narrated by Chris Ducart. Chapter 1. The earth crunched under Artyr's hooves as he stepped from lush green forest onto the blackened wasteland of a once beautiful valley. Under normal circumstances, the sight of Zach's destroyed farm wouldn't have inspired relief. But today, it represented the end of a nightmarish horseback ride out of the mountains. Zach's truck, waiting near the wreckage of the farm buildings, was my escape from this place, if I was willing to take it. The scorched ground crackled under the quick press of large paws as Riker trotted out of the trees to join me and Artyr. He'd taken his huge wolfhound form, snowy fur covering his lean body and long legs. His short, sharp, golden antlers glinted dully, the late afternoon light dimmed by heavy gray clouds. Last to appear from the shadows of the forest were Tiliag, Grenoir, and Keelar. The blue roan stallion's limp had worsened over the past 8 hours, and the two Vargs weren't doing much better, their heads hanging with exhaustion. My fingers tightened around fistfuls of Artyr's mane until my nails stung my palms. How did it go so wrong? Riker slowed to a walk beside me and the stallion. How indeed? Lalakai, I growled, fury surging through me at the thought of the Shadow Fae. She went back on her word. She promised you could have Isvarg's power. Riker's ears swiveled. That, at least, came as no surprise. I frowned. What do you mean? You expected her to swoop down on Isvarg the moment he was dead? A calculated risk, Dove. One of many from recent days. I don't understand. Weren't you planning to use Isvarg's power against Lalakai to get your undying gift back? I had many plans, Dove. If Lalakai had kept her word, I would have consumed Isvarg's power, gaining Marzaniak's as well and elevating my strength above hers. I would have then been in a position to kill her, as soon as she gave me reason. I flicked a disbelieving glance at him. However, I suspected the prospect of taking Isvarg's power for herself would prove too tempting to resist. Then why the hell didn't you stop her? By betraying me, she gave me righteous cause to destroy her. I unclamped my fingers from their painful fists to massage my temple, gripping Artyr's sides with my legs. You set things up so you'd either gain a lot of power or have a legitimate reason to kill her? Exactly so. And regardless of which came first, I intended the other to follow shortly after. I massaged with more pressure. Okay, but then she killed Marzana, and now she's too powerful for you to kill. Was that part of your plan? He padded beside us, keeping pace with Artyr's long stride as he weighed his response. With my superior knowledge of the Undying, I need only a suitable opportunity to slay her, one I intended to arrange in due time. The delay between her accumulation of strength and her inevitable death was not of concern, until she enslaved Zach. I breathed through the painful memory of his eyes turning black with Lulakai's dark magic. I'd been reliving it since we'd fled the bog crossroads and begun the long trek out of the northern mountains. What happened to him? I asked, my voice catching. That black magic rushed over him, and he'd tried to disembowel me. I warned you that the weapon Lalakai had gifted him was dangerous. I suspected the enchantment was more than she'd revealed. That's why she didn't want him to put it into a druid tattoo, isn't it? Sealing it would have protected him from whatever the hell that magic was. My teeth ground together. Zach is injured, but if Lalakai wants to keep him as her druid puppet, she'll take care of his wounds. It'd be a waste of effort to let him die now. That was what I kept telling myself, but it was difficult to believe. Anxiety chewed at my gut, adding to the discomfort in my stomach from lack of food and water. Riker and I hadn't had any choice but to leave Zack behind. With Lolakai's death magic, she would have killed us easily. We need a plan, I said tersely. We can't take on Lolakai and the Shadow Court by ourselves. I am sadly bereft of allies after my long exile. I'm not swimming in ride-or-die friends either. I dragged my teeth over my lower lip. But the whole reason Zack went north was to find Echo. He made it sound like Echo is pretty powerful, strong enough to crush small towns, whatever that means. And if he's Zack's ally, he might be willing to help. A possibility. Riker agreed. But Echo's whereabouts are unknown, to say nothing of his condition if he did indeed fall to Isvarg's poison. I have the antidote. We just need to find him. I wrapped my fingers in Artyr's mane, not wanting to admit out loud that we had no idea where to look for Echo. We'll figure it out. And save Zack. Saber. A long pause. It may not be possible to free Zack from her controlling magic. My jaw tightened and I glared ahead at the wreckage of the farm buildings. We'll find a way. Riker didn't reply, his silence full of cautions and concerns. He didn't voice them, and I was grateful for that. I needed hope. I needed it desperately. Zack's voice murmured in my memory, asking if I wanted him to come back to the rescue with me. Asking if I wanted him to come home with me. Asking if I wanted him in my life. And I hadn't answered him. Our sorry group trudged past the fallen buildings, charred studs sticking out like broken bones. Parked on the far side, Zack's truck looked exactly as we'd left it 3 days ago. I swung off Artyr's back, and with my feet on the ground, 1,000 new aches and pains flared to life. Tracks of dried blood ran down my arm from 3 cuts across my bicep. Similar gashes marred my thigh, and the knees of my jeans were torn out and crusted with blood. Halfway down my stomach, my shirt gaped from a horizontal tear, offering glimpses of a thin, scabbed scratch and smears of blood from where Zack had tried to gut me. Stumbling with exhaustion, I braced a hand on the truck and pulled the driver's door open. Not only had Zack left it unlocked, but he'd also left the keys hanging from the ignition. Was that a habit of his? Or had he decided not to risk losing the keys on our mountain trek? Behind the driver's seat, 2 big jugs of water were stashed, and I heaved one out with desperate haste. Twisting off the cap, I lifted the jug with both hands and swallowed a wonderful gulp of warm, plastic-flavored liquid. I was tempted to guzzle half of it at once, but I forced myself to swallow 1 mouthful at a time. With a flare of blue light, Riker shrank into the shape of an albino hawk. He swept onto the truck's roof, his sharp raptor's stare glaring down at me. Care for the others before we leave. I will check that we are not being pursued. He didn't wait for my agreement before taking off. My gaze swung toward the 2 faced stallions waiting impatiently for me to share the water, and despite having just drunk half a liter, my mouth went dry again. Care for the others, Riker had said, because he intended to leave them behind. The Vargs could ride in the back of the truck, but the horses couldn't. I slowly set the water jug on the ground, my mind spinning. I didn't want to leave Artyr and Tiliag behind, and I didn't want to leave Zack behind either. My plan wasn't to run. It was to retreat, regroup, and figure out how to save Zack. Riker's priorities were different. He wanted Lolakai dead so he could get his undying power back. But like he'd said, he was in no rush. He was an immortal fae. He had all the time in the world to arrange the chessboard to his advantage before making his move. I chewed on my worries and helplessness as I pulled out the dog dishes Zack kept in the metal toolbox in the truck bed for feeding his Vargs when they couldn't hunt their own meals. I filled both with water for Artyr, Tiliag, Grenoir, and Keelar, then opened the roadside kit and took stock of the first aid supplies, Grenoir had the worst wounds, and I cleaned and bandaged them and then did the same for Kilar. There wasn't much I could do about Tiliag's lameness. He needed rest more than anything else. With the first aid kit repacked and returned to the toolbox, I grabbed the empty jug and headed across the barren ground toward the stream to refill it. I dunked the jug into the clear water, still debating my next move. I had no food, and I desperately needed first aid for myself, a shower, clean clothes, and sleep. All of those required going back to the city and even farther from Zack. A shiver ran across my skin, and I froze where I crouched. The water jug overflowed, but I didn't move, my senses straining for the source of... I wasn't sure. It was a gut feeling, a thrum of power so deep in my bones it was like the beat of a massive drum too low to hear. "Riker?" I called cautiously. He didn't answer. The thrum grew deeper, more profound, more unsettling. And some primitive instinct made me look up. I squinted at the bright, overcast sky, feeling uncomfortably small and hunted. A patch of clouds darkened, as though a shadow had been cast over it. It darkened more. Then, in a burst of white mist, something plunged through the cloud cover. For a terrifying second, I thought it was a monstrously huge version of Lolakai's eagle form. But it wasn't a bird. I braced a hand on the stream's rocky bed, my heart jammed in my throat. It was a dragon. A real dragon. The creature swept downward, beautiful and overwhelming. As it approached, I took in the details. Its arched, ribbed wings, a long, snaking tail armed with barbs at the end, a slim, graceful body, and a narrow head framed by horns on an elegant neck. Now I knew why Zack had insisted on calling the woodland beast we'd slain in Hell's Gate a lesser dragon. That fae and this one bore as much resemblance as a house cat and a tiger. The dragon swooped lower and banked, its shadow passing over me. It was going to land. I shoved to my feet, leaving the water jug in the stream, and backed up. With a flare of its gargantuan wings, it landed on the other side of the stream. Touching down so softly, its clawed feet made almost no sound as they met the earth. Wind rushed over me, blowing my bangs off my face, and the stream rippled violently. Ethereal shimmers swirled across its broad wings in shades of blue and purple, like starry galaxies dusted over black velvet. And I stared, mesmerized until the dragon folded them against its back. Its huge head lowered, dark eyes gazing at me. The creature was so impossibly large I could have walked between its front legs and under its chest without having to duck. Large enough to crush small towns. Echo. The fae's name fell from my lips, and as soon as I said it, I knew I was right. This huge, otherworldly dragon was Zack's mysterious fae ally, the one he'd gone north to find. A deep rumble sounded in the dragon's chest, then swirling light rushed over him. With a burst of glimmering sparks, the magic vanished. In the dragon's place, a humanoid fae stood. Unlike Riker, Echo retained many of his inhuman features. A smaller version of his dragon wings arched from his back, and a long, scaled tail swished gracefully behind him. The same horns that framed his reptilian head swept out on either side of his face. But like Riker, he was sublimely beautiful and androgynous. Flawless skin, wide cheekbones, a sharp but delicate jaw, refined eyebrows and dark eyes. Black hair, shimmering blue and purple in the gray light, was pulled over his shoulder in a long braid, and silk-like robes draped his slim body. Those dark eyes drifted slowly and deliberately over me, his assessment coolly clinical, like a sculptor evaluating his rival's work. Wariness rolled down my spine to settle in my gut. This fae might be Zack's ally, but he wasn't an ally of mine. I flicked a glance over my shoulder. The fae stallions and vargs waited near the truck. wisely keeping their distance.
"Bladesong Druid,"
Echo greeted, his thrumming voice lilting with an accent that reminded me of a Fey language Artir spoke. I stiffened. How do you know that name?
"The Shadow Court is a hive of whispers, buzzing with tales of their queen's final acts. Little did Marzana realize the name she gifted you would be her last to give."
I couldn't read his tone or his expression to guess at how he felt about Marzana's demise. I wished Riker were here with me. How far had he gone to check for pursuers? Had he sensed the dragon's approach? Dozens of questions boiled in my throat, but I asked the ones that mattered most to me. You spoke to the Shadow Court? Did you see Zack?
"The Crystal Druid was not among them."
Tension and dread wound through my muscles. What about Lalakai?
"The Shadow Court's new queen was not present either."
If he knew Lalakai had killed Marzana and taken over the court, was he aware of everything that had happened over the past few days? We thought he was poisoned and deathly ill, but clearly not. Do you know where she and Zack are? The dragon stepped forward, his elegant leather boots silent on the desiccated ground. As he reached the stream, his wings unfurled in a smooth sweep, and when he stepped again, he drifted across the water as though floating in zero gravity. His feet touched the ground, right in front of me. I lifted my chin, refusing to cower despite the low-pitched thrums of magic reverberating in the air around him. His eyes, a midnight blue, stared unblinkingly into mine. Then he sidestepped, circling me. I turned with him, not letting him walk behind my back. Not that facing him would save me if he decided to attack.
"I heard many things from the Shadow Court,"
he murmured, and I still couldn't interpret the tone or emotion in his accented voice.
"They were eager to divulge details of the bloodthirsty Master of Death who overtook their court, of the Crystal Druid and his new female counterpart, and another unusual companion, a bold and imperious Lord of Winter."
Alarm bells erupted in my head, and I was glad Riker hadn't returned yet.
"A Lord of Winter,"
the dragon repeated softly.
"In my territory, without my knowledge."
He kept circling, forcing me to turn with him. You called Zack, I replied. He was trying to find you. We thought Isverg had poisoned you, and you needed help.
"The Master of Death? Harm me?"
At this point, I found it wildly implausible that Isverg could have done anything to Echo. If you weren't hurt, why did you call for Zack? And why did you disappear right afterward?
"I called him for his knowledge of Fae in these lands. For you see, Bladesong Druid, I heard something most interesting. A tale I was disinclined to believe at the time."
His midnight eyes gleamed dangerously.
"This tale spoke of a fallen king, hidden in my very shadow, plotting his return to power."
My stomach churned. And where did you hear that?
"From the Queen of the Summer Court."
At that, my roiling stomach dropped out of me. I tried to hide my trepidation, but I wasn't sure I succeeded.
"I found a summer fae wandering near my crossroads."
The dragon's spiked tail lashed as he made another circle around me.
"He claimed he was searching for the Winter King. What foolishness! But I called the Crystal Druid regardless. He is more attuned to rumors among my kind than I am."
So his call for Zack had been unrelated to Isverg's coup or Marzana's poisoning?
Once I sensed he was coming, I had but a small errand to run.
He flexed his fingers, drawing my attention to his dark claws.
I returned the summer court trespasser to his queen.
I swallowed, wondering whether he'd delivered a corpse to the Summer Queen.
Do you know, Bladesong Druid, of the bitter rivalry between the Summer Queen and the defeated Winter King?
Hesitating, I dipped my chin.
Am I to believe the warnings of a queen with a burning grudge, even as Rhiannon sang dire warnings of Aaron's treacherous ambitions? I was in doubt, until I returned here and learned of the mysterious Winter Lord who fought blade to fang with the new king of the Shadow Court.
He moved so suddenly I couldn't react. His hand closed around my forearm directly over the ice rune embedded in my inner wrist. His face was inches from mine, his dark eyes filling my vision.
And you are his consort.
Chapter 2. As Echo's slender fingers crushed my wrist in an iron-like grip, cold air gusted across us. Locks of the dragon's hair, too short for his long braid, whipped around his face as he turned his head into the wind, eyes narrowing.
Ah,
Echo said softly.
It is you.
I looked over my shoulder. As though he'd materialized out of nothing, Riker flanked me. His white coat fluttered in the wind, worse for the wear after his recent battles, but the tears and stains did nothing to diminish his regal presence as he gazed unflinchingly at the dragon. His black headpiece arched across his forehead like a crown.
What an unexpected meeting,
Riker crooned.
It seems you are aware of my titles, but I'm afraid I must inquire as to yours. Lord of Dragons, among others. You a mere lord. We have no kings, not for many millennia.
Riker stepped forward, and with his approach, Echo released my wrist. He didn't retreat, but he shifted sideways, and the two Fae performed an eerie dance where they rotated around me until I was beside and half a pace behind Riker, both of us facing the dragon. Echo's tail snapped against the ground.
Rhiannon made 3 assertions. 1, that you hid here. 2, that you had regained much of your lost strength. And the 3rd,
Riker asked,
that you will create a new kingdom of this land and use it to rebuild your true power until you can retake Anon. Rhiannon projects her wild ambitions onto me. Are you not as wildly ambitious as her, Winter King? As I recall, you were never content to share rule or dominion.
Echo's wings slowly unfurled to make him look huge.
Your ambition won you Anon, but it will not win you a sliver of my territory. I have no interest in your territory, Lord of Dragons.
That deep thrum of Echo's power boomed through the earth, tolling like a bell across the valley, the forest, the mountains, and into the sky.
Do not misunderstand Aron. The coast, the mountains, and the plains beyond it is all mine, and you will rule nothing here.
I rocked back on my heels, reeling half from the reverberations of Echo's power, and half from him laying claim to all of Western Canada. Just who was this Fae?
Do you intend to eliminate me and my possible ambitions?
Riker asked, a mocking note in the question.
Considering my condition, I would think it beneath one of your standing. I am contemplating it.
Did Rhiannon kindly inform you of my other title?
I was already aware. Alron, the Undying.
Echo's gaze moved across Riker's face, as though searching for the missing azure pattern.
The Shadow Court described a most interesting phenomenon. It seems Lalakai has acquired a unique ability to recover from mortal wounds.
Yes. Riker canted his head. And I am the only one who knows how to kill her now.
It is not my ambition that should concern you.
The dragon was silent for a moment. Then a quiet laugh rolled from his throat.
As irreverently politic as your reputation suggests, Winter King.
He opened his wings. Streaks of indigo and navy magic flared around him in expanding rings and sparkling waves, and I backpedaled as a booming rush of power pushed at me. Massive wings arched out of the swirling light, and the dragon returned to his true form, towering over us. His jaws cracked open, revealing lines of fangs, his mouth large enough to bite either of us clean in half. But he didn't attack. His legs coiled to leap skyward. "Echo!" I called, lurching toward him. "If you care about Zack at all, tell me where Lalakai took him." His wings swept downward, a powerful gust throwing me back as he rose into the air with easy beats. "Echo!" I yelled. His dark shape blurred, and an instant before he shimmered out of sight, his lilting voice rolled through my mind.
"To the city."
The truck's tires rumbled over the pavement at 100 kilometers per hour, and it took effort to keep my foot off the gas. I wanted to floor the pedal and race into Vancouver. My nerves buzzed as though flies were crawling over my skin, and questions whipped through my mind. Why had Lalakai taken Zack to the city, of all places? Had she assumed that's where Riker and I had gone? Or did something in the city interest her? I couldn't think of anything, but I knew so little about the other side of Zack's life. His illegal activities as the ghost. Lalakai, on the other hand, knew everything about that side of him. As she'd bragged to me, she'd helped create the ghost and build his fearsome reputation among the mythic community. Gaps in the trees bordering the highway teased glimpses of Vancouver's skyline across the harbor. Almost there. My gaze flicked from the road to Riker in the passenger seat, his feline form small and innocuous. He hadn't had much to say since our encounter with Echo, and that wasn't helping my nerves. Considering his millennia-old grudge with Rhiannon, Queen of the Summer Court, the fact that she'd sent a scout searching for him in this area was bad news. Was she aware that he'd killed Lothair, the powerful warrior she'd assigned to hunt Riker down? Would Echo tell her that the Winter King was definitely here? Was that why he'd flown off so suddenly? What would Riker do if Rhiannon sent another deadly Fey warrior to eliminate him?
"Our focus must remain on Lalakai,"
he replied when I'd asked those questions.
"If Rhiannon is indeed searching for me, we must free Zack, so I can dedicate myself to killing the Night Eagle and reclaiming the Undying."
The Crow and Hammer's windows glowed merrily in the fading dusk light as I stopped at the intersection across from the brick building. Cars were parked bumper to bumper along the curb, and when the traffic light changed, I impatiently turned into the small parking lot behind the Guild. It was full, so I parked behind a black van, blocking it in. As I climbed out, Riker transformed into a white ferret and jumped onto my shoulder. Leaving Grenoir and Keelar to wait in the truck, I marched up to the back door, vaguely remembering something about it being for kitchen staff only. I didn't care. It opened easily, and I stepped into a long, narrow kitchen, humid with heat from the fryers. Rumbling conversations, as loud as during the Guild's monthly meeting, leaked through the saloon doors that led into the pub, and with a quick mental count I realized it was Saturday evening. A man around my age looked up from a basket of steaming fries, his face shining with perspiration. Black eyeliner rimmed his eyes as he peered at me in confusion, the bold makeup meshing oddly with his unglamorous hairnet. A second, shorter man leaned out from a walk-in freezer to peer at me. "Hey," I said, "Holy shit, you're bleeding." The eyeliner guy dunked the basket back into the oil and rushed toward me. "Do you need a healer? Tori!" He bellowed the bartender's name, and I closed my mouth on a protest. "Cooper, take over." He barked at the other guy, then stuck his head through the saloon doors. "Tori, get in here!" Ignoring the friar, the second guy ambled closer, oozing curiosity as he stared at Riker on my shoulder. "Tori!" "Oh my God, what?" Tori shoved through the swinging doors, spotted me, and stopped dead. Her wild red curls were pulled into an over-the-shoulder French braid, and a small apron partially covered her blue tank top and jean shorts. "Tori," I began. She's injured," the eyeliner guy interrupted. "I see that." Her gaze swept over me, but the blood didn't faze her. "Cooper, go get Aaron. Ramsey, can you handle things here? I'll take her upstairs. Actually, no, downstairs," she corrected, wrinkling her nose at my pants, stained with bog water from the knees down. "Come on, Saber." Cooper went out ahead of us, the saloon doors swinging with his passage. Tori took hold of my elbow, her hazel eyes raking my face. "Where's Zach?" "That's what I'm here to ask you." She frowned. "Weren't you two together?" "We were. Lulakai enslaved him with magic and brought him into the city, but I don't know where or why." Her expression darkened, anger burning across her features. "That damn vulture." "Zach's Vogs are waiting in his truck out back. They're injured. Philip is here. I'll have him check on them. They can hang out at the guild until we sort out everything else." I nodded my agreement, and she went through the saloon doors, pulling me with her. The pub was packed, laughter and conversation filling the room, and a few heads turned towards us before Tori steered me to a shadowy nook where the bathroom and basement stairs were tucked away. She ushered me down the stairs into a large, multi-purpose fitness room, its walls covered in action movie posters. "Get cleaned up," she said, pushing open the door to the women's showers. "I'll get you a towel and a change of clothes. By the time you're out again, we'll be ready for a war meeting." Choosing a shower stall, I pulled the privacy curtain across the attached changing area. Riker jumped off my shoulder onto the small wooden bench before shimmering out of sight. I didn't worry about where he'd gone. If he wanted to see me in the nude, he'd had 7 years to peep his fill. I doubted he was interested in naked women. At least not the human or druid variety. Starting the shower to heat it up, I emptied my pants pockets of my wallet, my cracked Riverstone pendant, and the obsidian vial of antidote I'd saved for Echo that we no longer needed. How could we have guessed that he'd vanished not because he was in trouble, but because he'd visited another continent to play power games with Rhiannon? A pained hiss escaped me as I stepped under the spray, and it ran across all my scrapes and cuts. The water ran red, washing away the worst of the dried blood. Tori nudged the curtain inward and set a pile of clothes and a towel on the bench, then disappeared again. Under the hot water and alone with my thoughts, I couldn't stop the flashes of memory. Yiliar dying, Marzana dying, Lulakai's gloating smile, Zach's expression melting into mindless vacancy. My hands clenched. My body shook. I breathed deep, over and over, trying to calm the burn in my chest. It wasn't my usual grinding pain. It was familiar but different. Another variety of rage. Instead of slicing shards, it was a blazing inferno that burned hotter with every hour I went without Zach, and without making Lulakai pay. Chapter 3. Tori had left me underwear, a sports bra, calf-length athletic leggings, and a loose tank top. Her workout clothes, I assumed. I dressed, roughly dried my hair with a towel, and checked my wounds. They'd scabbed over in the 12 hours since I'd been injured, and seeing as they hadn't reopened in the shower, they'd probably be fine. Leaving my ruined clothes in the shower stall, I pushed through the door into the fitness room. Tori was waiting for me, and so was her boyfriend, Ezra, my guild mentor, Aaron, knife-throwing and ex-mafia member Kai, and a woman I vaguely recalled from the monthly meeting as a healer. "I'm fine," I said before anyone could speak. "They're just scratches, and they stopped bleeding hours ago. That doesn't mean they don't need attention." The healer, a young woman with dark hair and warm brown skin, said firmly. She hefted a satchel. "Now sit down, so I can examine you." I submitted to a brief examination. The healer, Sanjana, she reminded me, checked my various scrapes, declared I didn't need stitches, then dosed me with a potion to promote faster healing. As she headed back upstairs, Tori planted her hands on her hips. "All right, spill the details. What's going on with Zach?" I hesitated, wondering where to start. "We know all about Zach's dark side," she added, misinterpreting my silence. "We know he's the ghost and the crystal druid, and we know about the $1 million bounty on his head. How he supposedly kidnapped kids, blah, blah, blah. You don't need to worry about keeping his secrets. So tell us what's going on." Lalakai took control of him. The words tasted foul in my mouth. She gave him a sword spell a couple of weeks ago that had another enchantment hidden in it. Once she triggered it, he wasn't himself anymore. "How much was he not himself?" Tori asked. "Is it different from her possessing him?" "It's completely different. She wasn't possessing him, and he tried to gut me." I shook my head. "I don't know how it works. Riker and I ran for it right afterward." Tori sat on a weighted bench. "You said Lalakai brought Zach back to the city." "Yes, and I don't know why. I need to find him, but I don't know where to start searching." "I can put out feelers to see if anyone spotted him," Kai offered. "If Lalakai came here, she has a reason." "A nasty reason." Tori smacked her fist into her palm. "Once we find them, we can teach that bird bitch a lesson." "It won't be that easy." I paced away from them, restlessly circling a treadmill. Lalakai killed 2 very powerful fae, and stole their magic. So she's ranked up from lady to queen. She inherited the Shadow Court as well, which is why we need to get Zach away from her, while she's separated from her courtiers. And lastly, the enchantment she embedded into Zach might not be removable. Kai crossed his arms. "All this happened in the past 3 days. I guess druids like to keep busy," Ezra murmured. "How powerful is Lalakai now?" Aaron asked. "Are we talking Bard Dudlin powerful or Lear Lethiad powerful?" Was he referring to particular fae? As far as I knew, only spiritualist mythics, witches, and druids had anything to do with fae. "Are you guys witches?" I asked dubiously. "No, we're mages." Aaron flashed a grin. "Except Tori. She's a witch." "No, I'm not." She refuted. "What's the point in pretending everyone else already knows, and even if they didn't, she'd figure it out?" My lips quirked downward. She gave an exaggerated shrug from her seat. "I'm human. No inherent magic at all. But I do have a fae familiar." "You're a human? Who's part of a guild? And has a fae familiar?" "Yep. Long story. But the MPD believes I'm a witch, and I need to keep it that way." As a convicted murderer with zero love for the MPD, I had no desire to snitch on her. "To answer the mage's question." Riker shimmered into view, a white ferret sitting on top of the treadmill I was pacing around. "I am unfamiliar with this Bar Dudland, but I know of Lear Lethiad, Lord of the Sea. Lalakai, as she is now, is likely at a similar level to him." I turned back to the other 4 who were blinking at Riker's sudden appearance. "Riker says Lalakai is as powerful as Lear Lethiad." "That might be a problem," Kai muttered. Only Faye on the same level as Lalakai can fight her. I said, all I need is help tracking down Zach's location. Riker and I'll handle the rest. Tori hopped up from the weight bench. I know we aren't druids, but we can still help. We care about Zach, too.
Speak for yourself, Aaron muttered. We owe him.
Kai leveled his cool, dark eyes on me.
Aaron, Ezra, and I are 3 of the best combat mages in the city. We aren't useless. Zach asked us to back him up in a Fae confrontation last year.
Ezra added,
we can make a difference.
I bit the inside of my cheek.
But we can figure that out later.
He continued, his smooth voice pitched low.
Let us take over for a bit. We'll start the search for Zach while you rest. You can't help him if you collapse from exhaustion.
I might have bristled at being told to sit down and let someone else take charge, but Ezra seemed genuinely compassionate. His personality was difficult to read. The exact opposite of his girlfriend, who had nothing to hide, except being human. Tori slung an arm around my waist. We just finished renovating an old storage room into an infirmary, so you can sleep in there.
A storage room infirmary?
It's actually nice. We realized after some, recent events that we could use a proper medical space. It's clean, don't worry. And we'll wake you up as soon as we find anything. I resisted for a moment, but my bones throbbed with fatigue. Riker had to be tired, too. We wouldn't get far without rest. Zach's face, his eyes black with Lulakai's magic, flashed in my mind's eye. Whatever she wanted with Zach and the city, the Queen of Shadow and Death had better keep him alive and unharmed until I could find him. A loud rap on the infirmary door dragged me from a deep, exhausted sleep. As I groggily raised my head, the door cracked open and Aaron leaned through the gap.
Saber?
What? I croaked. Did you find him?
Not yet.
He stepped into the small room holding up a cell phone.
Kit is asking for you.
Kit?
Agent Morse?
I'd recognized his name. My confusion stemmed from why he wanted to talk to me. I sat up as Aaron scooted alongside the cot I was sleeping on. It took up most of the space, a medical gurney tucked in the other corner. Metal wire shelves were stacked neatly with supplies, and the air smelled faintly of fresh paint. He passed me the phone and I lifted it to my ear. Hello?
Saber, hey, hi.
As Morris's voice crackled down the line, his casual greeting at odds with his harried tone, realization pinged in my head. The first person I should have contacted for information on Zach's whereabouts was his MPD agent buddy. Have you seen Zach lately? I demanded before he could say anything else. A pause.
That's what I was about to ask you.
Me? Why?
Because you're the Bonnie to his Clyde, obviously. When and where did you last see him?
Yesterday, at dawn a few 100 kilometers north of Vancouver, in the middle of nowhere. But I have reason to believe he's in the city now. He muttered a curse under his breath.
That's the second worst news I've gotten tonight.
Why? What's going on? In the beat of silence before he answered, I heard the faint sounds of wailing sirens and shouts through the phone.
A mythic, matching the ghost's description, just murdered 6 people and burned down a building in the east side.
Chapter 4. I knew Zach as the boy from my past, an accomplished druid, a survivor and a vigilante who claimed to hate power-hungry abusers almost as much as I did. But to the rest of Vancouver's mythic community, he was a violent criminal, guilty of extensive dark magic dealings, theft, extortion, blackmail, kidnapping, and murder. His widespread notoriety was a double-edged sword, but tonight it worked in our favor. If he was responsible for Morris's crime scene, I had a chance of tracking him down. Or rather, we had a chance. You didn't need to come, I said tersely, gripping the handle of the SUV's door as it made a fast turn at a yellow traffic light. Aaron's gaze cut to me, then back to the windshield. First, you took the call on my phone. Second, Kit texted the location to me. And third, you're riding in my vehicle. I could have driven myself. Yet, here you are. Tori leaned over the center console. Of course we're coming. Do you expect us to just ignore all this? Zach needs help.
And if he's killing people, we need to stop him,
Kai added. I glanced over my shoulder. Kai and Ezra sat on either side of Tori, filling every seat in the SUV. I didn't know what to do with this much backup. While they discussed whether Zach's attack was at Lalakai's bidding and what she wanted, I watched the buildings pass, their windows dark. It was 2 a.m. and the streets were empty, except for clusters of ragged men and women with their belongings stuffed in backpacks and shopping carts. The neighborhood worsened the farther east Aaron drove, and an uncomfortable prickle of familiarity walked down my spine.
Looks like we're here,
Aaron muttered. Ahead, red lights flashed in a dizzying pattern, and the glow of orange flames competed with the street lamps. 3 fire trucks and a smattering of police cars filled the road. My sense of familiarity deepened, and a grinding pain started in my chest. Aaron stopped the SUV near the police barricade. I opened my door the instant he shifted into park. Not waiting for anyone, I strode away from the vehicle. But Tori and the 3 mages caught up to me as I slipped between 2 barricades. Halting, I grimly studied a blackened single-story building, smoke leaking from its barred windows. Then I turned to the alley across from it. The alley where 10 years ago, I'd waited in the rain for Zach to come for me. Where he'd thrown my pendant in the mud and walked away. Swallowing against the painful memories, I refocused on the destroyed building. I never thought I'd return to the crime den where I'd met Zach. We'd plotted murder in the back alcove. We'd made love in the attic. Had he really torched the place? But why? Was this all Lalakai's doing?
Saber!
A figure in a black bomber jacket jogged toward us, passing beneath a street lamp. Soot smudged Morris's cheek and dusted his brown hair. There was no amused sparkle in his deep blue eyes as he joined me.
Oh, you guys came too,
he noted distractedly, directing the words at Tori and the mages before taking my elbow.
This way. I want you to hear this.
I allowed him to tow me into the hectic maze of emergency vehicles and first responders. Hear what?
Witness testimony. There was only 1 survivor. How many dead?
Aaron asked, extending his stride to flank Morris.
They've recovered 6 bodies so far.
So far?
911 got a call about a fire an hour ago.
Morris revealed, guiding me toward the edge of the chaos, where a few civilian vehicles and an ambulance were parked.
A police officer who knows mythics frequent this location tipped off the MPD hotline. I got called in about 30 minutes later, after the agent on scene interviewed the witness.
Why you? Tori asked curiously.
Because I'm the lead investigator on the ghost's bounty.
Wait, really? You?
She blurted, sounding on the verge of laughter.
Does the MPD even want to? Ezra cleared his throat. Tori sobered immediately. Sorry, so they called you in.
Yeah, I interviewed the witness as well, then I tried to call Saber.
He quirked an eyebrow at me. Why weren't you answering your phone, by the way?
Lost it. In a bog.
Oh, and Zach's phone?
Bog? I wonder if that's where Jimmy Hoffa ended up, too.
A dozen feet away, an overweight man was sitting on an ambulance stretcher, a paramedic examining him while a younger man in a suit stood nearby.
Listen to the witness's story and tell me what you think.
Morris murmured to me before striding ahead. He waved at the man in the suit. "Hey, Vinny, I need a few minutes with our witness." The suited man scowled as I drew nearer. I recognized him as the younger MPD agent who'd been investigating me for my coven leader's murder a few weeks ago. "Do you need privacy for that?" he asked Morris mutinously. "Crazy thing, but if I want to interview him at the bottom of the ocean, I can do that. Because this is my case." He smiled brightly. "So, bye-bye, Vinny." Scowl deepening, the agent stalked off, too irritated to notice me among my 4 guildmates. The paramedic took the hint without prompting and headed toward the front of the ambulance, leaving us alone with the witness. Burns reddened the side of his round face, part of his goatee singed off. His polo shirt was stained with soot, and sweat darkened the underarms. He exuded a grimy, pathetic air. My upper lip curled. I hadn't accompanied Ruth inside the crime den often, but I still recognized him. "Kurt, please tell this lovely young woman what you told me," Moore said, gesturing me closer. "Every detail." I stepped toward the stretcher. Kurt's watery eyes darted down to hip level, checking out my tight yoga pants. This was why I remembered him. "I was minding my business," he said slimily, his focus moving everywhere but my face, as though that'd prevent me from noticing how he was rubbing his gaze all over my body. "Working in the kitchen, that's my job. I make the food." "What kind of establishment was this?" Aaron asked. "Bar, just a bar." He stared at my thighs for a second. "All of a sudden, I hear someone scream. Stuck my head out and the ghost was standing there with the guy dead on the floor." Tori shifted closer, standing shoulder to shoulder with me. "How do you know it was the ghost?" "Looked just like him, yeah?" Kurt's stare switched to Tori and started sliding up and down her bare legs. "Long black coat with the hood up, all shadows inside, no face. And he had this black sword. He was like it was made of pure darkness." My heart quivered, simultaneously sinking with dread and lifting with relief. "He was demanding to know about some guy. Is he here? Where is he? Who's seen him? That sort of stuff. Threatening to kill everyone if they didn't answer. I knew it was going to get bad, so I hid in the storage room. Didn't hear much after that. Next thing I knew, everyone was yelling and shrieking, and I could smell smoke. But I was too scared to leave. By the time I opened the door, fire was everywhere. I thought I was gonna die." He said the last sentence in a pitiful whimper while looking between my chest and Tori's, seeming to debate which set he preferred. "That bloodthirsty ghost murdered everyone," he concluded, tearing his stare away from us to focus on Morris. "Innocent customers, my co-workers. We were just a small mythic bar, just a hole in the wall. No one cared about us. No one important ever came here, and he—" "Who was the ghost looking for?" I asked. "His name." "Never heard it. I was in the back. Only heard snatches of conversation." I considered him. Then I grabbed the front of his polo shirt and hauled him off the stretcher. He was heavy, but his resistance was nothing compared to a draft horse that didn't want its hooves filed. He crashed face down on the pavement, yelping in pain. I planted my foot on his thick shoulder, rammed him onto his back, then stepped on his neck. He spluttered, grabbing my foot. Morris made no move to stop me, seeming unfazed by my sudden violence. Maybe he found Kurt as repulsive and predatory as I did. I leaned down, my elbow braced on my thigh as the man struggled to keep my hiking boot off his throat. "Let's try this again, Kurt." At my vicious croon, his shocked stare snapped to my face, meeting my eyes for the first time. Recognition splashed over his splotchy features. You're... My hand dipped toward my hip, but these yoga pants didn't have pockets, and even if they had, I didn't have a switchblade anymore. I concentrated. A rush of cold flowed across my palm, and an icy knife formed in my hand, smooth, shining and deadly. I spun it, making sure Kurt got a good look, then set the cold point against his lower eyelid. "Great to see you again, Kurt," I hummed, sadistic pleasure saturating my voice. "I can't wait to finally cut your filthy, lecherous eyeballs out of your skull." He whimpered, afraid to move with my blade at his eye, his arms trembling with the effort of holding my weight off his neck. Blood beaded at the point of the knife. Time to drop your innocent victim act, your bottom-feeding trash. And every thieving, dealing, trafficking, pimping, murdering scumbag who frequented this place was worse. That fire didn't burn nearly hot enough for all your sins. Behind me, Morris let out a low, surprised whistle. "Look, Rose." His mouth bobbed with panic. "I never touched you, okay? Never. Not once, so you can't—" I ran the knife along his bottom eyelid. Blood welled and ran like macabre tears. "Shut the fuck up." He shut up. "You have two options. One, you continue to be useless trash and I cut out your eyeballs. Or two, you make yourself useful, and I hand you back over to Agent Morse." "I'll be useful." What name was the ghost asking about? "Takeshi Saito." "And who is Takeshi Saito?" "Artifact broker. That's all I know, I swear. I swear!" He shrieked as I pricked the outer corner of his eye with my knife. Was anyone with the ghost? A woman with long black hair? "He was alone when I saw him." What about a blackbird? A bird? Why the hell would— Stop, I'm sorry!" More blood ran from under the point of the knife, and I eased back on the pressure with difficulty. I wanted badly to slash the blade across his fear-dilated pupils, to blind those lewd eyes that had stared at my teenaged body for hours straight. I wanted to cut out the revolting tongue that had whispered his depraved fantasies to me when no one had been looking. Then again, if he hadn't made me so uncomfortable, I wouldn't have waited outside for Ruth. I wouldn't have met Zach. I pulled the knife away and stood. Kurt panted desperately, clutching his throat, and his stare dropped to my chest as though he couldn't help himself. I flung the ice knife. It hit the pavement inches from his left cheek and shattered into a starburst. He flinched away with a pained gasp. "I'm not going back to prison on your account," I told him with savage calm. "But if I ever catch you alone in a dark alley, it'll be a different story." He cringed. Turning my back on him, I stalked away. Tori followed right on my heels, the three mages behind her, while Morris called the other agent back over. I walked until the sirens and lights were a background distraction. Breathing deeply, I turned to find my guildmate standing in a half-circle, studying me. Tori pursed her lips as though reassessing everything she knew about me. "Okay," she said. "Now I get why Zach likes you." I ignored that. "Takeshi Saito. Who is he?" "And why is Zach after him?" Tori asked. "Or Lalakai. We don't know who's in control." "But that was Zach." Morris hastened to join us, his phone in his hand. "No doubt, dear old sleazebag Kurt turned out to be less trustworthy than I'd hoped." He described Zach's shadow blade. I answered grimly. "He's only had it for 2 weeks, and the chances Kurt could have seen it before now are minuscule." Morris nodded, his attention dropping to his phone. "I'm not getting any hits on Takeshi Saito." "Me neither," Aaron said, also peering at his phone. Tapping on his phone screen, Kai stepped away from us. "I'm going to make a call." Tori crossed her arms. "How did you know that guy, Saber? He set off my maximum creep alarm." Ezra shifted behind her, slipping a protective arm around her waist. "My aunt was a poison dealer," I said, a grimace pulling at my mouth. "She used to do business here, and she brought me with her sometimes when I was a teen. It's just a coincidence I knew about it. A coincidence. Shivery prickles whispered through me. Was it a coincidence? I wasn't the only one with a past tied to this place. Zach also visited as a teen. I turned to Morris. He might have a connection to this Takeshi person. Morris rubbed the back of his neck. We'd better figure it out fast. Whether Lalakai is controlling him or not, we need to stop him from leaving a trail of corpses through the city. A beat of silence passed between us. A few yards away, Kai was murmuring into his phone as he paced back and forth. Are you planning to arrest him? I asked coolly. Morris heaved a long-suffering sigh, and I tamped down my mistrust. Morris was an agent, yes, but he'd covered for Zach, and passed on case information at Zach's request. It was unlikely he'd suddenly change his mind and arrest his buddy. Not even MPD agents can go up against them. I added, the only ones who have a chance in hell of stopping Lalakai are me and Riker. Morris frowned. Got it. Kai strode toward us. Takeshi Saito is an unregistered rogue who deals in illegal artifacts. He's a broker for Mirako. Morris hummed the tune of I'm a Little Teapot, loudly. I didn't hear anything about a legitimate guild's illegal activities. Nothing at all. Everyone knows Mirako is an offshoot of the Yamada Syndicate. Aaron informed him. Why even bother playing dumb? Or is that MPD policy? When it comes to powerful international crime families and all their cute little criminal guild babies, everyone plays dumb. The Yamada Syndicate. My gaze swung to Kai. Kai Yamada. Was he part of the international crime family Morris was talking about? So, Morris said, swiveling toward Kai. Do you know where our elusive broker is? Kai offered a cool smile. I don't know where he is, but I know where he might be. Let's find him before Zach does. Chapter 5. We split up. Morris, Tori, and Ezra headed for a casino run by the Mirako Guild, where their business associates often spent time, while Kai, Aaron, and I were destined for a different sort of establishment. The neighborhood improved as Aaron followed Kai's directions into the downtown core and along a street lined with high-end shops, ritzy restaurants, and nightclubs. Despite dawn being only a few hours away, the area's nightlife was in full swing, the sidewalks dotted with couples and small groups. Aaron parked on a side street, and with Kai leading the way, we headed up the sidewalk. The two mages, wearing jeans and t-shirts, blended in better than I did with my yoga outfit. At least I'd quickly braided my air-dried hair before we left. Nestled between a steakhouse and a jazz venue was a black door with a simple neon sign in the shape of a pink martini glass. Kai pulled the door open, revealing a short landing and descending stairs. I followed him down, the thump of music growing louder. The back of my neck prickled uneasily. Riker? I called. With a faint shimmer, a white jay appeared in midair and landed on my shoulder. The mages didn't react. They couldn't see him. I stepped onto the bottom landing. Ahead, two bouncers in black suits stood on either side of another black door. The man on the left scanned us skeptically. Do you have a Mr. Yamada doesn't need a reservation. The other interrupted, throwing his coworker a sharp look. Please, go ahead. I'll let the owner know you're here. That won't be necessary, Kai said with a casual wave. I won't be long. The man obediently lowered his hand from the radio clip to his belt. Yes, sir. He pulled the door open for us, and I kept my expression neutral as we walked through. How high up in the dangerous Yamada family was Kai that a bouncer would recognize him that easily? Dark ceilings reflected moody pink and blue lights back onto plush, comfortable armchairs and sofas, clustered around small tables. If not for the loud music and raised stages with their shiny poles, the place might have passed for an upscale lounge. What now, sir? Aaron asked with a smirk, mimicking the bouncer's solicitous tone.
Shut up. Kai scanned the interior. The Mythics Only area is this way.
The place was over a third full, with groups of men in the seats and beautiful women lingering around them. A dozen dedicated patrons watched the only dancer as she twirled gracefully around a pole, her blonde hair sweeping out. Kai passed the bar, heading toward a black-curtained doorway blocked by a red velvet rope and another bouncer. Unclipping the rope before Kai could slow, the employee held the curtain aside for us. The private area was more of the same. Comfortable low-backed chairs surrounded a rectangular stage, and another row of seating with small drink tables circled the perimeter of the room. A private bar filled the far end, with a dark hallway beside it, bathrooms and maybe an emergency exit. The music was quieter in here. A dozen men and an equal number of beautiful young women in tight, revealing dresses were enjoying the private room. 2 dancers in glittery white costumes sashayed across the stage in a choreographed routine. Kai paused, scanning the patrons, then strode toward a sofa in the corner near the bar. A middle-aged Japanese man with a receding hairline was reclined with a young woman on his arm and a drink in his hand. 2 men around his age sat nearby with drinks but no women, listening to whatever story the first man was telling. He looked up as Kai stopped in front of his small table. "Yes?" "Takeshi Saito?" "That's me." He smiled, a smooth salesman smile. "How can I help you?" "I need a private word." "Ah." Takeshi glanced at his male companions. "Unfortunately, I am in the middle of something. Perhaps we could arrange to make time." Kai interrupted coolly. "Your life might depend on it." Takeshi frowned at Kai, then nudged the woman on his arm. "Jasmine, sweetheart, would you take my 2 friends here to the main bar and help them order something extra special? Gentlemen, my apologies. I'll join you in a few moments." Accompanied by Jasmine, the other men crossed the room and disappeared through the curtain. Takeshi's accommodating smile folded into a scowl as he downed the last of his drink. "This better be good. I was in the middle of a deal." "I'll get straight to the point." Kai sat on the sofa beside Takeshi, one arm propped on the back, casually blocking the man from an easy escape. "How do you know the ghost?" "The ghost?" Takeshi barked a laugh. "Do you take me for a madman? Who are you anyway?" "Kai Yamada." Takeshi's face went white. "Yamada, I didn't realize." "Back to the ghost. Have you ever brokered a deal for him?" "Never." Takeshi edged away from Kai. "My clients aren't interested in the stuff he sells. And besides that, he's unpredictable." Aaron sat on the other end of the sofa. Takeshi would have to knock the table over to get up. "What sort of stuff does the ghost sell?" Kai asked. "Dangerous shit. I think the family has done some deals with him, but not me personally. I specialize in rarities and collectibles, not dark magic and poisons." "Have you had any other interactions with the ghost?" "I've never laid eyes on the guy." "Do you know any reason he might be looking for you?" "No, wait. Is he looking for me?" "According to the only survivor of a massacre in the East Side earlier tonight, he's intent on talking to you." "Murderously so," Aaron added. Takeshi's fear was instant, and I was oddly fascinated by the way his hands began to shake. The mere suggestion that the ghost was after him had triggered that reaction. Zach's reputation was powerful. "I have no idea what he wants." Takeshi's gaze twitched toward the dark hallway, confirming my suspicion that it led to an exit. "Honestly, I haven't got a clue. I should go, I put my foot on the base of the small table and pushed it into Takeshi's chest, stopping him from rising. "Not so fast. You say you haven't done any deals with the ghost. But what about Bane?" "Who?" "The Wolfsbane Druid." A spark of recognition flashed in his dark eyes.
"Oh, yeah."
Grim satisfaction lightened the weight of my apprehension. What connected Zack, the crime den, and Takeshi? Bane. "Tell me about the Wolfsbane," I suggested, pinning Takeshi with my stare. He shrank slightly.
"I only did one deal with him. He was selling a one-of-a-kind artifact, and he wanted to get a bidding war going without drawing too much attention. I got word out to the right people."
"So he sold it or won the bidding war?"
"One of my regular clients, actually. It went for over $100 million.
Aaron whistled.
"Holy shit."
Takeshi bobbed his head.
"Yeah, it was the biggest sale I've ever brokered. It took months for 6 independent experts to verify the artifact's legitimacy before the Wolfsbane got the money."
"How long ago was this?" I asked.
"Around 10 years, maybe 9. I'd have to check my records."
Wariness returned to his eyes.
"Does the ghost want that artifact? Because I don't have it."
"But you know who does."
"Saber."
My attention snapped to Riker. The white J on my shoulder, invisible to everyone else, was staring at the hallway and its unseen back door.
"Are you prepared?"
he asked with predatory softness. For what? As I asked, I realized I didn't need an answer. I could sense a faint shiver of cool energy, the unsettling embodiment of darkness. I pivoted, facing the hallway as the multi-hued lights dimmed. Shadows thickened through the room, and the pair of dancers on the stage faltered, glancing around in confusion. "Everyone who doesn't want to die," I called loudly, "get out now." The dancers, entertainers, and patrons looked my way, but they weren't scared enough to rush for the exits. Not yet. Shadows pulsed through the room, and between one instant and the next, he appeared. A broad-shouldered figure in a long black leather coat that hung open, revealing the crystal pendants hanging around his neck and the fully loaded alchemy belt on his waist. He hadn't had any of those clothes, artifacts, or potions when I'd last seen him. He and Lulakai must have stopped somewhere for supplies and gear. His hood was pulled up, shadows obscuring his face, but he was instantly recognizable to the lounge's patrons. They took one look at the notorious ghost and fled in a silent rush toward the curtained entrance. Takeshi shoved the table out of his way and sprinted after the others. Amber light flickered over Zack's gloved left hand. He snapped his arm up and a yellow whip flashed toward Takeshi's fleeing back. The glowing band tangled around his waist and yanked him over backward. He hit the floor with a thump. "Zack," I said loudly. Reaching up, he pushed his hood off. Black veins ran along the right side of his neck and over his cheek. They no longer writhed, having sunk into his skin like a tattoo. His eyes were pitch black, no iris, pupil, or white sclera. More dark markings edged his throat and jaw, disappearing under his clothes. I'd seen that feather-like pattern before. Those markings appeared when Lulakai was possessing him. Spots of darkness around and behind Zack expanded and solidified into rippling, flame-like shadows, with small creatures in their centers. The small flying beasts with razor talons that I'd fought near Marzana's hidden cavern. A dozen of the shadow creatures hovered around him, their dragonfly-like wings beating so fast they blurred. He pulled on his whip, dragging a panicking Takeshi toward him. Aaron dove past me and grabbed Takeshi's arm. The shadow creatures shot toward us. "Watch out!" I yelled as I summoned an ice club.
"We'll take care of them,"
Kai barked, rushing past me. "But—" Kai flung a handful of bladed stars toward the Fae. Every hair on my body stood on end, and a bolt of electricity leaped from his fingertips. It arced between the flying weapons, catching 3 shadow creatures. Aaron flicked open a silver switchblade. As though its snap were a signal, fireballs exploded over the 3 creatures Kai had stunned. On second thought, they didn't need my help. As the 2 mages dragged Takeshi toward the curtained doorway, fending off the shadow creatures with cracks of electricity and flares of orange flame, I faced Zack. His expression held no mercy. No recognition, no conflict, no struggle. Just eerie blankness, as though his real face had been replaced by a lifeless mask. The sight tore at my heart, and rage burned through me, turning the sharp edges in my chest red hot. Riker spread his small wings and leaped from my shoulder. Magic burst over him, and in a rush of freezing air he transformed. Ice coalesced in his hand, taking the shape of a long, smooth staff. Zack summoned his black sword, shadows dripping off the curved blade. I hurled my aura sphere outward, claiming the sour, stagnant city energy to boost Riker's power. But almost on top of mine, Zack cast his own aura sphere. Our energies clashed. Riker rushed forward, his staff spinning. His ice weapon collided with Zack's shadow sword. Zack shoved the haft away, and a burst of magenta magic flung Riker back. Riker recovered in a blink, and their weapons met a second time. I carefully circled them, balanced on the balls of my feet as I waited for an opening. Lullakai's power was limited while she possessed Zack, but Riker's options were limited too. He was trying to avoid hurting Zack. Heart pounding, I swung up onto the raised stage, 3 feet above the floor. Evading a jab of Zack's black sword, Riker brought his staff down on Zack's right arm. The ice weapon shattered into a heavy starburst that pulled Zack's arm toward the floor. As he faltered under the weight, Riker grabbed him by the throat, a pulse of intense cold plunging over the room. Cloudy darkness erupted from Zack. Lullakai's new death magic roiled outward, and Riker retreated from the lethal cloud, the air sparkling with ice crystals and frost as he surrounded himself with wintry power. I honed in on Zack's right hand, where the black rune was hidden beneath his glove. Weeks ago, Zack had shown me the scarred druid tattoos on his inner forearm. If damaging his arm had ruined the magic of his old runes, then damaging his hand might break Lullakai's spell. I had to try. As he advanced on Riker, I took a running leap off the stage. I crashed into his back, and his feet slipped on the melting frost. As he fell, I pounced on his right arm, pinning it to the floor. A cloud of death magic sucked the life from my limbs. Forming a short ice blade, I slammed it through the center of his glove. He shoved up, throwing me off balance. My back thumped against the cold floor, then he was pinning me. Dark veins still marked his face. His eyes were still empty and black. His right hand closed around my throat, cutting off my air. Stars flashed in my vision, my mouth gaping as I bucked, trying to throw him off. The death magic sank into me, slowing my heart. A shining ice blade appeared above me. Riker stood at my head, the tip of his sword hovering at Zack's throat. The frozen air sparkled around him as he used his power to resist the death magic.
Kill Saber, Night Eagle, and Zack's life will not stop me from slaying you in an instant.
Zack's expression was blank. Had been eerily blank this whole time. His grip on my throat loosened, and I gasped desperately for air. He released my throat. Rising to his feet, he stepped off me. Riker didn't move, sword in hand, as Zack backed slowly toward the door. Breathing hard and throat burning, I scrambled to my feet beside Riker. Zack flicked his hand up. A bolt of shadow shot at my chest. In the same instant, a pillar of ice erupted in front of me, and the dark magic struck it, shards exploding in every direction. I flinched back, shielding my face, and when I looked again, Zack was gone. Chapter 6. I sat on the edge of the stage, my legs hanging off and my head braced in my hands. Back in the form of a white cat, Riker gazed pensively at the frost melting on the floor. Beyond the curtained doorway, a chaotic jumble of voices was an urgent conversation, broken by the occasional shouted call. "Well," I muttered, "that was a disaster. We didn't save Zack. We don't know where he went, and we don't know what artifact Lullakai is after. We don't even know what the artifact does." I should have asked that first, And now it was too late. Takeshi had run for his life while Aaron and Kai had been fighting off the shadow creatures. If he was smart, he would have headed for the nearest airport and fled the continent. If he wasn't smart, Lalakai was probably hot on his heels, or had already captured him. I tilted my head, looking at Riker through my fingers. I stabbed the rune on Zack's hand, but it didn't break the enchantment. He slanted his ears back. Unsurprising. The magic has spread through his body. I straightened, dropping my hands. Then we have to do the same thing we did to save you from Lothair's magic. If we kill Lalakai, Zack will be freed. Most likely, yes. Riker's tail swished slowly across the glossy stage. Dove, I must ask, how committed are you to saving Zack? My gaze swung to him. He betrayed you once, he murmured, leaving you with terrible wounds of the heart. You have fought with him as often and as fiercely as you have allied together. Your reunion has been fraught with pain. I exhaled roughly. He wasn't wrong. His appearance in your life can be measured in mere weeks, tumultuous, challenging weeks. Are you prepared to die for him? Is there a point at which the danger becomes unacceptable? His questions thumped into my torso like physical blows. Since the moment Zack's eyes had gone black and he'd attacked me, I'd been consumed with thoughts about saving him. How far was I willing to go? Would I sacrifice my life? Would I make Riker go up against Lalakai when she was all but undefeatable? I don't know, I answered honestly. But I'm not ready to give up yet. He considered that. Then we will focus our efforts on separating Zack and Lalakai, rather than slaying her. If we whisk Zack away from her power and influence, he may return to his senses. I nodded. If she keeps possessing him, we'll need to force her out. Then we can grab Zack and run for it. After that, we'd have time to plan our next move. Riker still seemed to think he could kill Lalakai by arranging a suitable opportunity, and with her death, Zack would be permanently freed from her magic. The curtain across the entrance flipped open and Aaron strode into the private room, followed by Kai and Agent Morse. The latter had arrived along with several fellow agents to do damage control after the shadow creature's attack. No sign of Zack's trail, Aaron announced. He's vanished. I wasn't surprised. No sign of Takeshi either. He rolled his shoulders. The sleeves of his t-shirt had burned away, and bloody scratches from the shadow creature's talons marred his arm. I just hope Zack and that oversized bird didn't get him. I wouldn't bet on it, Moore said, drumming his fingers restlessly on his thigh. They're after an artifact, right? Lalakai is, I corrected, pushing off the stage. She's in control. Whatever this artifact is, it's either powerful or important or both, if it's the very first thing she wants to get her hands on now that she's the Shadow Court Queen. Morris's fingers drummed faster. I'll put a bounty on Takeshi. That'll get guilds looking for him. If Lalakai hasn't nabbed him yet, he can tell us what that artifact is and where to find it. I'll see what I can learn on Miriko's side, Kai said. Whoever the buyer is, he's in danger. Considering the amount of money that changed hands for the sale, it shouldn't take long to narrow down. Aaron turned to me. If we find Takeshi or the buyer, what's the plan? Inhaling, I stretched my lungs until I couldn't feel the painful grind, then released all the air in a rush. Fighting Lalakai is a long shot, even for me and Riker. My priority is getting Zack away from her, and to do that, I need a way to incapacitate Zack. Leave that to me. I'll talk to our alchemists. I looked between the three mythics, feeling strangely unsettled. I wasn't used to having help. I wasn't used to any allies, besides Riker. I opened my mouth, but it took me another second to speak. Thank you. Aaron flashed a grin. What else are guildmates for? Zach's truck rumbled down the highway. I squinted, my eyes burning from exhaustion. The sky had lightened from black to deep blue, and dawn was close. There was nothing for me to do, so my helpful guildmates had insisted I go home to rest, eat, and change into my own clothes. A borrowed cell phone sat in the cup holder beside me. Aaron, Kai, or Morris would call as soon as they learned anything, and in the meantime I would catch up on sleep. I rubbed my fingertips against my temple, massaging the persistent, exhausted ache in my forehead. On top of my worry about Zach and Lalakai, I hadn't forgotten about Echo's visit yesterday. Between the Lord of Dragons and the Summer Queen, our troubles wouldn't end with saving Zach. At the rescue, I pulled in beside Dominique and Greta's old Ranger and cut the truck's engine. On the passenger seat, Riker sat up, indulged in a drawn-out feline yawn, then transformed into a hawk and took off through the roof with a murmured, "Sleep well, Dove." I dropped from the driver's seat to the gravel, and a wash of comforting energy rose up my legs. But as I scanned the yard, a stab of guilt dampened my relief at being home. Signs of unfinished work were scattered around the buildings, a wheelbarrow of manure sitting outside the stable door, feed buckets that hadn't been put away overnight, and a bundle of hay sitting in the middle of the yard where it didn't belong. My guilt intensified. I'd been gone more than I'd been around for the last 2 weeks, disappearing for days with no notice and leaving Dominique and Gretel to juggle all my usual chores. They'd be waking up in an hour or less to start their morning routine, but I needed sleep before I could help them. Reluctantly, I trudged up the stairs to my apartment. After a bowl of cereal to take the edge off my hunger, and a long shower where I scrubbed my skin pink, I fell into my bed and drifted off, Zach's blue eyes haunting me. I woke to light streaming through a crack in the curtains. Fumbling for my borrowed phone, I checked the time. Just after 12. The only message I had was from Tori asking how I was. Flopping back onto the pillow, I closed my eyes, but my body wasn't used to sleeping in the afternoon. After a few minutes, I threw the covers back. Dressing for barn work, I warmed up a dish of leftovers from my freezer, ate quickly, then trotted down the stairs into the yard. The sky wasn't as bright as it had seemed from my room. It was overcast again, the air cooler than usual for a July afternoon, and the scent of rain on the fitful breeze. The stable door was open, and as I swerved toward it, a clatter of hooves echoed from inside. A gray horse rushed out of the building, moving in a fast sidestep with his ears flattened and nostrils flared. A lead line trailed from his halter as he danced into the middle of the yard and spun in an anxious circle, not knowing what to do next. "Wicker," I called. "What's wrong, buddy?" Cooing and humming, I walked placidly to him. He planted his hooves, neck stretched upward as he peered toward the fields. He snorted, his nose working overtime. I took hold of the lead line and stroked his neck. "What's the matter? Are your hooves bothering you?" "Saber." Tall and willowy, Greta appeared in the stable doorway. Dirt smudged her jeans, and she was rubbing her hip like she'd fallen. "You're back. Are you okay?" I asked, tugging gently on Wicker's lead line. He resisted for a moment, smelling the breeze, then gave in and walked with me back to the stable. "What happened?" She shook her head like it didn't matter. "He's in a mood today. All the animals are. Maybe there's a storm coming." My gaze skimmed the yard again. The goats in the pen were clumped nervously together, and the chickens were out of view, sheltered in the coop. "Where's Dominique?" I asked, passing Wicker's lead line to her. "She's in the house icing her ankle. She was taking feed out to the pasture and—" She grimaced. "All the animals are worked up." It was more than that. Dominique had probably been rushing, trying to do too much too quickly to make up for the missing pair of hands. I tugged my hair into a tighter ponytail. What should I do first? Relief warred with reluctance in Greta's eyes.
I've got things under control. This is your last day off. You should just relax.
My last day off?
Don't you go back to work tomorrow?
Work. My job at the vet clinic. I'd taken 2 weeks off after my encounter with the Dullahan. With everything else going on, I'd completely forgotten I was supposed to be in the clinic tomorrow morning at 7. My regular human responsibilities felt like they belonged to a different person. Greta's gaze had drifted to the scabbed slices raking my upper arm, and now moved to my neck, where bruises from Zach's hand darkened my skin. She bit her lower lip, worry joining the party of emotions written on her face.
Is everything okay, Saber?
She asked softly.
That truck, it's Zach's?
Yes.
Where is he?
I knew what she feared, but I couldn't give her an alternative explanation for the imprint of a man's fingers on my throat. The urge to brush it off and pretend everything was fine, to give her a version of nice Saber who smiled and nodded and never opened up about anything, was strong, but I couldn't do that. Setting my hand on her shoulder, I looked into her eyes. Everything isn't okay right now. I'm not okay. But I'm dealing with it.
Can we help?
No, but I appreciate the offer. Now tell me what's done and what needs doing so I can get to work. She opened her mouth, probably to insist I take care of myself first, but with a resigned sigh, she rattled off the outstanding chores and which needed attention most urgently. I threw myself into the work, burning through my anxious energy and keeping my mind too busy for obsessive thoughts. The borrowed cell phone sat in my pocket, ominously silent. Riker checked in with me once before flying off to surveil our territory. Dominique joined me and Greta an hour later, limping but happy to see me. She didn't comment on the presence of Zach's truck, the lack of Zach himself, or my injuries. Maybe Greta had warned her to leave it be. While Dominique handled a few lighter chores, Greta and I got the rescue in order. The early evening sun was casting golden streaks across the yard by the time Dominique went inside to start dinner. Greta and I, with a small bucket of oat treats as bait, headed into the pasture to give the animals a quick health check as our final chore. Greta called loudly and shook the bucket. But the horses, goats, sheep, and a single cow were at the far end of the pasture and didn't react to the sounds. She puffed in frustration. They're all acting strange. I couldn't disagree, but I had no idea what might be bothering them. The weather was chilly but calm, and the energies of the pasture were gentle and steady, with no disturbances I could sense. Well, I said, I guess we'll have to walk. A loud caw interrupted me, and we both turned. A dozen crows lined the fence that bordered the woods, the slopes of Mount Burke rising behind the leafy canopy. They jostled along the top rail at the corner nearest the yard, cawing and restless. Greta and I exchanged a look, then moved in unison. We strode through the grass, and I knew she expected the same thing as me. A dead animal that the crows were scavenging. Maybe one of our elderly goats had passed away. The squawking of the crows grew louder as we neared. Then they took flight all at once, their wings thundering. We reached the fence, looking around. I don't see anything, Greta muttered. Is it just more weird animal behavior? I didn't reply, distracted by the faint shiver of cold in my wrist where Riker's ice rune was embedded. As magic fluttered under my skin like a rapid pulse, I scanned the grass, the fence, then the trees on the other side. Nothing seemed amiss. I couldn't sense anything unusual. But the rune kept fluttering. I scrutinized the trees one more time, stopping on a 14-foot-tall specimen with a multi-stemmed trunk and wide-spreading branches. It was a lovely tree, and not a species I recognized. I knew all the tree species in the lower mainland and the North Shore Mountains. How could I have missed a non-native species growing 30 feet from the house? Unless I hadn't missed it. As the ice rune pulsed in my wrist, white flower buds swelled on the tree's boughs. Beside me, Greta inhaled in sharp disbelief as the blooms opened all at once, their soft scent washing over us on a wave of warm air, far warmer than the cool breeze. In a rush of movement, the white blossoms all fell in a swirling, chaotic flurry. The curtain of petals settled on the ground, and in the tree's place, a fae stood. Chapter 7. With pine-colored skin patterned in a faint wood-grain texture, branches and leaves twined through his untamed brown hair, and pupilless eyes like chips of frozen syrup, there was no mistaking the creature for a human. He was slim, around 5 feet tall, with off proportions, his head a little too big, his arms a little too long. As the fae stared unblinkingly at us, Greta inched backward. Warm power rolled off the fae, now that he'd revealed himself, and I curled my right hand in readiness. I recognized that sweet, sunny power. It was all too similar to Lothair's magic. The fae blinked, his long lashes sweeping downward. Then he leaped over the fence in a single bound. As he shot toward me, his left hand snapped out, his fingers elongating into sharp wooden talons. Ice flashed from my palm, and I swung the crystalline spear. He twisted away from the weapon, his momentum carrying him past me. I pivoted as he landed in a crouch, his talons raking across the ground. Jagged roots shot out of the disturbed earth like pikes. Wheeling backward, I yelled, "Greta, run!" She bolted at full tilt toward the house. The fae twisted to slash at me again, so fast I barely got my spear round in time. His talons smashed the ice, but no sooner had it encased his hand than his wrist snapped off, leaving a woody stump. Writhing fingers surged out of the stump, and in an instant a new hand, with long talons, had formed, and he thrust it toward me. A barrage of wooden spikes struck the ice shield I hastily conjured. It shattered into a starburst, blunting the deadly tips. But they still hit me like a kick from a draft horse, hurling me backward. Gasping, I rolled over and leaped up, ready to defend myself, only for my blood to go cold. The fae was running, his nimble feet flying across the ground, running toward the house. Greta had just reached the back door, and he was closing the gap fast. "Riker!" I screamed telepathically as I hurled myself forward as fast as my legs could carry me. Panic hissed in the corners of my mind, but my thoughts were calm. The fae had hidden so well that Riker hadn't noticed him. Greta and I had discovered him, and he intended to kill all witnesses to his presence. Greta disappeared into the house, but the fae was right behind her. He didn't need to use the door. He leaped through the solid barrier with a faint shimmer. I jumped the pasture fence in a one-handed vault. A scream rang out from inside the house. Reaching the screen door, I entered the eat-in kitchen as a horrific crack filled the room. The fae recoiled into the table, knocking over a chair, a snarling hiss on his lips. Greta half-crouched beside the fridge, clutched her arm, blood running between her fingers. Dominique stood in front of her partner, brandishing a cast-iron frying pan, its surface sizzling with hot oil. Her face was white with terror, but the pan didn't waver. I leaped between them and the fae, an ice sword forming in my hand. I aimed the blade at the fae. His snarl quieted. His eyes darted toward the exterior wall, and he tensed as though he were about to bolt. A huge white wolfhound leaped through the wall, his golden horns gleaming, and 400 pounds of canine slammed into the fae. They crashed into the table, and ice exploded into foot-wide spires that split the tabletop and crushed the chairs. The woodland fae disappeared in the ice. "Get out of here!" I shouted over my shoulder at Dominique and Greta. Stumbling unsteadily, Greta retreated toward the door. Clutching the cast-iron pan, Dominique followed, walking backward to keep us in her sights. The screen door clattered shut. Riker stood in front of the crystalline spires. A shimmer of blue magic washed over them, and the tops crumbled away, revealing the head and torso of the Fae, the rest of his body encased.
"So, you're the one," Riker mused calmly. "You were well hidden."
My gaze snapped to Riker. Had his surveilling of our territory actually been a search for an intruder? The Fae bared his teeth in a terse smile.
"You are not so well hidden, fallen king."
"So it seems. What were Rhiannon's orders for you?"
"You should have remained content with obscurity."
The Fae mocked, not quite concealing the shadow of panic in his eyes.
"Slaying the Lord of the Forest was a bold invitation for my queen, and she will answer it."
I quake with fear.
"You should. You think you can defeat her with your little territory and your little schemes? I uncovered it all, Winter King. I know what you plan, but even with—"
Azure light flared over the ice, and it surged up over the Fae's shoulder and head, entombing him. I straightened in surprise. Riker. A crack split the ice, and it shattered into sparkling dust, obliterating the Fae trapped within. The tiny crystals drifted down like snow, dotted with dark spots of the Fae's frozen flesh. I stared at the macabre dust, then turned to the wolfhound. You killed him.
He had nothing more to offer.
But we need to know what Rhiannon is planning. Is she going to send more Fae like Lothair after you? What if—
Concerns for another time, Dove.
He shook his shaggy white fur.
Now that I know what manner of spies she has sent, I must search our territory again. Send the humans away. It is not safe for them here.
He trotted toward the exterior wall, and before I could speak, he disappeared through it. I stared after him, too stunned to react. Riker had barely questioned the Fae spy before killing him. Or had he silenced the Fae? What schemes had the spy discovered? And why wouldn't Riker talk to me about it? When Riker had been reluctant to discuss Echo's revelations about the Summer Queen, I'd thought he'd been keeping our focus on Zack and Lalakai because they were the priority. But Rhiannon's grudge against Riker was more urgent than I'd guessed. So why had he brushed me off? Shaking my head, I focused on the present and the consequences of the Fae spy's attack. My heart began to pound, warning me that pain was coming. Outside, Dominique and Greta stood beside their truck. Fear and horror pulled at their features as they watched me approach. I'd seen that expression directed at me before. I was the psycho murderer, after all. I stopped with half a dozen steps between us. Greta, are you okay? She stared at me as though the Fae had stolen her voice, then lowered her hand from her arm. The slices from the Fae's talons weren't that deep, but they might need stitches. Saber, Dominique said unsteadily. What? I couldn't think of any way to brush off what they'd seen, and they deserved better than lies. That man was a Fae, a preternatural creature. They normally avoid humans, but that one, he was here because of me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you were involved. Involved? Greta whispered.
Involved in what?
Dominique demanded, sharpness and strength returning to her voice. The same toughness she drew on when confronting animal abusers and meat buyers at horse auctions.
What happened to that thing?
It's dead. Their horror intensified. Look, I shifted my weight, then steeled myself. I can't explain everything right now, but you're in danger here. You need to leave. I'll let you know when it's safe to come back.
Where are we supposed to go?
Dominique asked.
For how long?
Anywhere but here. And I don't know, just get away. Please. Once it's safe, I'll explain and... Pain speared my chest as I realized there was no and. Once I explained everything, they wouldn't want anything to do with me. Please, get in your truck and... No. Dominique glanced at Greta, who nodded. We're not leaving. I don't understand what's going on, but... That creature wasn't alone. I interrupted. More will come. You have to leave. Not without the animals. When we adopted them, we committed to keeping them safe. But... I took in their steely eyes, then ran my hand up my face, pushing my bangs off my forehead. Take the animals with you. It's too dangerous here, and I can't stay to protect you. I need to deal with this. Dominique and Greta exchanged another look. We'll start making arrangements, Greta said, and get all the animals away, as fast as we can. Then you can explain, Dominique added firmly, and we'll figure all this out. I looked away. They thought they wanted to talk everything through with me, but it just hadn't sunk in yet. Once they realized they'd almost died, once they processed the danger and violence I'd brought into their lives, they wouldn't be comfortable around me anymore. It was over. My safe haven was done. I need to go, I said. I'll call you in the morning. Their gazes tracked me as I headed to my apartment to grab a few supplies. When I came back out, a duffel bag in hand, Dominique was wrapping Greta's injured arm with gauze while she spoke rapidly into her phone, presumably asking one of their animal advocate friends for temporary lodgings for the rescue's wards. I didn't say anything, didn't make eye contact as I climbed into Zach's truck. The engine rumbled to life and I steered onto the long drive. I couldn't bring myself to look back at the only home I'd loved since losing my parents. Chapter 8. I stopped the truck at the end of the rescue's long drive. Gripping the steering wheel, I leaned forward until my forehead rested against it and tried to corral my thoughts and feelings into order. Saving Zach, killing Lalakai, the threat of Rhiannon and possibly Echo as well, Riker's caginess, and now losing my place at the rescue. It was hard to breathe, let alone think. I let out a long breath. With Riker scouring the area for Rhiannon's spies, Dominique and Greta should be safe enough while they evacuated the animals. Once they left, another Fae attack would be unlikely, but if it happened, they'd have no defense. I thought for a moment more, then shifted into drive and turned right, heading in the opposite direction of Coquitlam and Vancouver. Towering trees leaned over Quarry Road as the truck wound up the lower slopes of Mount Burke. My foot lifted off the gas as a half-hidden driveway came into view. Turning onto it, I steered through the green privacy hedge bordering the property and rolled up to a West Coast-style house with huge windows nestled back among the trees. Climbing out of the truck, I stared up at my Coven leader's home. Arla and Lainey were dead, and the Coven had disbanded, but I was hoping the Coven supplies were still here. Arla had kept a reserve of iron powder used to deter or repel lesser Fae, and while it wasn't much, it might help protect Dominique and Greta. Sorrow trickled through me. Whether Lainey had deserved my switchblade in her throat was questionable. She had tried to give my and Zach's names to the Dullahan, but she'd also been half out of her mind with grief. Her mother's death, however, had been an indisputable tragedy. Arla had helped me more than I deserved, showing patience and compassion when most people would have sent me back to a prison cell. I stepped onto the front porch and tapped the keypad for the lock. The numbers lit up. I entered the code Arla had given me 7 years ago when she'd told me that her Coven was her family, and we were all welcome in her home at any time. To my surprise, the lock beeped and the motor whirred as it opened the deadbolt. Inside, I flicked on the light switch. A warm yellow glow bloomed, lighting the hallway that led past the formal dining area into the main room. Less than 3 weeks had passed since Arla and Lainey had died, and as I walked into the kitchen, it appeared nothing had been touched since then. Signs of their interrupted lives were everywhere, from the mail on the kitchen counter to the shoes waiting at the back door. Most of the coven's supplies were stored in the mudroom, but I found my feet carrying me in a different direction. The stairs creaked as I ascended to the second floor. I stopped in front of Arla's office. The door was closed, just like last time. I'd been searching for answers that I'd never found. I still didn't know who had killed her. Who had given her name to the Dullahan, intending for her to die? I opened the door. Her office looked exactly as I'd left it 3 weeks ago. The reek of urine had faded somewhat. I slowly approached her desk and sank into her chair. Reaching for the computer mouse, I wiggled it. The monitor flashed awake, revealing a login screen. I stared at it, asking myself what the hell I was doing. But I was in no rush. I couldn't drive back to the city until Riker joined me. Swiveling in the chair, I opened a filing cabinet, found a folder of health documents and shuffled through them until I spotted Lainey's birth date. I typed the date into the password box and hit enter, betting that Arla's password would be related to her cherished only child. The screen blinked and the desktop appeared, files scattered across it. I directed the cursor to a minimized internet browser and clicked. The window opened to the login screen for the MPD's website. When I'd found Arla's body, 2 tabs had been open on her monitor: Zach's bounty listing and a map showing Summit Trail, which led to the crossroads. I moved the cursor to the next tab and clicked it. The map appeared, centered over Summit Trail with a handful of red pins dotting it. Leaning forward, I studied the pins with a frown, then dragged the map until it was centered over the valley with the crossroads. No pins there. I scrolled south, down the slopes of Mount Burke. The number of pins increased. My frown deepened as I called up a mental image of the map Zach and I had created to mark all the locations where he'd found the Dullahan's victims. They didn't match. The pins on Arla's map didn't correspond with the wildlife and fae bodies Zach had found. An uneasy prickle crawled down my spine, and I ran my finger across the scroll wheel. The map zoomed out to encompass all of Burke Mountain, half of Coquitlam, and a long stretch of the Pitt River. I sat back in the chair, my unease swelling into a shuddering wave of dread. Pins filled the map, hundreds of them. Zoomed out, I could see the pattern they created. A magical array filled with the elegant curved lines of fae enchantment. It stretched from the Pitt River all the way up to Dennett Lake and Summit Trail, a diameter of 7 kilometers. Arla had created a perfect rendition with her pins. There were gaps and empty spots, but she'd filled in enough for the overall shape to be obvious. Hundreds of pins. How long had this taken her? How long had she been working on it? She'd been looking at Zach's bounty page the night she'd died. When I'd told her the Crystal Druid was in the area, had she considered asking him for help with whatever this was? The question burned through me. What exactly had she discovered? A few more clicks and the printer hummed awake. It spat out 4 pages, each one showing a different quadrant of the map and all its pins. I held up the section with Quarry Road. The nearest pin was half a kilometer north, 100 meters off the road. I folded the pages together and strode out of the office. A moment later, I was climbing back into Zach's truck. The wheels spun in the gravel as I reversed. Then I was peeling out of the driveway and onto Quarry Road. Trees rushed past, and a minute later I pulled over onto the shoulder. Leaving the truck, I checked the map printout, then headed onto a narrow trail through the trees, the underbrush crowding in. It was a rarely used shortcut that connected to one of the major hiking trails. Arla's pin was a dozen yards from the main trail. My heart beat faster the closer I got. What would I find? Estimating that I'd reached the location of her pin, I scanned the trail and surrounding vegetation. Shrubs, trees, nothing else. Pushing past a leafy plant into the underbrush, I cast back and forth, twigs snapping under my shoes, searching for who knew what. I looked up into the forest canopy, peered under foliage, and kicked away the fallen leaf litter. Nothing. I halted, breathing in and out, then closed my eyes. Slow breaths to calm my heartbeat, to calm my mind. Then I stretched my senses out. The earth thrummed with power beneath my feet, the slow pulse of ancient trees blending with the more fervent vibrations of plants and insects. I pushed my senses deeper into the earthly energies. A subtle prick of ice stung my mind. Eyes opening, I turned. 3 feet away, I stepped around a fern and crouched, pushing its long fronds aside. Hidden beneath it, a hexagonal ice crystal protruded 6 inches from the ground. Glistening, transparent, perfect. No sign that it had melted in the heat of the day. The air around it was noticeably cool. My heart thudded as though it were punching my ribs. I stretched my hand toward the crystal but stopped before my fingertips made contact. My hand hovered. Then I withdrew it and sat back on my heels. I pulled out the map again, staring at it in the fading evening light. Hundreds of pins. An enchantment spanning 40 square kilometers. When had Arla discovered the first ice crystal hidden in the woods? How long had it taken her to search out so many and mark each one on her map? Weeks? Months? Years? How long had it taken Riker to create them all? They were his magic, concealed and subtle but unmistakably his. He'd created an enchantment that stretched from the Pit River almost to the Crossroads Valley, overlapping the rescue. What was its purpose? Why had he hidden it from me? A tremor ran through my hands. I could guess why he'd kept it a secret. Based on its scope, he'd begun placing ice crystals before I'd known his true identity as the Lord of Winter. I'd believed he was a near-powerless shapeshifter, so of course he wouldn't have told me. And since then, my hands grew unsteadier, and I steeled myself. Riker had told me that he'd prioritized the secret of his identity above all else. If someone had discovered and cataloged his hidden enchantment, something so huge and complex that only a powerful Fae could have created it, he would have done whatever he felt necessary to protect that secret, including killing my coven leader. Closing my eyes, I let the truth sink through me, stealing the warmth from my body as though I'd stepped into a northern lake. For weeks, I'd been asking myself who could have given Arla's name to the Dullahan. It hadn't been Jason Brine, because he'd died the same night he'd summoned the Dullahan through the crossroads. It hadn't been Lainey, who'd been devastated by her mother's death. It hadn't been Zack or Lullakai, who'd had no connection to Arla or reason to want her dead. It hadn't been me. Knowing Riker as I knew him now, the idea that he'd been in the dark about the Dullahan was preposterous. An ancient, legendary Fae leaving trails of bodies across the mountainside mere miles from Riker's home base? Of course he'd known. But he hadn't revealed his knowledge of the killer, nor had he revealed his massive enchantment, because he hadn't wanted me to put the pieces together. He hadn't wanted me to guess the truth. He had given Arla's name to the Dullahan. It was the perfect murder, and Riker had rightfully predicted his involvement would never be suspected. Even when Zack had shown up and I'd started investigating the Dullahan, I still hadn't suspected him. How unnecessary her death had been. If only Riker had realized Lullakai would force him to reveal his identity less than a week later. Or maybe he would have killed Arla anyway. to preserve the secret of his enchantment. What was it? What did it do, and why was he so intent on hiding it? The phone in my pocket rang loudly. I hurriedly tugged it out and lifted it to my ear. "Yes?" "It's Kai." The mage's voice was quiet, and I could hear murmuring voices in the background. "We found the buyer, and we know where the artifact is. How soon can you get to the guild?" I glanced at the map in my other hand. 45 minutes. "We'll be waiting." The call disconnected. I pushed to my feet and stepped onto the trail, tucking both the map and the phone into my pockets. With a final glance at the concealed crystal, I hurried toward the truck. Whatever Riker had created, whatever he was hiding, it would have to wait. Chapter 9. Tori set a black pistol in a leather holster on the bar in front of me. "This is a paintball gun. It's got 7 shots of 3 different potions. Since Zach is an alchemist himself, our alchemists think he might be resistant to common potions. The first 3 shots are non-standard sleeping potions. The next 2 are horse tranquilizer-level sedatives. And the last 2 will put you in a coma for 3 days. My eyebrows rose slightly. "Don't shoot yourself by accident." She added dryly, "The safety is here. Range is about 80 feet. Non-permeable clothing like Zach's leather coat will block the first 2 potion types. The last one is an aerosolized mist, so don't shoot it if you're standing too close." I nodded. She turned the weapon's handle toward me. "My gun is loaded with the same ammo. Between the 2 of us, we'll knock Zach out." "Then we'll bring down Lalakai." Aaron's voice preceded him as he strode around the bar, a tight grin on his face. "Should be fun." My gaze flicked across him. He wore combat leather pants, a sleeveless shirt, and a protective black vest. A strap crossed his chest, holding a sword in place against his back, the black and silver hilt sticking up over his shoulder. Ezra followed him out, dressed similarly. He'd tied a black bandana over his curly hair, and an all-black hilt poked up from behind his shoulder. A pair of long gloves with metal studding the knuckles and elbows covered his bare arms. They looked dangerous, but not as dangerous as a fae. "Our priority is Zach," I said. "You can't fight Lalakai. 1 wave of death magic and you're all finished. You have no defense." "We'll kill her from a distance." Ezra canted an eye toward his friend. "We shouldn't be reckless. We don't have our old trump card anymore, remember?" "We could have a trump card," Tori replied, halfway through buckling a black belt loaded with pouches around her hips. "If he and Robin weren't taking the world's longest vacation." "It wouldn't matter who you brought along," I said. "Lalakai can't actually be killed." Aaron frowned. "What do you mean?" "She has a new power called the Undying. With it, she can instantly recover from almost any injury, even mortal wounds." "So killing her is impossible?" "Unless you know the Undying's secret weakness, yes." "Let me guess. You don't know it." "No, but—" I flicked a glance toward the white ferret crouched on the bar top near my elbow, observing our conversation with bright azure eyes. He'd caught up to me as I'd been driving into Coquitlam on my way to the guild. I hadn't mentioned my visit to Arla's house, the map in my pocket, his secret enchantment, or my suspicions about his role in Arla's death. I hadn't even asked him if he'd found more of Rhiannon's spies, not wanting him to brush me off again. The Undying was almost infallible. Lothair had found a way around it. But even if Riker could replicate the Forest Lord's parasitic spell, he would need to embed it in Lolakai's body. With her death magic, that would be impossible. Our only chance of defeating the Undying was by the same mysterious method the Druid prince Poilth had used to kill Halfgan, the Undying's original owner. Riker was the only being in the world who knew how Poilth had done it, and he wasn't likely to reveal it, not even to Lalakai. He planned to reclaim the Undying for himself, meaning anyone who knew its weakness would become a danger to him. I could try to convince him to divulge the technique, but he'd already killed one innocent woman to protect his secrets. I couldn't convince myself that he wouldn't silence my guildmates as well. But it doesn't matter. I finished, hoping they didn't notice my hesitation. Lalakai is too powerful. We just need to get Zack to safety, and if we can, keep the artifact out of her hands. The guild door jingled cheerfully. Kai strode inside, dressed for combat like the other two. His shirt was long-sleeved, leaving only his head uncovered, and 2 katana hung at his hip.
"The artifact is a weapon,"
he announced without preamble.
"That's why it took us so long to track down the sale. It was bought by a weapons collector."
Dread roiled in my gut. A weapon? What kind?
"I don't know, but we'll find out soon."
His dark eyes skimmed across us.
"Where's Kit?"
"Not here yet,"
Aaron replied. Kai pulled his phone from a pocket in his protective vest.
"We need to get a move on. Mirako security is stationed around the buyer's home, waiting for us. Once we arrive, they'll transport him to a bunker."
"Then the exciting part," Tori said, tucking a red curl behind her ear. "Waiting all night to see if Zack shows up."
Ezra nodded.
"It'll be quality time together. We can play I Spy."
I couldn't tell if he was joking. He sounded dead serious. Kai tapped his phone and it began to ring on speaker. The line clicked.
"Ahoy, hoy!"
Morse's cheerful voice crackled from poor reception.
"I was just about to call you. I'm gonna be late to our extra special party. The boss sent me to a fresh crime scene. Nothing to do with our brainwashed druid, don't worry."
"Have you gotten any hits on Takeshi's bounty?"
Kai asked.
"Nothing, and frankly, it worries me."
A scuffing sound as he adjusted the phone.
If Takeshi didn't give up the buyer's name, Zack should be on the prowl for a new informant. But if Takeshi did give up the name, why hasn't Zack gone for his target yet? What's he waiting for?
"Good question."
Kai murmured.
"As soon as you can, you should join us. We could use the backup."
"You got it. But I'll be a couple of hours at least. Try not to die while I'm doing my job."
Ending the call, Kai bounced his phone on his hand and muttered,
"What's he waiting for?"
"What's Lalakai waiting for?" I corrected. He shrugged like it didn't matter, then tapped his phone and lifted it to his ear this time.
"Sasaki,"
he said.
"Is the property secure?"
He listened for a moment.
"Good. Then what? Why did you allow that?"
A short pause, then he growled.
"Whatever his reasoning was, you should have cleared it with me. Send me the address."
He dropped his phone to his side, thumbing the end call button.
"That idiot. What happened?"
Aaron demanded.
"When the buyer found out which artifact the ghost is targeting, he insisted it was too dangerous to fall into a rogue's hands. Instead of waiting for us, he ordered the security team to take him to his weapons vault so he could move it to a more secure location."
"Fuck." I snarled as understanding hit me like a blow to the chest. Kai's gaze snapped to me. That's what Lalakai was waiting for that moron to lead her right to the weapon.
"You think she's watching him?"
"I guarantee it." I grabbed the potion gun off the bar top and Riker hopped onto my shoulder. "How far is this vault? Can we beat them there?"
"We can try. Come on."
My 4 guildmates strode toward the door and I followed last, unsure how much I could rely on them, especially in this situation, against this enemy. The problem was, I didn't know if I could rely on Riker either. South of Vancouver, sandwiched between the university's ecological reserve and a country club with an 18-hole golf course, was a belt of mature trees interrupted by a gated drive. Its heavy steel gates were already open when Aaron turned his SUV onto the smooth pavement. We drove 100 yards into the trees, where a second gate was also open and waiting. This one connected to a high stone wall, topped with decorative but sharp wrought iron. Security cameras covered every angle. I leaned forward in the passenger seat as a long, single-story white building came into view. It had no windows and a small parking lot with simple, clean landscaping. To the casual observer, its purpose would be impossible to guess. It could have been an office building, a private home with contemporary architecture, or an oddly isolated recreation center. Night had fallen, and the parking lot's bright lampposts offered the only illumination, shining spotlights on the black Hummers parked in front of the entrance. Aaron pulled his SUV behind them and cut the engine. I climbed out, uneasily adjusting the holster on my hip. Riker rode on my shoulder in ferret form. The automatic glass doors slid open as we approached, letting us into a spacious lobby with a curved reception desk made of shiny white material. Beyond it, arched pillars and overlapping panels of frosted glass concealed whatever lay beyond. Everything had a sleek, futuristic design and subtle backlighting, as though we'd stepped aboard a spaceship. State-of-the-art infrastructure. Kai murmured, "It looks like glass, but it would take a tank to break through it." "We don't need a tank." Tori pointed. "The doors are open." The backlit frosted glass doors had a 2-foot-wide gap between them. The reception desk was empty, and the building was dead silent. Kai grasped one of the hilts at his hip and slid a long, single-edged blade free. "I'm guessing Zack and Lolokai are already here." Aaron drew a heavier, double-edged sword from the sheath on his back. "Looks like it." Side by side, they paced toward the open door. 2 steps behind, Ezra pulled his weapon off his back. Not a sword, as I'd assumed, but a 2-foot-long metal baton. "Hold on," I called, hastening forward. "I should go for—" Dark blurs shot through the security walls. 6 shadow creatures whipped over the heads of the mages, then split, attacking all of us at once. Ezra spun his black weapon. Gale force wind howled through the lobby, throwing the shadow creatures upward before their claws could find anyone's flesh. Another flick of his weapon and the gust turned to a whirlwind. Caught in the spinning air current, the lightweight Fae were thrown together into a tight clump. With a final twist of the black baton, Ezra redirected the wind downward. It hurled the shadow creatures to the floor. As they struck the glossy white tiles with loud, hollow thuds, Aaron and Kai made sharp motions with their blades. Fire and lightning burst over the Fae, shocking and incinerating them simultaneously. I bit the inside of my cheek, reluctantly impressed. "Keep moving," Kai said, his tone brusque as though annihilating the shadow creatures wasn't worth a comment. "We can still reach Zack before he gets the artifact." I didn't try to slow them down as they filed through the gap between the doors. Last in line, I curled my fingers, ready to summon an ice weapon. Defeating the small, weak shadow minions was one thing. Lolokai was on a level so far up that they didn't even compare. Beyond the security wall was a long, wide corridor that continued the spacey theme. At regular intervals, short halls intersected the main corridor, each branch leading to several white doors labeled with a number. "Do you know where the weapon is?" Tori asked, fiddling with something on her right hand. Brass knuckles. "The highest security vaults are in the basement." Kai scanned the corridor. "We just need to find the stairs." She shook her head, muttering, "Always the basement. I am tired of basements." We hastened down the corridor, and the muffled silence of the facility had me gritting my teeth. It was too quiet, both to my ears and my druid senses. I couldn't detect Zack's presence or Lolokai's. The stairs weren't difficult to find. At the end of the hall, a wide staircase spiraled dramatically to the lower level. We jogged down the steps, the mages in front, while Tori and I brought up the rear. At the bottom was a corridor identical to the one above, except for 8 men in black security uniforms, scattered across the floor. Blood pooled on the white tiles, and splashes of colorful potions marred the walls and their clothes. I doubted the liquids were anything as harmless as sleeping potions. Aaron swore under his breath. "We need to check vital signs and—" I held my hand up for silence, my spine rigid as I stretched my senses out. The overhead lights flickered, then went dark. Before I could react to the pitch blackness, bright beams flashed to life as my guildmates flipped on the lights attached to their combat vests. The glare reflected off the high-gloss walls, but the corridor ahead remained eerily murky and dark. Something moved in that darkness. A new shadow creature, bigger than a bull and just as heavy, with huge curling ram horns, oversized paws with long claws, and a lion's tufted tail. It shook its massive head and scraped one foot across the tile floor. "Well, shit," Aaron muttered. He swung his sword up, pointing it at the shadow bull, and turned the edge 90 degrees clockwise. The fireball roared over the shadow bull, flames leaping toward the ceiling. The shadow creature tossed its head and charged. The floor shook with its pounding feet. "Watch out!" Kai yelled as he leaped sideways. Aaron sprung in the other direction and Ezra whirled, looping an arm around Tori as he darted out of the shadow bull's path. I didn't move. "Riker?" The ferret sprang off my shoulder. Cold burst out from him, and with a flare of azure light, Riker landed gracefully on his feet in his human-like form, his cloak fluttering behind him and an ice spear extending from his hand. He thrust it forward, the motion smooth and casual. The shadow bull barreled head first into the spear's point. Ice erupted in a crackling rush, engulfing the creature in a jagged formation like a frozen ocean wave. Everything went quiet again. Light beams flashed as the mages and Tori circled the thick ice, their wide eyes taking in Riker's true form. Chapter 10. "Whoa," Tori muttered, staring open-mouthed at Riker. He arched an eyebrow in response. With his snow-white hair, short golden antlers, crown-like black headpiece, and exotic fey garb, he looked so out of place in the space-age corridor that it was almost comical. Before he could give my guildmates any regal snark, I stepped halfway in front of him. "You four should help the security team." I waved toward the downed men, fairly certain they were dead. "Riker and I will go ahead." Tori ogled Riker a moment longer, then nodded. "We'll catch up in a few minutes." Hoping it would take them longer than that, I strode past the frozen shadow bull, Riker following with silent steps. My skin prickled. I could sense it now, the dark chill of Lolakai's power, threaded with a hint of rot that hadn't been part of her energy before. I turned down a hallway. The door at the end hung open. I paused at the threshold, peering warily inside. The room was 12 feet wide and 20 feet deep. Set into the walls were lit, glass-covered display cases of varying sizes, forming a grid all around the room. Most of the cases held weapons, from engraved axes to ornate swords, to a spear with green vines winding around its length. One of the cases was open, and Zack stood in front of it, blocking my view of whatever lay inside. His head turned to me, the shadows in his hood hiding his face. 2 men lay dead at his feet, an older Japanese man who must have been the weapon's buyer, and a younger man in a white dress shirt, probably the unlucky receptionist. Heavy tension held us in place. Then Zack's hand shot for the weapon. Riker launched a shining dart across the 20-foot-long room. It crashed into the case and expanded, filling the interior with solid ice. Right behind his attack, he sped toward Zack, a crystalline sword forming in his hand. As Zack whirled to face him, I pulled my potion gun from its holster and flicked the safety off. I had 7 shots to bring Zack down. Riker slashed his blade at the druid. The sword's tip caught the edge of his hood, pulling it off his head. I hoped Riker's missed strike, inches from slicing Zack's face, had been a deliberate move to expose more of Zack's bare skin for my potions. As I took aim with the gun, Zack pivoted toward Riker, his shadow sword swirling out from his right hand. I pulled the trigger. The shot flashed past his head, just missing, and burst against a display case in a splatter of orangey-pink liquid. Swearing, I fired again, but Zack whipped his arm up to shield his face. The potion ball burst on his leather sleeve. Azure magic flared beneath his feet, and ice flowed over his lower legs, immobilizing him. He whipped his sword at Riker, but the Fae smoothly evaded as his sword reformed into a staff. Spinning the weapon in an arc, he brought it down on Zack's right arm. The snap of the ice breaking almost drowned out the crack of his arm breaking. His expression didn't change. His eyes remained black and lifeless. But the shadow sword fell from his hand and dissolved into wisps of darkness. I couldn't tell if he felt the pain. I fired my third shot, and he used his left sleeve to block it. Ribbons of shadow magic whipped out from him, breaking the ice on his legs and forcing Riker to retreat. I backed up several steps, my potion gun trained on Zack. A deathly chill that had nothing to do with Riker's winter magic permeated the room. The black feather tattoos edging Zack's neck shimmered strangely, then lifted off his skin. A shadowy shape overlaid his body before pulling free. Lulakai's human-like form solidified as she set a delicate bare foot on the tile floor, her long hair sweeping around her. Her eerie eyes, dark green with gray sclera, flicked from me to Riker. My grip on the potion gun tightened. I'd thought we would have to take Zack down for her to leave his body. How unfair. Lulakai spread her hands mockingly. 2 against 1. Let's even the odds, shall we? I didn't immediately realize what she was saying. Not until Zack pulled a 10-inch-long knife from the sheath on his thigh and came at me in a silent rush. I fired 2 more shots at his face, but a rippling transparent dome flashed over him, and the potion balls burst against it in sprays of sienna-colored potion. My finger lifted from the trigger. He was almost on top of me, and I couldn't fire the last 2 potion balls. Tori had warned me the mist would knock me out as well if I was too close. Twisting sideways, I evaded a low thrust of his dagger that would have plunged right through my kidney. As I scrambled out of his blade's range, I shoved the gun into its holster on my belt, missed, and dropped it. Conjuring an ice spear, I swung it at his hand, holding the dagger. I didn't even see what he did. Somehow he wasn't where I thought he was. And then his gloved hand wrenched the ice spear from my grasp. He jammed it into the top of my foot. The tough leather of my hiking boot blunted the point, and it burst into a jagged block of ice that froze my foot to the floor. He had a lifetime of combat training. I had none, and it was blatantly obvious. His knife flashed for me, and I grabbed his wrist with both hands, stopping his blade an inch from my chest. Grunting with effort, my non-frozen foot braced behind me, I struggled to hold the deadly point back. His right arm hung at his side. If it hadn't been broken, I would have been dead. "Zack," I gasped. "Zack, stop!" His black eyes reflected my white face. He didn't react, didn't relent. If calling his name were enough to break Lulakai's enchantment, she wouldn't have bothered enslaving him. An explosion of ice shards and writhing black power tore across the room, hurling me and Zack into the wall. Fey magic clashed violently in the small space, and I shielded my head with one arm. Ice sprouted and shattered as shadowy blades ripped through it. The display cases were in ruins, their precious contents littering the floor. In the middle of the chaos, Riker and Lulakai fought to reach the deadly artifact, still frozen in ice. With a sudden sweep of her arms, Lulakai cast a wave of death outward. I collapsed onto my side, the ice around my foot cracking apart. Her magic sucked the life from every cell of my body. Zack was on the floor too. no more immune than I was. Across the room, Riker went down on one knee. His shield of spinning ice slowed. Smiling smugly, Lalakai stepped past him to the weapons case. "You are outclassed, Riker. The Winter King might have fought me, but not you." Power spiraled over her hand, and she slammed her fist into the ice, entombing the weapon. It shattered, crumbling to the floor and revealing the case's contents. A short, curved dagger with a dark hilt and a blood-red sheath. Compared to the other weapons in the room, it was plain and forgettable. My vision blurred. My lungs had no strength to draw in air. My heart had no strength to move my blood through my veins. Lifting the dagger, Lalakai reverently grasped the hilt and began to draw it from the sheath. A few inches of a blade as transparent as glass peeked out. The air rippled, an almost invisible flash of movement. Blood sprayed as wounds split Lalakai's chest in an X. She stumbled back, shock blanking her face. But not shock at the sudden attack. Her disbelieving gaze was locked on the hilt of the weapon. Only the hilt. The transparent blade had shattered like the glass it so resembled. Fury rippled over her features as her glare snapped toward the doorway. Ezra stood in the threshold, with his feet braced wide. His baton had transformed into 2 identical blades with foot-long handles, and he brought them to his chest, steel crisscrossing, then slashed outward. The air rippled again, and the wind blades hit Lalakai a second time. She fell back into the wall, blood gushing down her front. The undying markings running from her face down to her hand lit with a dark emerald light, and her wounds glowed. Fire erupted over her entire body. She crumpled, shrieking in agony as flames engulfed her. A lightning bolt as thick as my arm leaped across the room and struck her, and she convulsed. Aaron and Kai had come through the door with Ezra, and they had their weapons pointed at Lalakai, fueling the elemental magic destroying her body. Kai stretched his free hand toward a power socket in the wall, and a snaking current leaped from it to his arm. The bolt of electricity he was channeling into Lalakai thickened, so bright it was blinding. Tori flew through the door after them and careened toward me, her blazing eyes locking on something to my left, and I remembered Zach. I shoved up, twisting around in time for him to bury his fist in my gut. I reeled back, unable to breathe, and he grabbed my throat. "Oh, re-amplifico!" Tori yelled. Her fist swung past me, brass knuckles glinting on her fingers as she landed a blow against Zach's ribs. A boom of air rushed out, and he hurtled backward as though he had been hit by a car instead of a slender woman. He crashed onto his back, rolled, and shoved to his feet. Pop, pop, pop. Potion balls burst against his left shoulder, upper chest, and right shoulder, splattering potion over his exposed neck. Tori kept her gun trained on him as he hesitated, but he didn't collapse into a deep slumber. He snapped a potion vial off his belt, drew his arm back and threw it. I recoiled, but the potion flew over my head. He wasn't aiming for me. The vial hit the floor 2 feet away from the 3 mages attacking Lalakai and exploded. Thick gray smoke flooded the room, searing my lungs. Coughing violently, I stumbled back a step. "Tori!" A shape appeared in the darkness. Zach. His hand lifted, a rune on his inner wrist igniting with a magenta glow, the explosive enchantment that could shatter tree trunks. It would rip me apart. Tori rushed out of the smoke, one hand clamped over her nose and mouth and the other gripping her potion gun. As Zach's rune brightened, she pulled the trigger. A sienna-colored potion ball hit the back of his neck, drenching his skin. He pitched forward. I caught his arm to slow his collision with the floor. Kneeling beside his crumpled body, Tori grabbed his sleeve and tugged on it. For a second, I didn't understand. Then I realized she was removing his potion-splattered coat so we could carry him without sedating ourselves. A blood-curdling scream of utter rage tore through the room. "Lalakai. Out!" I gasped, wrenching his limp arm out of his other coat sleeve. "We have to get out!" As we threw his coat aside, the silhouettes of the mages appeared in the roiling smoke. Ezra seized Zack and threw the comatose druid over his shoulder. Tori and I sped through the doorway, Ezra right behind us, and Aaron and Kai bringing up the rear. Lalakai shrieked again, the sound vibrating with her fury. "Riker?" I called frantically as we raced for the wide white corridor. "Flee, Duff." Our feet drummed on the tiles. Bodies lay at the bottom of the stairs, dead as I'd suspected. The floor trembled, Lalakai and Riker still battling. Up the stairs, down the hall. I glanced back, worried Ezra would be faltering under Zack's dead weight, but the arrow mage was keeping pace. We crammed one after another through the security doors, then burst out into the cool night air. "Hurry!" Tori cried, waving Ezra toward Aaron's silver SUV. "Before—" With a concussion that shook the earth, the facility's roof exploded. Hunks of concrete arced through the air, and a piece the size of a small filing cabinet crashed down on the SUV, collapsing the roof. "To me!" Ezra yelled. Holding Zack on his shoulder with one hand, he thrust the other upward. The air shimmered, and the falling debris shunted sideways, forced away by his arrow magic. We all dove closer, clustering tightly around him. I didn't understand how he was deflecting the spinning concrete pieces, but nothing touched us. The cacophony quieted, and together we looked toward the shattered rooftop. Lalakai stood on the roof's edge, dark wings arched out on either side of her. Blood drenched her throat and chest. Her clothing was torn, and her exposed bosom was half hidden by her long hair. Most of her skirt had burned away. Soot stained her pale skin. Darkness swirled around her, spreading gradually outward, and power made the air shimmer like heat waves. The weight of her aura thickened until it was pressing down on me. In her hand was the hilt of the weapon, its blade broken. She gave it a long look, then tossed it aside as her black glare fixed on us with murderous intent. Chapter 11. I didn't see where he came from, but between one moment and the next, Riker appeared a few steps in front of me, his head tipped back to watch Lalakai. Soot smudged his white cloak, and I couldn't tell if he was injured. Ezra dumped Zack into my and Tori's arms before joining Aaron and Kai. The three mages lined up behind Riker, ready to attack or defend. Tori and I braced against Zack's sides, keeping him upright between us. Lalakai stepped off the rooftop. With her wings spread, she glided gracefully to the ground and landed 20 feet away, facing Riker. "I had hoped to claim a powerful artifact tonight, but I shall settle for your life." She smirked, the building's remaining security lights illuminating one side of her soot-stained face. "You were so arrogant, Lord of Winter, so sure of your superiority. How do you feel now?" "Remarkably similar, if I'm honest." Her lips twisted. "Do you still not understand what I have become? You have tasted real power for the first time, and now you think nothing could be greater than this. You think I am unstoppable. But I can tell you, Lady of Shadow, that it would take far more power than you currently possess to be truly undefeatable. I am the Queen of Shadow and Death," she hissed. Riker made a show of assessing her near-nude body from head to feet and back up. "I see no queen. You are a lowly pretender with a crown of blood and bones, believing it to be gold and jewels." Adrenaline raced through my veins, my body primed to fight, even though I could do nothing. My fingers tightened around Zack's limp arm. His breathing was slow and alarmingly shallow. The sedative had put him in a coma-like state. Darkness gathered around Lalakai, pulsing like a heartbeat. Her smile returned, crueler than before. "You speak of power.
when yours is long lost. All you have left is your pride, Lord of Winter, and it is time you lose that. Kneel before me." A brief, surprised chuckle escaped him at her imperious order. She raised her hand, and a cloud of death rushed toward us. I threw my energy outward, but her power snuffed out my aura sphere in an instant. The taste of rot coated my tongue and filled my lungs, and my knees weakened, trembling as I struggled to hold Zach's weight. Tori went down, and I couldn't hold him alone. I dropped to my knees, clutching Zach's upper arm, panting desperately as my body burned from lack of oxygen, from lack of life. The mages held a few seconds longer before sinking to the ground. Only Riker stayed on his feet, facing Lalakai with his chin raised. "Kneel before me, fallen king," she purred, "and beg for your life." "What of your consort? Does his life hold no value to you?" Her gray-green eyes flicked past him to Zach, unconscious between me and Tori. Her magic kept spreading. The wave of death reached the trees surrounding the parking lot, and their foliage shriveled into brown husks. She returned her focus to Riker. "You've always had a soft spot for druids. You gambled your ambitions on Poilth. You lost your kingdom for Proidere. Will you break that unyielding pride for Saber?" My heart thudded against my ribs, struggling against the invisible life-sucking power seeping into every cell of my body. "If you won't beg for your life," she taunted, "beg for Saber's. Beg, and I will spare her, Lord of Winter. You have my word." Riker's head turned just enough for one azure eye to catch mine. The drumming of my heart intensified. "Kneel," Lalakai commanded. As I gripped Zach's arm, my thumb pressed to his slow pulse. The strangest sensation brushed against my skin. The warmth of sunlight. But the sun had set well over an hour ago. A scent like fresh green leaves filled my nose, overpowering the pervasive stench of rot that emanated from Lolakai's death magic. A playful breeze flitted across the parking lot. A faint grinding sound made me look down. The pavement was cracking and crumbling. Tiny green shoots poked through the gaps. The plants snaked upward, leaves sprouting and buds forming. Blossoms opened, petals spreading wide, and Lolakai's cloud of death thinned, as though their gentle fragrance were an antidote to her magic. Her disbelieving stare jumped from the sprouting plants to Riker. But the summery power wasn't emanating from him. Green leaves and flowers in every color blanketed the ground. The smell of rot vanished, overwhelmed by the sweet, warm scent of a summer meadow. Strength crept back into my quivering limbs, and my heart calmed its panicked battle to keep me alive. A soft, sighing voice fluttered through the silence. "Araun will no more bow at your command, then the seasons will cease to change." I twisted toward the source of those gently accented words. In the center of the now meadow-like parking lot, as though she'd been there all along, a fey woman stood. An elegant embroidered gown in shades of soft white, pale green, and sky blue swept around her, hugging her slim chest and waist, and flowing down from her curvaceous hips. Her honey gold hair was twisted into elegant loops around her head, a circlet of flowers woven into the wavy locks. Her heart-shaped face was stunningly beautiful, with a small nose, rosebud lips, and huge eyes. Lolakai's mouth twisted. "Who are you to interrupt us?" Her neutral, almost cautious tone didn't match her sneering expression. "Lady of Deved," Riker murmured, "the Flower Princess, Mistress of the Sun and Queen of the Summer Court. Time has not faded your beauty, Rhiannon." A tremor rippled over me, disbelief warring with despair.
I'd thought we had more time. It had only been a few hours since I'd discovered the Summer Fae spy at the rescue. And even then, I'd expected Rhiannon to send more spies, or a trusted warrior like Lothair to seek out her nemesis on her behalf. It had never occurred to me that the Summer Queen would come for Riker herself. She was here to kill him, once and for all, and he didn't have the undying power to protect him. Rhiannon! Shock hoarsened Lullakai's voice, but she quickly recovered. The Summer Queen. How unexpected. Rhiannon moved, her steps slow and liquid, her gown flowing gracefully around her legs. It has been so long, Aran. So very long. Her voice was caressing in its softness, lilting with an accent that was Welsh-like but far more ancient. Her vibrant chartreuse eyes were fixed unblinkingly on Riker. Lullakai tried to hide her reaction to being unequivocally ignored, but her hands had clenched into fists at her sides. Your timing is excellent, Summer Queen. You've arrived at the moment of his final demise. I have already taken his undying magic, and now I will take his life. Rhiannon's gaze turned slowly from Riker to Lullakai. His life is mine to take. I brought him to his knees, and he's not on his knees. Her rosebud lips quirked into the most beautiful, regal, contemptuous sneer I had ever seen. Your interference is absurd and unwelcome. Take your leave. Lullakai went rigid. You had 1,000 years to kill him. I will take his power, not you. I slowly drew my legs under me. Tori mirrored my pose, her gaze darting between the two Fae women. Subtly, almost imperceptibly, Riker shifted closer to us. He was keeping silent, probably hoping they'd stay focused on each other instead of him. Even an impudent child, Rhiannon said, with but the faintest grasp of the history between me and Aran, would know to withdraw. You think you can shame me into handing you more power, Summer Queen? Or are you attempting to intimidate me, so I won't think to take your power? My power? Rhiannon laughed daintily. Your delusions know no limits. Lullakai smirked, unfazed. In the daylight, in your own territory, I wouldn't attempt it. But here? Now? Shadows roiled across the parking lot, dimming the security lights. The flowering plants surrounding Lullakai withered as her death magic pushed outward again. Rhiannon lifted her chin, and sweltering summer heat shimmered through the parking lot. The air sizzled with their conflicting magic. The earth rang, like a tolling of a massive bell buried deep underground. Power roiled up from beneath us and down from the sky at the same time. A deeper boom sounded, this one overhead. Blue and purple stars swirled across the sky, resolving into the shape of massive black wings, dusted with sparkling galaxies. The great dragon descended from the night sky. Wind tore across the parking lot as he settled on the pavement-turned meadow. He folded his wings, shimmering magic spinning around him. The whirling of light shrank, and when it disappeared, Echo stood in his human-like form, his long tail lashing behind him. Summer Queen, he said, his voice flat. Explain your trespass. Lord of Dragons. It was subtle, but Rhiannon didn't sound pleased to see Echo. As I warned you, Aran is here, and plotting his return to power. I fear not, the Winter King, as I told you when I visited your court. His wings unfurled from his back, spreading wide. I also told you that should Aran be in my territory, I would take action as I saw fit.
without your aid or input.
He is a threat to both of us, and I am here to end it.
As far as I am concerned, your presence is a greater threat than his.
I am only here for Heroine.
Your history as a treacherous usurper suggests otherwise.
Her petite mouth thinned. If you and the shadow whore would stand aside for but a few minutes, I could conclude this matter and return to Anon, leaving all as it was. Lalakai bared her teeth. I have a better idea. I'll kill you and Heroine both. Echo's dark eyes turned to her.
Do not test my tolerance for your continued existence, Lady of Shadow. Remove yourself.
Rage twisted her face at yet another dismissive rejection. Darkness thickened around her, seething with her fury. Riker lifted his hand a few inches away from his side. The gesture so slight, I only noticed it because I was looking past him toward Lalakai. His fingers curled, and a flicker of magic danced over his fingers. Not the azure of his winter magic, but a faint green-gold power. Magic he'd taken from Lothair? The ground between Lalakai's feet cracked, and a spindly sapling shot upward, its pointed top shooting for her chest. With a scream of rage, she slashed the young tree in half with a shadow blade, then hurled the weapon at Rhiannon. Death magic rushed out of her in a cloudy gray mist, and she launched toward the Summer Queen with black talons streaking off her fingertips. Brushing the shadow blade aside, Rhiannon pointed at Lalakai. Golden magic flared behind her in an arc of glowing leaves, like a giant halo. They pulsed, then fired blasts of sunlight at Lalakai, like laser beams. Lalakai countered with a wave of shadow and death. The magics exploded into violent chaos. Azure magic flashed, and a wall of ice arched up in front of Riker, shielding us. He whirled, his cloak sweeping out. "We should depart." "Let's go," I yelled at the others. Tori was already heaving Zack up. Before I could help her, Ezra reached us. He threw Zack over his shoulder again, and we sprinted away from the Fae battle. Riker's ice wall shattered, and a blast wave slammed into my back. Everyone but Riker crashed to the ground. Behind us, the sound of colliding power was like an ever-increasing roar, louder and louder, interspersed with sharp explosions and deep booms. Scrambling up, I glanced back. The earth had split, and gargantuan vines writhed like enraged snakes covered in huge thorns. As fast as they erupted from the ground, they blackened and died from Lalakai's death magic. In the middle of it, Rhiannon radiated golden light as she hurled raw power, while Lalakai flung swells of darkness and barrages of shadow blades at her foe. A deflected blast of summer magic hit the building, exploding a wall like a missile strike. A shadow blade 10 feet across missed Rhiannon and sheared through lampposts before flying into the trees, felling them in one sweep. In the clouds of darkness and writhing magic, huge dragon wings spread. Echo loosed a roar, louder than the clashing power. I grabbed Tori's arm and dragged her up. The mages were on their feet again, Ezra carrying Zack. We ran, but the magic storm was spreading faster. The ground quaked and cracked. Some trees twisted and swelled with unnatural life, while others melted into rotting sludge. Suffocating heat and life-sucking death flashed over us, Rhiannon's and Lalakai's auras battling for supremacy. We rushed through the security gate. A few feet away, an attack blasted through the stone wall. Shrapnel peppered me, sharp and stinging.
"Keep moving,"
Kai shouted.
"There's a car up ahead."
The white glare of headlights illuminated the road at the end of the drive. A large, unmarked black van idled on the shoulder. As we sped toward it, the back doors opened and 2 men in dark gear appeared.
"Get back inside,"
Kai yelled. The men ducked out of sight as he leaped in with them. Aaron followed, and they pulled Zach's limp form from Ezra as he climbed in. Tori went next, and I threw myself after her. The van was half full of combat-ready mythics, and adding our group overcrowded it in a bad way. As I thumped down on a bench, running along the side of the interior, azure light flashed, and a white ferret landed on my lap. Kai yanked the doors shut. "Go, drive." The driver floored it, and the van peeled away. I couldn't see the Fey battle anymore, but I could hear an ever-growing roar of destruction, like the apocalypse was descending upon us. Chapter 12. I paced back and forth along the hall, unable to stop moving. Restlessness wound through my muscles, overriding my exhaustion. Every time I passed the infirmary door, I glanced inside and gritted my teeth. Tori, Ezra, Aaron, and Kai had gotten out of my way. They were sitting on the stairs leading to the 3rd floor, talking quietly, and I caught snippets of their conversation as I paced.
"Good thing the Fey fight broke up quickly,"
Kai was saying as I strode toward their end of the hall.
"But the damage is done. Miriko's team reported that the MPD is already on the scene and investigating."
"I'm just glad you called for Miriko backup," Tori replied. "We would have been screwed without a getaway vehicle."
"What about my vehicle?"
Aaron muttered.
"Totaled. Again."
"You didn't even like the SUV that much." Aaron grunted.
"But still, that didn't go anything close to what I expected."
I paced away again. It hadn't gone to my expectations either. A 3-way Fey battle in the middle of Vancouver? At least we'd been in an isolated spot. What if we'd been downtown? With a faint shimmer, Riker appeared in mid-flight. He landed on my shoulder in the form of a white jay and fluffed his feathers.
"Still waiting?"
he asked, though the answer was obvious. I peered into the infirmary before turning and striding the other way. I can't believe we made it out of there alive, I murmured, keeping my voice too low for Tori and the others to hear. Echo and Rhiannon? I never thought she would come here herself. I hadn't predicted that Rhiannon would show up in the flesh to kill Riker. But had he? I was beginning to realize there were few outcomes or possibilities he didn't consider with every move he made in this game of power.
"Her sudden appearance certainly refreshed memories I thought had faded beyond recall."
His voice softened, becoming almost wistful.
"The centuries of weakness and struggle seemed to melt away, yet I was not the king who had last faced her in Anon."
I didn't know how to ask about the loss of his throne, so I asked instead, "Do you miss Anon?"
"I miss the land, as I recall it. But Rhiannon has ruled there for far longer than I did. At current, however, I am more offended by the taint of her presence here, a place I thought beyond her reach."
He unfurled his wings.
"Upon that note, I shall resume my vigilant watch for our enemies."
I opened my mouth, but he was already taking flight. His small form vanished into the ceiling as he headed for the rooftop. A sigh replaced the questions I'd intended to ask. What came next? How would we evade Rhiannon and Echo? What did he plan to do about Lalakai, and when? We hadn't discussed anything important, and I couldn't shake the feeling that he was deliberately sidestepping those topics. But why? I glanced into the infirmary again. One thing at a time. An hour later, my pacing and my guildmate's conversation were interrupted by the healer, stepping through the infirmary's doorway. He was a large, fit man with dark skin and a shaved head who had more of a combat mythic vibe than a healer vibe. He peeled off blood-stained surgical gloves as I hastened toward him, Tori and the mages right behind me.
"I took care of all his injuries,"
the healer rumbled in a deep voice.
"He was pretty beat up. His broken arm and ribs will be sore for a few days. The puncture wound in his right hand
missed anything vital from motor control, so he should be fine there. I had to reopen badly closed puncture wounds in his shoulder and chest. Looked like a monster bit him.
Isvarg had been the very definition of a monster, so I couldn't disagree.
If he develops a fever, I need to see him immediately.
The healer glanced over his shoulder.
I just gave him a potion to reverse the sedative. He should regain consciousness in the next few minutes. I'm going to clean up and get a drink. Then the rest of you need checkups.
He passed us, heading down the hall. I entered the cramped infirmary. The familiar odors of blood and antiseptic clogged my nose. The room had been hastily cleaned, and a medical cart, messily piled with surgical tools waiting to be disinfected, had been pushed into the corner. Zack lay across the narrow mattress, a thin gray blanket pulled halfway up his bare chest. His only visible injuries were the shiny pink marks where Isvarg had bitten him. Lullakai's cancerous rune was dark against his pallid skin, the black lines snaking up his arm, across his shoulder, along his neck and over his cheek. His forearms were bound to the bed rails with heavy-duty Velcro straps. Under the blankets, his ankles were restrained in the same way. I knew because I'd helped strap him down. His right wrist was handcuffed to the bed rails as well, and according to Tori, the cuffs would suppress his ability to use magic. Riker had predicted that separating Zack and Lullakai would weaken the enchantment, but we had no real idea what to expect when he woke. I stood beside the bed, watching his face. The seconds ticked into a minute, then 2. Zack's breathing deepened into a more natural rhythm. His brows pinched together, creasing his forehead. Tori slipped her potion gun from its holster and flicked the safety off, ready to sedate him again if he was still under Lullakai's control. The mages tensed with readiness. He exhaled, roughly, and his eyelids cracked open, revealing unnaturally dark slits. My stomach plunged with dread. Zack. His name came out of my mouth as a hoarse plea. His eyes opened fully, turning toward my voice. They weren't solid black, as I'd thought, but they weren't normal. Lullakai's magic hazed them, dimming the green and turning his sclera an unhealthy gray.
Saber.
He rasped.
Tori? What?
The strap snapped taut as he tried to sit up. I put my hand on his shoulder, forcing him down onto the bed. You're restrained right now. You need to stay still. He jerked his head sideways, the only movement he could make.
Why am I?
Breaking off, he stared at the black veins running up his arm. He craned his neck to take it in, then slumped back. His head hit the pillow and he closed his eyes, his jaw tight.
Fuck.
I glanced at Tori. With a small nod, she holstered her weapon, handed me a small key, and hustled the mages out of the room. The door clicked shut behind her. I perched on the edge of the bed, my hand resting on the center of his chest. His heart thumped under my palm, beating fast and hard with emotion that only showed in the tightness of his jaw and the crease between his eyebrows. Zack, I whispered. He cracked his eyes open again, their grayish tinge making my stomach churn faintly.
The last thing I remember is Lullakai killing Marzana. Tell me everything.
Lullakai took control of you, using the sword rune. Riker and I had to run. We left you with her. I swallowed against the urge to apologize. We hadn't had any other choice. She brought you to the city. She was trying to get her hands on an artifact. In the most objective recitation I could manage, I ran through the rest of the events of the past few days, finishing with the 3-way confrontation between Lullakai, Rhiannon, and Echo. Zack listened in silence, his fingers clenching and unclenching as though he could barely resist fighting against the restraints. When I finished, he stared up at the ceiling for a minute. Then his gaze moved down to me, studying the bruises on my throat.
I attacked you.
He rasped. There were 3 ultra-powerful fae on the verge of, or already in the middle of, an all-out war. He was still infected with Lolakai's magic, and we were basically powerless. But that was his first concern? Yes, but I'm fine. When his expression didn't change, I sighed. You hit me a few times and tried to choke me. I've done worse damage to you. He looked away. Zach. I leaned over him. I'm fine. A few bruises, that's it. He shook his head.
I could have killed you so easily. I wouldn't even have known I was doing it, and you...
My throat constricted. He wasn't beating himself up over having hit me. He was freaked out by the fact that he might have killed me. I cupped his cheek with one hand, forced his face toward mine, and pressed my mouth against his. His lips were stiff. Then the tension melted from them. Our mouths moved together into a slow kiss that built like a flowing tide, lifting me out of the dark fear of the last few days. I pulled back just enough to speak, my lips brushing his. I was afraid you were gone forever.
I'm not gone. But neither is the spell, and that's a problem.
Sitting up, I used the small key to unlock the handcuffs. He patiently waited while I studied him for any sign of Lolakai's enslavement. Satisfied that he was back in control of himself, at least for now, I unstrapped his left arm.
Lolakai must have anticipated that I'd try to break our bond,
he said, bitterness lurking in the creases around his tense mouth.
She had this enchantment ready to go as soon as I turned on her. I should never have accepted a rune without a druid circle for it.
You two had been together for a long time. It wasn't wrong that you trusted her. I glanced at the black symbol. Do you know how to get rid of it?
Kill her.
I was afraid of that. I pulled his hand into my lap. She's so powerful now. Even without the Undying, our chances of taking her down are slim.
Maybe I can convince Echo to team up with Riker to kill her.
Echo isn't a big fan of Riker, I said bleakly, and Riker won't agree to anything that could jeopardize his ambitions.
What ambitions?
He wants the Undying back. Now that Rhiannon is here for him, he needs it back. He won't risk losing it to Echo. I didn't reveal anything more. I wasn't ready for Riker to know what I suspected about him. Arla's death and the 40-square-kilometer enchantment he'd hidden across the slopes of Mount Burke. And I wasn't sure I wanted to bring Zach in on it yet either.
Where are Lolakai, Echo, and Rhiannon now?
He asked. No one knows. By the time the MPD agents showed up, they'd disappeared. Maybe Rhiannon decided Riker, Echo, and Lolakai were too much to deal with and went back to Anon. Zach gently freed his hand from my hold and reached across his torso to unstrap his other arm.
I doubt it. She already knew Echo would take issue with her invading his turf. But she did it anyway. She's determined.
Both arms free, he sat up with a quiet, pained groan and rolled his right shoulder.
If it had been a confrontation between just Rhiannon and Lolakai, they'd probably have fought to the death. But neither of them wants to win only to have Echo rip them apart while they're magically depleted. My bet is they clashed, tested one another's strength, and retreated to plan their next moves.
I mulled that over. How powerful is Echo?
Powerful enough that other Fae give him a wide berth. That's all I know.
He combed his hand through his hair, then rubbed his stubbly jaw and grimaced.
I need a shower.
You need rest. I pushed off the bed. And food.
We don't have time to rest.
Zach's fingers caught my wrist, halting me.
Saber, this isn't over. Lolakai isn't done, and Rhiannon isn't either.
I know. Pulling free from his hand, I pushed him down on the bed. But you need to rest anyway. I'll get you something to eat. He didn't argue as I slipped out of the room. Striding through the empty hallway, I pulled my borrowed cell phone from my pocket. 5 missed calls from Agent Morse. 2 voicemails. 7 unread texts. Lips pressed into a flat line, I slid the phone back into my pocket without checking any of the messages. Lalakai, Rhiannon, and Echo were already too much for us to handle, but they weren't our only problems. The ghost had left a trail of bodies and destruction across Vancouver, and that hadn't gone unnoticed. Hoping Morris could keep the MPD wolves at bay for a while longer, I headed downstairs. Chapter 13. Okay. Tori drew the word into a long, drawling sigh. So, we were sitting in one of 2 private workrooms just off the large communal work area on the Crow and Hammer's 2nd floor. It had a scuffed wooden table, a projector screen, a map of Vancouver on the wall, and 8 rolling chairs. Zach and I sat on one side of the table. Tori, Ezra, and Aaron sat across from us, and Kai was at the head of the table, a laptop open in front of him as he swiped his finger rapidly across the trackpad. Tori propped her elbows on the tabletop. Let's review, starting with that icky black magic all over Zach. He arched an eyebrow at her description of Lulakai's enchantment. He looked healthier after 2 meals and a solid sleep, but the grayish haze in his eyes was as sickly-looking as last night.
The enchantment seems to be inactive right now,
he answered.
I think that's due to the distance between me and Lalakai, but I can't be sure. Either way, I can't remove it or fight it. I don't even remember being under her control.
So we need to kill Lalakai, Tori guessed, sounding not at all bothered by the prospect of murdering a fae.
Yes, but that will be difficult.
He absently rubbed the black rune on his hand as though he could wipe it off.
Between her death magic and the undying gift, killing her will be almost impossible. Maybe we'll get lucky and Rhiannon will kill her for us,
Aaron suggested. I shook my head. She doesn't know how to defeat the undying magic. Neither does Echo.
The last thing we want is any of them fighting, not this close to the city.
Zach leaned forward, forearms resting on the table.
Fae that powerful are a force of nature, and they'll destroy everything in their path, even a human city.
Grim silence rolled through the room.
What are the chances they'll take their power struggle away from the Vancouver area?
Ezra asked.
They don't have any reason to fight so close to humans, do they?
Rhiannon is after Riker, and he's here, I said, tilting my head toward the ceiling. Riker was once again out of sight on the rooftop keeping watch, and keeping his distance from me. He's concealing his presence, but she knows he's hiding in the city.
Wherever Rhiannon is, Echo will be nearby to supervise,
Zach added.
As for Lalakai, it depends.
Do you think she wants you back? I asked.
Lalakai wants power. Whether that's power over me, killing Rhiannon and taking her power, or stealing a powerful artifact.
He shook his head.
Which she wants the most, I don't know.
Then what's the plan? Tori asked, looking around at us. Should we call in reinforcements?
Rhiannon alone is primordial Fae royalty,
Zach said.
No amount of mythic reinforcements will make a difference.
What about the carapace of Valderna? That thing can suck the magic out of... It's gone. I interrupted. We'd used it against Lothair, unintentionally destroying the Hell's Gate crossroads and the carapace in the process. There's nothing. The boardroom door swung open.
You might be a world-class druid and a genius alchemist and a sneaky as shit criminal, but sometimes you are not a smart man.
Morris strode into the room and stopped beside Zach's chair, glaring down at the druid. The usually cheerful MPD agent had dark circles under his eyes and faint stress lines around his mouth. Behind him, Darius King walked in, his expression somber. He closed the door, an ominous gesture.
What did I do this time?
Zach rumbled.
Oh, nothing much.
Morris yanked out the chair beside Zach and dropped into it.
You just drew the attention of the MPD's International Crime Division, and now your bounty is under review. Under review how?
Security footage from that high-end facility shows you brute forcing your way into the building and killing the Miracle team. Shortly after, the building and surrounding area were obliterated by Superfae.
Zack didn't kill anyone on purpose. Tori jumped in. Lalakai was controlling him.
Morris's expression darkened. Even if anyone believed that, which they won't, since he already has a criminal record a mile long, compromised willpower is a gray area that the MPD tends to file under the we don't give a fuck category. The real problem,
Darius murmured,
is the Fae battle and its aftermath, which was far too public. More than trafficking, organized crime, or mass murder, the MPD won't tolerate anyone who threatens the secrecy of magic.
But Zack didn't, I began.
Morris threw his hands up. It doesn't matter what he did or didn't do. The consequences for the magical community are real, and the punishment will be equally severe. You should all be grateful the notorious rogue druid is taking the blame and not your guild.
Tori opened her mouth as though to protest, then closed it again, glancing guiltily at her friends. I pressed my lips together, also unsure how to respond.
Morris turned to Zack. The Magipole bigwigs have elevated your case to an international bounty. That allows bounty hunters to cross international borders to hunt you. And your bounty is under further review while they decide how badly they want your head on a pike. What happens when they finish the review?
Zack asked neutrally. Morris glanced at Darius as though he wasn't sure how to answer.
At the very least, the GM said, they'll increase your bounty by a significant amount and push a notice out to all local and internationally licensed bounty hunters. As soon as that happens, any people or locations to which you have a known connection will be swarmed with bounty hunters.
There's nothing you can do? Tori asked Morris anxiously. He shook his head.
It's not my case anymore. You've been linked to this guild,
Darius said to Zack, his tone quiet and grave.
It's only a matter of time before bounty hunters arrive looking for you.
Zack sat unmoving, his face rigidly blank, his emotions hidden.
Further,
Darius continued, his gaze moving from the druid to his guild members.
Tori, Aaron, Kai, and Ezra have been previously accused of aiding and abetting the ghost. The charges were dismissed, but bounty hunters can access those records, and they will. You four will be investigated, questioned, and likely tailed.
But Zack needs our help, Tori protested. He's in danger from Lalakai, and there's the whole impending Fae war thing, too.
Zack shoved his chair back and stood. I'll handle it. There wasn't anything you could have done to help anyway.
Tori scrambled out of her seat. Zack,
the last thing you and your guild need is to be caught harboring an internationally wanted rogue.
Zack turned to Darius, and a silent communication passed between the two men.
I won't be back.
Darius nodded.
Good luck.
Hold on, Tori said angrily, striding around the table. I stood, blocking her path to Zack. She halted, her nostrils flaring. Morse, I said without breaking eye contact with Tori. Are bounty hunters going to link me to Zack after that hotline tip I sent in? Morris tilted his head over the back of his chair, gazing at me upside down.
Not likely. I archived it, with 1,000 other false leads.
Good. To Tori, I said, with bounty hunters watching you, your help will only put Zack in more danger. Her mouth thinned.
She's right.
Ezra's voice was soft as he moved to Tori's side and put his hand on the small of her back.
We would do more harm than good right now.
She bit her lower lip. Turning away from her, I walked over to Zack. He gazed down at me for a moment, then headed for the door. Zack! Tori called desperately. He didn't stop or turn, and I followed on his heels, swinging the door shut on my way out. The clack of the latch seemed unnaturally loud in the quiet building. Outside the workroom, he halted, his back to me.
It would be safer for you to stay here than come with me.
I stepped up beside him, my head tilted to give him a pointed look. First, Riker is at the center of this fake conflict, meaning I'm involved whether I want to be or not. And second, I didn't put in all that effort to get you back from Lalakai just to watch you walk away from me again. The lines of tension around his face softened. He strode toward the stairs, and I matched him step for step. I didn't look back. Zach's truck rumbled along the highway. I gripped the wheel, lost in bleak thoughts. We'd stopped to buy clothing for Zach since he'd been wearing an ill-fitting t-shirt and sweatpants from the guild's spare supplies, and with nowhere else to go, I was heading back to the rescue. Greta and Dominique would have moved the animals by now, meaning it would be empty, private, and safe for a short visit. Safe from bounty hunters, at least. It wasn't safe from Rhiannon's spies or Lalakai. Riker would have to patrol for hidden intruders. And as for Lalakai, Zach had pointed out that with her magic infecting his body, and their consort bond intact, she could find him no matter where he went. Why she hadn't tracked him down yet scraped at me. A distracting worry I couldn't shake.
It's funny.
Zach's flat tone startled me from my thoughts.
I wasn't turning over a new leaf or anything like that, but I was moving away from the mythic underground. All my insider contacts, info on corrupt guilds, MPD agents I'd bribed, I gave it all to Kit. And I've had almost nothing to do with the illegal artifact trade in months. I didn't want to deal with that bullshit anymore. I didn't want to be that person.
Biting the inside of my cheek, I glanced at him. Riker sat on the console between us, concealing as much of his power as possible in ferret form.
And now here I am, an even higher profile fugitive than before.
Zach's head thumped back against the headrest.
It really pisses me off.
I didn't know what to say. We had no way of convincing the MPD that Zach wasn't responsible for the Fae battle, and even if we could, they still had hundreds of reasons to arrest him.
But bounty hunters I know how to deal with,
he added.
It's the rest that worries me.
I nodded. Lalakai is our biggest problem. We need to kill her to get rid of her controlling enchantment, and to get Riker's undying power back before Rhiannon kills him.
Slaying Lalakai will also arm me with more power,
Riker said,
which will be essential in deterring the Summer Queen's aspirations of vengeance and the Dragon Lord's territorial animosity.
I kept my eyes on the road, the printout of Arla's map burning in my pocket.
It would help if we had any idea what the three of them are doing right now,
Zach said.
Where did they all disappear to? They are locked in a stalemate.
Riker hopped onto the dash, turning to face us.
None will ally with another, and none will risk a duel while the third is poised to attack. Until something tips the balance of power, they will not strike at each other.
His tail twitched.
They may, however, strike at me.
Rhiannon is probably looking for you, and Echo is probably shadowing her. I squinted. What is Lalakai doing? She isn't coming after Zach yet, and that artifact she wanted broke.
That was no artifact,
Riker said.
At least not one created by my kind. I sensed no power in it. What was it?
Zach asked. Some sort of small dagger. It had a red sheath and a curved blade that looked like glass. I glanced at Riker. It was a fake? That's surprising after everything the broker said about confirming its authenticity. Bane fleeced the buyer for $100 million. Not that the buyer would ever know he'd been ripped off since he was dead. The dagger, being a subpar replica, also explained why it had broken so easily. Zach didn't respond, and as the seconds stretched out, I glanced at him. His face was tense with a sudden realization, and muted horror.
I know what artifact she's after,
he rasped.
Saber, turn the truck around.
What?
Turn around!
He barked the command.
Lalakai isn't looking for me because she's looking for it.
For what?
The Fang of Valderna. And we have to get it before she does.
Chapter 14. I made a quick shoulder check, then swerved across 2 lanes and onto an exit ramp, cutting it dangerously close to the cement barrier. The Fang of Valderna? I repeated, hitting the brakes as we approached the traffic light at the top of the overpass. Is that related to the carapace of Valderna?
Yes,
he said, gripping the handle above his door.
Valderna was a druid in the 15th century who really pissed off some fae. As payback, they gifted him with powerful artifacts.
That doesn't sound like a punishment.
The artifacts were a curse on the user. The carapace made you immune to harm, but at the price of all your magic. It was too powerful to discard. What if you ever needed it? But too dangerous to actually use. So it became a burden instead of a gift.
And the Fang? I asked warily.
The Fang is a blade that can cut through anything. Anything. Steel, armor, magic. It's supposedly one of the deadliest Fae weapons ever created, since no one, Fae or mythic, can defend against it.
What's the curse?
Any wounds the Fang inflicts are inflicted on the user as well. If you slice someone's throat with it, your throat is sliced too.
So it's the deadliest weapon ever made, except no one can use it?
Exactly. Not even the carapace could protect you. If you killed with it, you sacrificed your own life. Something you'd only choose to do in the most desperate situation. Unless you are undying.
A primeval chill iced Riker's words. Zack nodded.
Lulakai wants it because it can't kill her. She'll get all its power and none of its curse. No Fae in the world, not even Rhiannon or Echo, will be able to defend against it. If Lulakai claims this weapon,
Riker growled, his fur standing on end,
the stalemate will cease. She will attack the Summer Queen or the Lord of Dragons, and if she kills either and absorbs their power, she will become truly undefeatable.
I twisted to shoulder check again as I merged onto the highway, heading back toward Vancouver. Where is it? And does Lulakai know?
Now that she knows the dagger in the vault was fake, she'll be able to guess where to look for the real one.
He drummed his fingers on his knee.
Bane got the Fang in the last year I was his apprentice. I never saw it. He didn't want to risk me trying to kill him with it. But it's the only artifact he sold for anywhere close to $100 million.
But he didn't actually sell it, since the buyer's version was a fake.
I didn't realize that. And Lulakai didn't either. But it makes sense that Bane would keep it. The Fang was too valuable to get rid of. I bet he sold it, then stole it back and left a fake in its place. He stashed the real one with his other treasures, letting me believe it was gone.
How do you know he stashed it?
Because I inherited all his artifacts. The first thing I did after killing him was break into his stashes and catalog everything.
He let out a short, dry laugh.
I remember looking at the glass blade and wondering what sort of artifact it was. I didn't know, so I just left it. Good thing I never used it. Is our current destination this stronghold of artifacts?
Riker inquired.
One of them.
Zack sat forward, gaze fixed on the highway as though he could will us to travel faster.
Bane had 5 strongholds, and I kept using them since they were so secure. Lulakai knows their locations, but she doesn't know their exact contents. I doubt she forced the information out of me while I was under her control. She had no reason to, since we both thought Bane had sold the Fang.
But now that she knows he kept it, she'll go for your artifact stashes, I said.
Yes, but I'm almost positive the one it's in is the last one she'll check. We can beat her there.
Jaw tight and nerves clanging with urgency, I put the gas pedal to the floor. It took 45 minutes to drive back to Vancouver, then all the way across the city to the coastline. Halfway there, raindrops began to splat on the windshield, and by the time I pulled off Marine Drive, water was coming down in sheets from the gray sky. "Park here," Zach instructed. I pulled up to the curb, frowning at the view between sweeps of the wipers. Low beige buildings peeked out from behind mature trees, interspersed with well-maintained landscaping and green grass. I wasn't sure whether it was a business area or a park, but it didn't look like the sort of place where a violent, dark druid would hide deadly magical artifacts. "Where are we?" I asked uncertainly. "The university's Museum of Anthropology is just down this road." Bane hid his artifacts in a museum? He snorted. "You'll see." We climbed out of the truck and into the cold rain. Neither of us had jackets. In the time it took Riker to jump out and perch on my shoulder, my shirt was half soaked. "The museum is built on a World War II battery," Zach explained, raising his voice over the rain as we jogged down the narrow road. Plain, boxy university buildings hid behind rows of mature trees. "There are 3 gun emplacements, connected by underground tunnels, all sealed off decades ago." Sealed off tunnels? An artifact stash here was starting to make more sense. He gestured ahead as a tall white building with a pyramidal shape came into view. "That's the museum. The first battery is beside it." I squinted through the haze of the downpour. A few yards from the back of the museum, an unusual structure rose above the rear parking lot. The round platform was built into the side of a hill, the top half encircled with railings and accessed by concrete stairs. Its cylindrical wall, exposed against the hillside, was lined with reinforced metal doors. Instead of heading toward the platform, Zach jogged onto the wet grass. About 25 yards from the battery, concrete retaining walls framed a rusting steel door, set into the grassy hill. We ducked beneath the overhang, our feet splashing in the runoff pooling under it. My dripping clothes and hair were plastered to my skin. "This is the emergency exit for the tunnels." Placing his hand on the door, he murmured a Latin incantation. A clank sounded from within the steel. A shimmer washed over the lever-like handle, and Zach grasped it, pushing upward. The door swung open on loudly creaking hinges. I glanced over my shoulder and saw no one. If museum patrons or curious tourists had been here earlier, the pouring rain had chased them all away. A concrete corridor stretched into the darkness, the foul stench of a perpetually damp, sealed space wafting out of it. Zach peered inside. "Riker, is the anti-fey barrier working?" He shook himself, his ferret paws gripping my shoulder and water flying from his fur. "It is indeed, and powerful enough that Lalakai could not ignore it to enter. However, it is not so powerful that she would be incapable of breaking it. That's what I figured, and why I think this is the last place she'll check. Breaking the spell will take effort." He glanced at the ferret. "You'll have to wait out here." He hopped from my shoulder onto the top edge of the open door. "I shall keep a wary eye out for visitors." I pulled out my borrowed cell phone and activated the flashlight as I followed Zach into the tunnel. My skin, peppered with rain droplets, prickled uncomfortably as something akin to static crackled across my senses, dulling my ability to sense the energies around me. That had to be the anti-fey barrier. "How were you able to find all of Bane's artifact stashes?" I asked in a hushed voice. "I didn't have to find them." He swiped his dripping hair away from his eyes. "He made sure I knew where they were and could figure out how to get into them. It was all destined to be mine, after all." I frowned. "Because you were his apprentice?" "Because I'm his legacy." He stopped at another steel door. "Everything he did to make me more powerful than him, in the most twisted, fucked-up way possible." He pried the second door open. On the other side, the tunnel branched, but Zack ignored the alternate routes and turned to yet another door, this one marked with stenciled white letters that read, "Magazine." Placing his hand on the rusted steel, he murmured the same incantation. The door unlocked, and he pulled it open, revealing a narrow room about 15 feet deep. Metal shelves lined the walls. Empty now, but they'd once held hundreds of huge shells for the mounted guns above. A hoist at the far end of the room would have lifted the shells up to the gun. As Zack strode toward the hoist, I paused, pointing my light at the shelves. Sitting right at eye level were half a dozen brick-sized objects wrapped in black plastic. What's this stuff? He crouched beside the hoist, facing the wall.
Cocaine.
I did a double take. What?
Bane's idea, not mine. If anyone ever realized someone was hiding something in here, they'd find the drugs and think that was it. That was the jackpot. They wouldn't search for anything else.
Huh. How much is that worth?
I don't know. I never sold drugs.
A quiet grinding noise sounded from his corner, and I brought my light over as he dragged a square of concrete blocks away from the wall. He stuck his arm into the dark hole and pulled out a bundle wrapped in a tarp and duct tape. I crouched beside him as he tugged the tarp apart. Inside was a relatively clean duffel bag. He unzipped it. Curious to spite myself, I leaned closer to see what sort of artifacts Bane had collected, but they were all heavily wrapped in protective paper or plastic. Zack sorted through them until he found one around the right size for a dagger. Cautiously, he tore the plastic wrapping and unfolded the paper, to reveal a short, curved dagger, its handle carved from dark wood and the leather sheath stained blood red. Both the handle and sheath were etched with coiling black symbols that shimmered in the beam from my flashlight. Zack grasped the hilt and pulled, exposing an inch of the blade. Like the fake version, it resembled glass, but the crystalline material shimmered with blue and purple flecks that danced endlessly, like dust motes in a sunbeam. He pushed the blade back into the sheath.
"Well,"
he said quietly,
"we have the weapon. Now, what are we going to do with it?"
Chapter 15. Crouched side by side, Zack and I stared down at the innocuous curved dagger. An almost tangible feeling of danger clung to it, thick in the air. I tucked my clammy hair behind my ears. We need to hide it.
I can't hide from Lolokai.
He folded the paper back over the dagger as though hoping to contain its aura of danger.
Maybe you and Riker should take it.
And leave you to Lolokai's mercy? Shaking my head, I shifted my weight, my ankles aching from my crouched position. Riker might have ideas on how and where to hide it, but...
But what?
I glanced toward the room's doorway, then leaned close to Zack and lowered my voice, even though Riker was too far to eavesdrop. Riker can't use the dagger right now, but what happens when he gets his Undying gift back? I don't think we want any Fae to possess both the Undying and the Fang. Zack arched an eyebrow.
You don't trust Riker with it?
In answer, I started to reach for the map in my pocket, but I couldn't complete the motion, doubts and fears swirling through my head. Should I reveal that Riker had most likely murdered my coven leader? Should I reveal the existence of his secret enchantment? It wasn't that I thought Zack might do something nefarious with the information, but if I told him, he might take action. Whether that was confronting Riker, destroying the enchantment, or telling another Fae, like Echo, about it. I wasn't ready for any of those things to happen. I might be wary of Riker's secrets, but I knew in my gut he didn't intend me harm. Whatever he was up to, it wasn't malicious. Not toward me. I couldn't say the same for any of the other Fae involved in this mess. I just don't think anyone should have that kind of power. I answered belatedly, but I don't see any better options. We can figure out what to do with the dagger after we've dealt with Lolokai. Nodding, he handed me the weapon. I weighed it in my hand, the paper crinkling. It was heavier than it should have been, as though the materials were extra dense. Zack zipped the duffel bag of artifacts, rewrapped it in the tarp, and shoved the bundle into its hole.
First things first. We need to get the Fang out of here. If we're lucky, it might take Lalakai a little while to realize we got it before her.
I stood as he sealed the hole and brushed away his footprints on the dirty concrete floor. We retreated into the hallway. Zack closed the door and muttered another incantation. Magic shimmered across it as its protective spell re-engaged. We headed back toward the entrance, the gray glow of overcast daylight and the low roar of pouring rain beckoning us onward. A few steps from the door, the staticky dullness deadening my senses lifted, and a wave of power rolled over me, so cold it burned. I shoved the dagger into Zack's hand and rushed for the open door. In his human-like form, Riker stood on the hillside in front of the recessed entrance. Icy mist hazed the air around him, and hail pelted the grass in a 10-foot-wide circle with him at the center, though not a single pellet touched him. His foe stood half a dozen paces away, but it wasn't Lalakai. In humanoid form, Echo lashed his reptilian tail slowly back and forth. The downpour didn't touch him either, but I had no clue what power he was using to divert the rain.
"Echo,"
Zack said, joining me in the doorway. Surprise and a hint of wariness tinged his voice. Not nearly enough wariness, in my opinion. The dragon-phased dark eyes didn't shift from Riker.
"Crystal Druid, I am pleased to see you are well, more or less."
Zack took a step forward, moving to the edge of the overhang.
"I've been better. I don't suppose you know how to get Lalakai's enchantment out of me."
"Better to have never allowed her to infect you."
Zack rolled his gray-tinged eyes.
A little late for that advice.
He leaned sideways for an unobstructed view of his ally.
"What's your plan here, Echo?"
The Lord of Dragons finally moved his unblinking stare away from Riker.
"Give me the Fang of Valderna, Zack."
"How do you know that's what we came for?"
"I know of Bane's conquests. What other weapon would the Night Eagle seek with such single-mindedness after gaining invulnerability?"
His wings rustled against his back.
"She must not gain its power. I will protect it."
Zack glanced at me, and I could guess what he was thinking. I put my hand over the wrapped dagger he held. No way.
"Indeed,"
Riker said silkily.
"Protect it, Lord of Dragons, or use it as a bargaining chip."
Leaning close, Zack whispered in my ear.
"Echo can safeguard it better than we can."
"Assuming he actually protects it," I whispered back. "What if he doesn't?"
"If he promises to, he won't break his word."
"He could weasel his way around a promise." I shot a glare at the dragon before leaning in to whisper in Zack's ear again. "Remember what Riker said about the stalemate between Echo, Rhiannon, and Lalakai? We can't change the balance of power."
"It'll change for the worse if Lalakai gets the dagger."
Zack's voice dropped even lower, his lips brushing my ear.
"Echo can't use it. It's safer for everyone with him."
Echo might not be able to use the Fang right now, but what if he was waiting for his chance to kill Lalakai and steal the undying gift for himself? Riker was a scheming fae I knew well. Echo was a scheming fae I didn't know or trust.
"Such a weapon must not pass into the Winter King's hands,"
Echo said.
"Zack, you know this."
"Saber, will you hand the weapon to a fae who intends to kill me?"
Riker asked, the pouring rain almost drowning out his question. My fingers curled around the dagger. Zack didn't release it, both of us holding on as though afraid of what the other would do. He trusted the fae he knew best, but between Riker, Echo, Lalakai, and Rhiannon, The only one I knew for sure didn't want to kill me was Riker. That alone was reason enough for me to choose him as the dagger's caretaker. But how did I convince Zack?
We must maintain control of the weapon,
Riker whispered in my mind, so quietly the others weren't likely to pick up on our telepathic communication. But can we protect it? I replied just as softly.
We must. It offers our best chance of slaying Rhiannon before she destroys us.
My limbs stiffened. I'd thought we were seeking the weapon to keep it out of Lalakai's hands, but it seemed Riker was thinking farther ahead than that. But slaying her? I'd assumed he would be more worried about surviving her, escaping her, or maybe maneuvering her into a truce. Killing her was an entirely different level of ambition. He hadn't been able to defeat her as the king of Anon, and he was so much weaker now. Even with the dagger, how did he expect to bring her down? It was impossible. It was all part of his plan. Like a flipped light switch, I could suddenly see his path forward. Claim the dagger before Lalakei could. Kill her with his knowledge of the Undying, and take all the power she'd collected as the Queen of Shadow and Death. Once again, undying and wielding an unstoppable weapon, he would kill Echo and power up a second time. By that point, he'd be all but undefeatable when he finally faced Rhiannon. Then she would die and he would take her power as well. In a few swift moves of the chessboard of Fey ascendancy, he would become more powerful than he'd ever been before. A king of kings beyond challenge by any rival. My fingers tightened on the dagger. Whatever Riker had been planning before this, adding the Fang of Valderna to the game had changed everything. With it, he could accelerate his ascent from years to days. He wanted it. He'd probably do anything to get it. Did I dare let him have it? And what would he do if I tried to keep it from him?
"How intriguing,"
a female voice called over the downpour.
"A weapon so valuable. You would battle over it."
Riker's and Echo's heads snapped toward the speaker. I lurched out of the sheltered alcove, cold rain hitting my face. Rhiannon stood on the hillside, surrounded by newly sprouted wildflowers and a shimmer of golden heat that made the air steam. Like the other two, no raindrop touched her perfect hair. Were Fae averse to getting wet, or were they just showing off their power? She tilted her head, smiling at me and Zack in a friendly way.
"Tell me about this weapon, little druids."
I swore under my breath. In trying to keep the dagger away from Lalakei, we'd led the other two Fae right to it. Riker stepped backward, moving closer to us, his aura of arctic cold turning the moisture on my skin to frost.
"Give it to me, Zack,"
Echo growled.
"Do so and you will court disaster,"
Riker countered. Rhiannon sauntered closer.
"I am disinclined to allow either of you to possess this weapon."
A hint of white fangs flashed in Echo's mouth as he pivoted toward her.
"You allow me."
Riker made a faint sound of amusement.
"Were you not aware, Lord of Dragons? To the Summer Queen, you are either her inferior or her enemy. Or, for a lucky handful of us, both."
Echo's wings slowly unfurled.
"He is antagonizing you."
Rhiannon flicked her fingers dismissively at Riker.
"Aggravation is his favorite weapon. Do not fall for such a paltry trick."
"Your demeanor aggravates me far more,"
the dragon Fae growled.
"You allege your invasion is for the sole purpose of killing Aderon. You have no claim on the weapon."
"It is my concern should Aderon arm himself."
She smiled.
"I will return the weapon to the druid once Aderon is dead. Therefore—"
Zack grabbed me around the waist and hauled me backward into the dank corridor. The temperature plunged to sub-zero, and ice expanded in a flash, filling the doorway so thick it blocked out most of the light. "What?" I gasped. "Come on." Zack seized my hand, the dagger clutched in the other, and hauled me down the corridor.
"There's an exit at the other end."
"Did you—" The earth shook, and dust rained down on our heads, sticking to my wet hair. I pulled out my phone and lit our way with a flashlight.
"Riker asked me if there was another exit,"
Zack said.
"He told me to take you and the dagger and get away."
He shot a glance at me as we ran.
"Giving it to Echo was probably the better option, but Rhiannon won't let that happen now."
I swore again. How did she sneak up on Riker and Echo?
Hell if I know.
The earth shook again, and with a sound like a gunshot, the concrete wall beside us cracked from floor to ceiling. I staggered for balance, my heart pounding. If we didn't get out of this tunnel, we might end up buried alive. We reached the magazine room and sprinted past it, continuing deeper into the tunnels. More doors flashed past before one blocked our path. Zack passed me the dagger, then grabbed the lever with both hands and heaved on it. Rust sifted down, but it barely budged. A muffled blast from above trembled through the hillside, and as the vibration shook the door, the lever gave way. Zack rammed the door open, and I shone my light down a long, unbroken section that had to connect the second battery. We ran. I knew the moment we passed beyond the anti-Fey barrier because electric Fey power slammed across my senses. Echo's aura roiled through the earth, and summery heat clogged my throat. I couldn't sense any wintry cold. Zack forced his way through another door, and we sprinted toward the third battery. At the far end of the tunnel system, the corridor ended in a final door with a faded exit stamped on it. He heaved on the lever, but this one didn't so much as wiggle.
"It's completely sealed,"
he panted. He pushed me behind him with one arm, then extended the other toward the steel barricade. The magenta rune on his forearm lit with a deep glow. A dome of magic burst out from him and hit the door with explosive force. As the metal ruptured, another rune on his wrist flashed, and a transparent shield arched over us. Shrapnel peppered it. Light flooded the corridor, and I stuffed my phone in my pocket as Zack shoved the bent metal out of the way. We rushed out into the rain. Except the rain wasn't falling. It was drifting in midair as though it had been rendered weightless. A shrieking, tearing sound erupted above us, and I turned toward the museum, the building only a dozen yards away. A few minutes ago, it had been a beautiful structure that rose several stories. Now, a massive black dragon was crouched on the partially collapsed peak of the pyramidal roof. His wings arched above his back to make him look even bigger. All around him, broken pieces of the building were suspended in the air, from tiny shards of glass to 1-ton slabs of concrete. They floated along with the rain as though the dragon were surrounded by an anti-gravity field. On the other side of the building, spires of ice jutted toward the sky. Vines twisted around them, terrifyingly oversized with leaves like patio umbrellas. As I gawked, one of the vines twisted tightly around a 40-foot spire, and it shattered under the pressure with a cannon-like boom. Zack's fingers closed around my arm, squeezing painfully. I knew we had to run before Echo or Rhiannon noticed us, but it was impossible to look away. A piece of the museum's white concrete wall spun in a slow circle beside Echo, then hurled itself at a 45-degree angle toward the ground. It ripped through a writhing vine and hit the hillside in an explosion of dirt and shattered concrete. The impact shook the earth with a low-pitched thud that vibrated in my chest. Echo flung another 1-ton projectile. A beam of golden light fired upward from an unseen point on the ground. It hit the flying concrete like a sci-fi laser, shattering it. The broken pieces flew in every direction, only to drift to a floating stop above the ground, adding to the dragon's arsenal of debris.
"Saber!"
Zack half shouted in my ear. I snapped out of my daze. My eyes met Zack's, and I could see fear lurking in the gray-tinged depths of his green irises. He pulled me into motion, and with a final glance back, I ran like my life depended on it. Chapter 16. Booms of magic rolled through the parking lot as Zach and I jogged across it, and with each reverberation my fingers tightened around the dagger. We were too close to the Fae battle, only half a block away, but we needed to circle back to the truck before we could actually flee the scene. With a flash of white wings, a jay flitted out of the rain. He landed on my shoulder, tiny claws digging in through the wet fabric of my t-shirt. Non-stop raindrops pattered on my head. "Riker," I exclaimed on an explosive exhale. "You got away." He half flared his wings for balance as the ground shook, throwing me off stride. Evading them was not difficult once I incited a battle. "So we can thank you for the colossal public demonstration of Fae magic?" Zach growled breathlessly. "Did you have a superior plan for our escape?" Riker's dismissive tone caught me off guard, as though human casualties in exposing magic to the public was a minor inconvenience. But if I was right about his ambitions, maybe the consequences didn't matter to him. Unfortunately, they mattered to everyone else. How long before emergency services showed up? Were there people in the museum? Were there humans witnessing the Fae battle right now? A giant dragon, huge animated plants, spires of ice, laser beams of golden magic? Swallowing, I pulled out my phone, fumbling to select a number without slowing my brisk jog while rain splattered the screen. I lifted it to my ear as it rang. "Hello?" Morris answered, the most normal greeting I'd ever heard from him. "You need to get the MPD out to the Museum of Anthropology," I said, raising my voice over the rainfall's dull roar and the nearby magical battle. "Every resource your precinct has, right now." "What happened?" "Happening, right now. Fae royalty in battle. People are going to see it. They might already be on it." The line went dead as he ended the call. I jammed the phone back in my pocket and ran faster. The truck came into view, and I was beyond thankful Zach had had the foresight to park away from the museum. I tossed him the keys, and he sped toward the driver's door while I swerved around the hood to the passenger side, Riker swaying on my shoulder. The locks popped and I jumped in. Zach peeled out before I even had my door shut. I slammed it closed and scrabbled for my seatbelt. Through the rain-streaked window beside me, black dragon wings and the floating wreckage of the museum were visible over the trees lining the street. "Fuck," I whispered. We sped down the road, heading east. Zach wove aggressively through the early afternoon traffic, clearly intending to get us out of the area as quickly as possible, or out of the city. At this time of day, the MPD would be lucky to make it from downtown Vancouver to the museum in 20 minutes, 15 if they broke all traffic laws.
"I'd hoped Lalakai might not realize we got to the Fang of Valderna first,"
Zach said tersely as he gunned it past a slow-moving camper van.
"But with the commotion between Echo and Rhiannon, she's probably on her way already."
"Once she gets there, she'll figure out what's going on."
"And she'll come for us next. Our only chance is to keep moving and stay ahead of her."
Riker transformed into a ferret and hopped down onto my knee.
"The greater the distance between you, the more difficulty she will have sensing your presence. However, increasing that distance may be difficult. Saber and I can take turns driving. Lalakai has finite stamina, but the truck can keep going until we run out of gas stations."
I looked down at my lap, the white ferret on my left knee and the Fang of Valderna resting on my right thigh. My fingers curled around the paper-wrapped hilt. My new understanding of Riker's strategy repeated in my head like a chant. Get the dagger, kill Lalakai, kill Echo, kill Rhiannon, become a god among Fae. Step 1 was complete. If my theory was right, the next stage of his plan was to kill Lalakai. How did he intend to do that? He'd said that all he needed was a suitable opportunity, which he intended to arrange in due time, He hadn't seemed to be in a big hurry, but shouldn't he want to kill her as soon as possible, especially with the fang in play now? Even if he could keep it away from her, the longer he waited, the more powerful she would become. Unless her becoming more powerful wasn't a problem. What if it was exactly what he wanted? My gaze flicked between the ferret and the dagger before I raised it to Zach. "We should go to the rescue." He shook his head. "We can't hide there." "Not to hide, to set an ambush." I looked down at Riker. "We'll have to fight Lalakai eventually. So we should do it on our territory, and on familiar ground. She's coming for the dagger, no matter what trap we set. She'll have no choice but to walk into it to get her prize." Riker's whiskers twitched thoughtfully, his azure eyes peering up at me. Had he guessed I knew about his enchantment? Had he noticed my hesitation over giving him the dagger? "We will have limited time to prepare," he pointed out. "Such an audacious ambush will be fraught with risk." "Ambushes are your specialty." Zach frowned, his attention snapping between me and the road. "I won't be able to help. She might take control of me again. You'll have to tie me up or sedate me." I nodded. "Riker and I can handle it." His whiskers twitched again, his stare boring into me. Then his mouth parted in a ferret grin, flashing tiny, sharp teeth. "As you wish, Dove. Let us set the ambush." I resisted the urge to let out all my breath in a rush as adrenaline flowed through my veins. I felt like I'd just stepped onto his chessboard for the first time, and he knew it. Riker planned everything, and only now was I really understanding that about him. It wasn't that he could predict the future. He didn't have a singular grand scheme that depended on a set of particular outcomes. No, he had a different plan for every possible outcome. He was always ready to pivot. With each move his opponents made, he discarded a dozen plans and plotted a dozen new ones. And realizing that, I knew there was no way that Lalakai's current strength was a circumstance he hadn't accounted for. He'd practically dared her to steal Isvarg's power, and hadn't done a thing to prevent it. He'd known there was a possibility she would attack Marzana. Yiliar's protectiveness had been warning enough, and hadn't tried to stop that from happening either. The only way those decisions made sense was if he knew he could kill Lalakai, no matter how strong she became. And once he killed her, her power would become his power. Ergo, he had every reason to make her stronger. To bait her into stealing Isvarg's magic, to stand aside when she stole Marzana's, and to flee instead of killing her, even when she had taken control of Zach. He'd retreated so she could keep building her strength, which she would. With the undying gift, she was invulnerable. She was a calf he was fattening for slaughter, and she had no idea. As he'd said, he would kill her in due time, when the power she'd collected was ripe for the picking. My hands tightened into fists, fingernails cutting into my left palm and the dagger pressing painfully into my right palm. If Riker had a way to kill Lalakai, did that mean he could have killed her at the weapons vault, or the strip club, or even when she'd first taken control of Zach? I'd thought we'd had no choice but to abandon him. But the truth was, I'd had no way to save him. What Riker could or could not have done remained to be seen. The drive to Coquitlam passed quickly as we debated the best way to set a trap for Lalakai that would give us a jump on her death magic. Throughout the discussion, Zach cast several questioning glances my way. He suspected something was up, but wisely he didn't try to question me or Riker about it. I appreciated his restraint. I didn't know how dangerous this dance with the Winter King was, but I wasn't ready to bring Zach into it. Not yet. In Coquitlam, we stopped at a grocery store, buying pre-made sandwiches and a few days' worth of non-perishable food. We ate our sandwiches in the parking lot, then continued toward the highway. 10 minutes later, Zach slowed the truck to turn onto the long drive for Hearts and Hooves Animal Rescue. The tires rumbled over the gravel. The empty pastures made my chest ache. Zach pulled the truck into the yard and cut the engine. When I climbed out, a miserable feeling of hollowness filled my body. It was quiet. Way too quiet. No clucking chickens, grunting pigs, or whinnying horses. Everything was silent. Clouds hung low in the sky. The edge of the storm system deluging Vancouver, and the wildlife had taken shelter for the evening. Dominique and Greta had worked with amazing efficiency to relocate all the rescue's animals so quickly. I wondered where they'd gone, and how long they'd have to stay away. Riker hopped onto my shoulder. "We have no time to tarry." I nodded. Our ambush wasn't complicated, and Riker had made it even simpler by declaring that he would handle the killing Lalakai part. As I'd suspected, he had no intentions of revealing the Undying's weakness to anyone, not even me. I flicked my thumbnail against the edge of the paper wrapped around the dagger. Since this fight could get ugly, we should spare the rescue if we can. I pointed at the slope of Mount Burke. Let's set up in the forest. 2.5 kilometers to the north of here ought to be far enough. Zach frowned. "I thought you wanted to take advantage of your territory's aura boost." I said nothing, and on my shoulder Riker was equally silent. He must have realized what I was suggesting and why. 2.5 kilometers north of the rescue was dead center in the middle of Riker's giant enchantment. Now he knew without a doubt that I was aware of its existence. But what would he do with that information? Since the day I'd met him, I'd been a pawn he was moving around the board. A pawn he protected and cared about, but still a pawn. For the first time, I was making my own moves, and I had no idea how he'd take to having me as a player instead. "An excellent suggestion, Dove," he finally said, a note of amusement in his voice. "Shall we depart?" Jitters ran along my nerves as I nodded. "I just want to grab rain gear from me and Zach first. The storm is headed this way." Riker jumped off my shoulder, transforming into a hawk in midair. "I will search for an ideal site for our task. 2.5 kilometers to the north." I watched him soar upward, wondering just how outclassed I was. Exhaling, I strode toward the stable, the fang of Valderna in my hand. Zach matched me stride for stride. I pulled open one of the large stable doors and walked inside, my heart constricting at the silence. "Saber." His low growl shivered through me as he leaned close. "What the hell is going on between you and Riker?" I opened the tack room door. The musty smell of saddle leather rolled out. I told you, Riker is ambitious. He wants more than just the Undying gift back. He wants to combine the Undying with the dagger. With them, he'll be able to kill anyone. He paused, including Rhiannon and Echo. Nodding, I headed for the stack of storage totes in the corner. A pitchfork leaned against it, left behind by a volunteer, and I shook my head as I propped it against the rough wooden work table where I'd once shown Zach how to navigate to the crossroads. Come to think of it, I'd also tried to murder him with the pitchfork in this very room. I glanced at him to see if he was thinking the same thing, but he was frowning at me, worried creases around his mouth. What's significant about going 2.5 kilometers north? Setting the fang on the table, I lifted a tote down from the top of the stack and popped the lid off. It was stuffed with gear for our overnight charity trail rides. "I'm not sure," I hedged, pulling out 2 dark blue rain ponchos. I set them on the table and closed the tote's lid, tense with the expectation that Zach would demand a proper answer. When all I heard was a scuffing noise, I looked up. He'd turned to the work table and picked up the dagger. He tore the paper off, revealing the black hilt and red sheath. "What are you doing?" I asked, straightening. He grasped the handle and pulled. The glass-like blade, shimmering with magic, slid from the sheath and kept sliding, the blade lengthening as he drew it until it finally came free, a 3-foot-long sword resembling a scimitar. He tilted the glass blade, yellow light from the bare bulb overhead gleaming across it. Then he slashed it at my throat. Chapter 17. The tote saved me. I recoiled from the swinging blade, tripped on the plastic bin right behind me, and fell backward. The deadly glass edge swept over my head as I crashed onto the tote. Zack halted the sword. The blade shone and shimmered, beautiful and deadly, for both of us. Sprawled over the tote, I stared at him in mute horror. He stared back, his face devoid of emotion and his eyes black as pitch. "Riker!" I screamed, calling for him with my voice and my mind. Zack turned the sword and swung it down at me. I threw myself to the side. The glass blade sank through the tote's thick plastic and kept going into the concrete, as though it had no more substance than water. When he lifted the blade, it left a laser-like slice in the floor. I scrambled toward the tack room door. Zack rushed after me, sword angled for another strike. Fighting the rising panic in my chest, I hurtled into the aisle, empty stalls lining one side and the indoor arena on the other. I got 3 steps before stumbling to a gasping halt. 20 feet away, Lalakai smiled smugly, with a hand on her hip. She wore a simple black skirt and a matching band across her breasts, and her long hair had been woven into a thick braid. The undying markings shimmered on her left arm. Our eyes met for a fraction of a second before I whirled around as Zack swung the sword again. I dove out of the way and landed hard on one elbow. Rolling, I sprang back to my feet. Zack lowered the sword, his blank face pointed my way, his ebony eyes empty. As my heart lurched in a confused beat, shadows swirled out of nothing and banded around my legs. I recoiled, arms windmilling for balance, but my lower body was immobilized. Before I could summon an ice weapon, ribbons of dark magic clamped around my wrists, forcing my arms wide. Lalakai sauntered forward, her smile lingering. "What exactly was your strategy, Saber? How did you plan to evade me with my consort in your company?" Stopping beside Zack, she stroked his magic-marked cheek. "If only you'd been a touch less stubborn, my darling druid. But perhaps it was my failing. I allowed you too much independence." She combed her fingers through his dark hair. "Though I regret that our journey together must end here. Controlling you this way is tedious." "Just let him go," I said hoarsely, fighting against her restraining magic. "Take the artifact and be an unstoppable Fae Queen and just leave him alone." "And let you have him. Give the crystal druid, whom I created, whom Fae respect and mythics fear, to a frigid, hysterical, weak druid who can scarcely navigate her own mundane life." She laughed. "I think not." I bared my teeth, mentally shouting for Riker. She swept her hand toward me. "You should be thankful, Saber. You and your childhood love can die together. It's most romantic." At her commanding gesture, Zack stepped in front of me. He raised the sword, preparing to swing it down on my head and slice me clean in half. If the weapon's curse was true, he'd slice himself in half too. Lalakai was using us to test the Fang's magic. "Zack!" I yelled desperately. His expression didn't shift. His black eyes didn't see me. His arm tensed for the swing. Wintry cold rushed over me. Zack swung the sword down and a starburst of ice erupted between us. The ice slammed into us both, throwing him backward and tearing me from Lulakai's magic. I crashed down on my side before hastily clambering onto my hands and knees. Lalakai turned, glancing casually down the center aisle of the stable. Riker glided toward us, his cloak sweeping behind him. His unblinking gaze was fixed on Lalakai, his crown-like headpiece casting shadows over his face. I'd always thought it gave him a menacing air, but today he looked calmly savage in a way that sent a fresh wave of adrenaline rushing through my veins. Lalakai's overwhelming power flooded the stable. The lights dimmed, shadows thickening, and the rot of death hung in the air. The life and energy drained from my body, and my limbs shook with the effort to hold myself up.
"I'm surprised, Aaron," she purred. "I had assumed you would abandon your consort and flee."
"Flee?" He looked her up and down.
"Why would I?"
I panted, trying to push Lalakai's power away with my aura. Riker appeared confident, but we hadn't been ready for her arrival. This wasn't the suitable opportunity he needed to kill her. She cocked her hip.
"I can't decide if you're arrogant to the point of delusion or attempting a final desperate bluff."
"Arrogant?" A deep glow lit his azure eyes.
"It was your arrogance that led you to assume you could outwit me. Your arrogance let you believe you had any right to the power you claimed. And your arrogance convinced you that I feared your stolen strength."
Her back stiffened.
"Allow me to enlighten you, Lady of Shadow."
He raised his hand, turning it toward the ceiling, and a spot of blue light the same shade as his eyes ignited above his palm.
"I have never feared your shallow wit, your insipid ambition, or your undisciplined magic."
The swirling spot of magic above his palm flickered oddly. A teal hue flushed across it, then deepened into a rich shade of gold-green, the color of Lothaire's summer magic. I could only see the profile of Lalakai's face, but her shock was obvious. She thrust her hand toward him, her deathly aura roiling through the air. Riker flicked his fingers open. The green magic burst like a flash of sunlight. Ready for an attack, Lalakai summoned a barrier of pure darkness to shield her from the brief assault of light, but his magic seemed to have no effect. Her barrier faded and she laughed.
"How trite, Winter King. I expected."
She broke off, a hand pressed to her chest. Gasping, she stumbled back a step, her wide, confused eyes rising to Riker. He smiled, like a cat with a mouse under its paw.
"A final suggestion," he crooned malevolently. "Never allow a superior enchanter to implant magic in your body. If you wanted the undying, you should have killed me to get it."
Her eyes went even wider. As she stumbled again, soft green shimmers appeared all over her body. They swelled and expanded into tiny, semi-transparent sprouts. The leaves swelled and more sprouted, the vines lengthening. As they grew, the pressure of her power lessened, and the haze of death in the air faded.
"This,"
she panted.
"This is—" "In the brief time I had to study the cancerous spell Lothair had embedded in me, I was unable to uncover how he targeted my life energy."
Ice expanded from Riker's hand, forming an elegant spear with a sinuous blade.
"My replica won't kill you, but I don't need it to."
He crossed the distance between them in a single impossible leap, coming at Lalakai with killing intent. And in that bare, shocking instant, I realized I'd never seen him take a fight seriously before. And neither had Lalakai. A black sword formed in her hand, but Riker's spear had already morphed, and his rapier-like blade plunged into her chest. It exploded into ice, shattering her ribs. As the force hurled her backward, the undying pattern lit up, the wounds glowing. Riker followed her, smooth, unhesitating, and utterly savage. Before the Undying could repair the damage of his first strike, he skewered her with an ice spear. I scuttled out of the way, and only because I was dodging ice shrapnel did I see Zack coming. I ducked a swing of the fang's lethal glass blade, my heart lodging in my throat. Lalakai wasn't dead yet, and Zack was still obeying her last command, to kill me and himself. Reeling backward, I spared the briefest glance for Riker and Lalakai. He was brutalizing her, inflicting wound after wound, and though the Undying kept her alive, she couldn't master a counterattack. The cancerous leaves of Lothair's replica spell glowed faintly, consuming her strength and weakening her death magic. I didn't know what Riker's strategy was, or what he needed to do to kill her, and I couldn't worry about it while Zack pursued me with single-minded, robot-like intensity. One mistake, and we were both dead. I had to get the Fang of Valderna away from him. I thrust my hand out. A wave of ice froze his shoes to the floor, and he swayed for balance, the blade swinging in an alarmingly uncontrolled way. As he wrenched free, I dove toward the tack stalls and grabbed a loop of lead line hanging from the center post. He rushed after me, and I vaulted over the waist-high divider between stalls. As I dropped to the floor, I flung a loop of rope out. It hooked around Zack's leg as he landed beside me. I clipped the end over the line and lunged away from him, putting all my weight behind the lead line. The rope slid through the clip and snapped tight around his ankle. A heavy thump sounded as he hit the floor. I whirled, summoning an ice spear, and smashed it down on his sword arm. It burst into a heavy block of ice, and I leaped onto his chest, grabbing for his wrist. I had to take control of the Fang. He drove his other fist into my ribs. Gasping, I jabbed my knuckles into his throat. He coughed violently, and I tried again to get my hands on the sword's hilt. Pushing his hips up, he shoved me off balance, then rolled, lifting the heavy ice. He came down on top of me, simultaneously smashing the ice to free his arm. I grabbed his wrist with both hands. We rolled again and hit the stall divider, struggling for control of the sword. But he was stronger, heavier, and unafraid of the blade we were wrestling over. He shoved me into the floor, a hand on my throat, and thrust the sword down at my face. I jerked my head sideways, pain searing the tendons in my neck from the violent movement. The sword plunged into the concrete, inches from my cheek. Zack stared down at me, merciless in his enslavement. The muscles in his arm bunched, and he pulled the sword toward him, dragging it through the floor toward the top of my shoulder. "Zack!" I screamed, flinging my hand out. My palm hit his chest, and a burst of ice shoved him backward. Pain stung my shoulder as the blade nicked me. I hit him again with ice, then again, freezing as much of him in place as I could. But he was straddling my waist, and I was immobilizing myself, too. I had no better options, so I thrust my hand up again. Magenta light flashed, and the rune on his wrist expanded into a glimmering sphere of explosive force. The ice covering him shattered, absorbing some of the magic, but not enough. Agony blasted through my entire body as I was crushed against the floor. The air left my lungs, and with spots flashing in my eyes, I couldn't move or even breathe as he grasped the Fang's hilt with both hands and aimed for my chest. Chapter 18. Zack went still. The Fang's crystalline point hovered above my heart. Then he straightened, turned, and sprinted out of the tack stall. Gasping for air, my whole body throbbed. I pushed myself up and staggered out after him. 30 feet down the aisle, Riker and Lalakai were still fighting. She'd summoned a shadow blade, but she was covered in blood, swaying unsteadily and barely able to parry him. Vines glowed all over her, and the Undying was flickering wildly as it worked overtime to keep her alive. But she still wasn't dead. Did Riker actually know how to kill her? Zack charged toward them, sword in hand. Lalakai must have called him to help her. I launched after him, forcing my bruised legs into a full-out run. "Riker, watch out!" He glanced toward my voice and twisted sideways as Zack came at him with the Fang. The blade caught Riker's arm, and reddish sparkles poofed off the glass blade. Blood darkened his sleeve. and ran down Zach's arm as well. Lalakai lunged at Riker. He half-turned, but Zach sprang at him again. Caught between the two, he couldn't evade. Blood sprayed across the floor. I reached them a second later and slammed my whole weight into Zach's back, knocking him onto his knees. A few feet away, Lalakai laughed hoarsely, gripping the hilt of her shadow sword. The blade was buried in Riker's lower chest, the point protruding from his back. He'd dodged the fang of Valderna, but hadn't escaped Lalakai. Ice cascaded from his hands and engulfed her. He wrenched backward, the blade tearing out of his chest. Teeth bared, he gestured roughly at me and Zach. An ice serpent formed out of nothing and barreled into Zach, throwing him backward. As he crashed down, the fang of Valderna clattered across the floor. The ice around Lalakai shattered, and Riker spun back to face her. My pain forgotten, I dove toward the dropped sword. Riker was injured. Badly. Run through, punctured lung, internal bleeding. I had to get the fang, and get it fast. Landing on my stomach, I got both hands around the hilt, then rolled onto my back in time to piston both feet into Zach's legs, making him stagger. I jumped up. He lunged at me, and I frantically dodged, holding the sword away from our bodies. My gaze slashed toward the tack room. The sheath. I had to sheath the blade. Summoning an ice spear, I smashed it against Zach's arm, then hit him with another in the knee. I rushed past him, careening through the open door into the small room. Something caught my ankle and yanked it out from under me. I landed hard on the floor. Zach's amber whip glowed around my lower leg, and as I looked back, he pulled, dragging me across the threshold. I swung the fang down on it, and it sliced through the glowing tether. The shortened whip snapped back toward Zach, the severed piece dissolving. I pushed onto my knees. On the floor under the table, the red sheath lay where Zach had dropped it. Grabbing it, I forced myself to slow my movements as I aimed the blade at the sheath's top. The glass blade dissolved into swirling sparkles that sucked into the opening. The sheath pulled my hand upward, drawn to the blade as though they were powerful magnets. The hilt slid home, the fang of Valderna reduced back to dagger size. I stumbled to my feet, dazed to finally have the lethal weapon neutralized. At a flicker of amber light, I snatched the pitchfork leaning against the table and whirled. Zach's glowing whip tangled around the pitchfork handle instead of my arm, and he yanked it from my grasp. As he stalked through the door, he took hold of the tool and turned it, so that the long, sharp prongs were aimed at my chest. He lunged, driving the pitchfork at my torso. I sprinted for the door, needing more space. I burst out into a flurry of snow and darkness, Zach right behind me. Riker and Lalakai were battling Shadowblade to Iceblade, her weakened by the parasitic vine spell and him weakened by his wound. "Get the pitchfork, Saber." His sudden command startled me so much that I almost let Zach run me through. The prongs caught the edge of my shirt, tearing the fabric. I shoved the fang into the back of my pants and grabbed the pitchfork just above Zach's hands, trying to twist it out of his grip. Riker suddenly spun away from Lalakai and dashed toward us. Lalakai launched after him. Her black wings swept out from her shoulders, propelling her through the air. Feet away from me and Zach, Riker whirled back toward her. Too slow. For a second time, she drove her sword into him, piercing his upper chest just above his heart. Disbelieving horror choked me as I clung desperately to the pitchfork handle. A wild laugh screeched through her throat. "How does it feel to finally die, Aaron?" she crowed. Impaled on her blade, he seized her shoulders. "You tell me." As shock rippled over her face, he spun and threw her backward, right into the pitchfork Zach and I held. The prongs punched through her chest, piercing her heart and lungs. She sagged, and my arm shook from the sudden weight on the pitchfork. Breathing heavily, Riker stepped back. Lalakai's shadow sword had dissolved, and bright red blood soaked his white garments from the 2 deep wounds in his chest. My heart hammered as I waited for her to straighten, to laugh mercilessly. to resume her assault. But the Undying didn't ignite with magic.
What?
The raspy voice beside me made my head snap sideways. Zack stared at Lalakai hanging off the pitchfork we both held. Stared with clear green eyes. The infectious black magic veining his skin was fading.
She's dead?
He whispered. My attention swung back to Lalakai. Limp and lifeless, she slid off the pitchfork and crumpled to the floor. She wasn't reviving. The Undying wasn't healing her. Riker stretched his hand out. An azure circle flashed beneath her body, and the temperature plunged. Frost whitened the floor and walls, the air sparkling with crystals. A column of ice shot upward from the glowing spell, and Lalakai vanished inside it. Crack! Thin lines zigzagged through the ice spire, then it burst into a cloud of sparkling snow. The tiny glimmering stars of power swirled around Riker, absorbing into his body. All her power, all the magic she'd killed for and stolen was now his. Lalakai was gone, shattered into fragments so small I couldn't see them. Even if she could revive as the undead like Isvarg had, she had no body left to do it. Blue light sparked on Riker's cheek. A softly glowing pattern spread down the side of his neck, disappearing under his clothes. It glowed brighter and matching light radiated from his wounds. With a final flash, the Undying healed him. It had healed him, but not Lalakai. I stared at the pitchfork, the prongs coated in her blood. This had killed her? It barely even counted as a weapon. It had no magic, no enchantments, no power whatsoever. Understanding struck me like a bolt of lightning. From magically animated tree roots to magic-spawned blades, every wound I'd seen Riker or Lalakai heal from had been inflicted at least partially by magic or a magical being. But there was no magic in the pitchfork. The Undying's weakness was mortal weapons. It made a twisted kind of sense. The weakness was simple, yet almost impossible to guess, and even more difficult to exploit. What human would be stupid enough to use a mundane weapon against a being as powerful as the Winter King? If they did, he could obliterate them before they got near him. And Fae? They wouldn't even possess non-magical weapons, let alone use them on a Fae King. My stunned gaze rose, and my breath caught. Riker stood very still, his eyes half-closed and lips parted. Ice crystals drifted in a slow spiral around him, and the temperature was painfully, cuttingly frigid. Light shimmered off his golden antlers, and for a second I thought I was imagining it. But no. They were lengthening. Branching and wickedly pointed, they rose above his head like a grand crown, complementing his black headpiece. Frost formed over his clothes, and with it the blood and dirt faded. His clothing repaired and refreshed itself. Then ice thickened into smooth armor across his shoulders and chest. More ice armor formed over his hands and forearms. My breath puffed white in the sub-zero air. His eyes opened, glowing softly with power, and I met his ancient gaze with an uncomfortable scrape of foreboding in my chest. He might not have a court to rule, but the Winter King had returned. Chapter 19. Standing beside Zack, I reached under the back of my shirt, my fingers closing around the fang of Valderna's hilt. I couldn't look away from Riker as wintry power built in the air and saturated the earth. Shivers racked my limbs and my teeth chattered. Where was the witty, irreverent, unflappable shapeshifter who'd been my familiar for 7 years? The regal Fae gazing at me with cool assessment was a stranger. He rolled his shoulders as though releasing tension.
Ah, a welcome feeling after so long.
I swallowed. Are you as strong as you used to be?
Not yet, but this is a marked improvement.
My throat bobbed with another uneasy gulp. Even with the strength of 5 powerful fae, he still hadn't fully recovered what he'd lost. How powerful did that make Rhiannon?
Do you have the weapon, Dove?
Dread cut through me, and I reluctantly withdrew the fang from behind my back. Here. He nodded, his antlers gleaming. His gaze drifted to Zack, and an edge of fear joined my dread as the Winter King studied the crystal druid. If Zack had recovered his wits enough to understand what had happened, then he, like me, had guessed the Undying's weakness. A secret Riker would kill to protect. I wasn't entirely convinced he wouldn't see me as a threat to his secret. He definitely saw Zack, who felt no real loyalty to him, as a threat. Riker moved and I flinched, but he merely tucked his hands into the wide sleeves of his shimmering white cloak.
The most pressing threat to our survival is extinguished. The Summer Queen and the Dragon Lord still loom, but they will not casually assault me now. We have won a reprieve from danger.
My hand tightened on the dagger as I stared unblinkingly into his eyes, trying to read them, to pierce his flawless poker face. I had no idea where we stood with each other, and that was both unnerving and sad. I glanced at Zack, and seeing the pained hunch to his shoulders, I became abruptly aware of all my throbbing bruises. Then let's take this chance to get some rest.
A wise suggestion, Dove,
Riker said, smiling softly.
I will ensure your safety while you recuperate.
I bit the inside of my cheek. I wanted to believe him, and the fact that I couldn't was like a knife to the gut. Inside the small bathroom in my apartment, Zack leaned tiredly against the sink while I wrapped white gauze around his forearm, where I'd just finished suturing the slice from the fang of Valderna's curse. At least the wound had been clean. The matching nicks on the tops of our shoulders were shallow enough to require no more than a bandage. Faint bruises were darkening across his bare torso, marks from our desperate fight. As I stepped back, my gaze ran over his broad shoulders, hard pectorals and ridged abs. Unless I was imagining it, his muscles were more sculpted than a couple of weeks ago. The toll of our recent struggles, illness and injury had reduced his already low body fat percentage to almost nothing. My fingertips brushed across his right arm. I followed the unmarked skin down to the back of his hand, where Lullakai's black rune had been. No sign of the magic remained.
I can't believe she's dead,
he muttered, watching me trace his knuckles as though I might uncover a lingering infection of her magic.
It was so sudden. 1 minute we were talking about Riker, then she was impaled on the pitchfork.
It wasn't that abrupt for me, I said, releasing his hand to pack up the first aid kit. It was actually a veterinarian kit for the rescue's animals, but suture thread was suture thread. The fang of Valderna is terrifying. He tilted his head toward the sheathed dagger sitting on the counter beside him. Neither of us wanted to let it out of our sight. Seeing the kit on the back of the toilet, I faced him again. How do you feel? Any after effects from Lullakai's enchantment?
Nothing magical.
Shadows unrelated to his mistress's power passed through his eyes as he glanced at his bandaged arm. He opened his mouth, then closed it without saying anything. He hadn't asked much about the fight, and I understood why. He knew the wound on his arm was from the fang, which meant he knew Lullakai had made him wield it. It was one thing for her to hurt him or enslave him. Horrible, yes, but she'd still wanted him with her. It was another thing for her to sacrifice his life, to discard him, to decide he wasn't worth keeping around any longer. Lullakai had been the most central figure in his life for the last decade. He'd grown from an inexperienced teenager into a mature man under her influence. He'd depended on her, cared about her. But in the end, he'd been nothing more than a tool to her. And that had to hurt. I stepped into the space between his feet, leaned against his chest and circled his waist with my arms. The last time I'd sung for him, he'd told me to stop. But I couldn't help the gentle melody that hummed across my lips. I didn't know how else to offer comfort. He wrapped his arms around me and tucked his face against the side of my head, his breath stirring my hair. For several minutes, we held each other tight as I hummed until the air felt a little softer and warmer than before. When we were both steady again, I left him in the bathroom to clean up. Ducking into my room, I changed into yoga pants and a tank top. The sight of my familiar, comfortable bed filled me with longing, but anxious worry sent me pacing through the apartment. I set the fang of Valderna on the coffee table, then moved it to the kitchen counter. As I paced, I checked on it, over and over. Somewhere outside, Riker was waiting to claim it. I knew it, he knew it. I didn't know why he hadn't just demanded it, why he hadn't taken it. I didn't know what he planned to do next. If my theory was correct, his next target would be Echo. Killing the dragon would give him the boost he needed to ensure victory over Rhiannon. But how challenging of an opponent was Echo? Was Riker concerned that he might waste too much power bringing down the dragon? I paced across the living room, trying to think like a millennia-old Fae King.
Watching you is making me more tired.
Turning, I found Zack standing just outside the bathroom. His hair was damp and his jaw clean-shaven. He hadn't showered. I would have been pissed if he'd soaked his newly stitched arm. But he'd freshened up. Just trying to guess what happens next, I admitted.
Nothing from here on out will be easy to predict.
Had he figured out the secret of the Undying? I was afraid to ask him, afraid that confirming it for myself would also confirm it for Riker. If he decided to kill Zack, there was nothing I could do to stop him. Maybe you should get away from here. The words came from my lips, but I hardly recognized my own voice. Zack's eyebrows rose.
You want me to leave?
Riker is... I'm his consort, but you're... I pulled my scattered thoughts together. And there's the danger of bounty hunters. The MPD will blame you for Echo and Rhiannon destroying the museum. The bounty on your head will be even worse.
That's true.
He stepped away from the bathroom door, moving closer.
But I am not going to abandon you in this mess.
It's not abandonment. You need to...
I need to stay with you.
His green eyes bored into mine as he closed the distance between us.
I left you behind once, and it haunted me for 10 years. I won't do it again.
This is different.
It is, but I'm still not leaving you.
He stopped a step away.
I'll figure out the bounty in my next move once this Fae war is over.
What you do next? Will that involve leaving Vancouver? His lips pressed into a thin line.
Most likely.
I want to go with you. Again, the words came out of my mouth almost of their own accord, but I didn't regret them. They were true. He shook his head.
You have a life here. You can't throw it away from me.
What life? He waved around the apartment as though it represented my entire existence.
This life. You're almost done with your parole. You have an education, a good job, friends, and this place, all the work you do here. And you have the Crow and Hammer now. A good guild that will accept you. This is everything you've worked for.
You make it sound like I've accomplished something special.
You have. You broke out of the cycle of violence and created a normal life for yourself. I couldn't do that.
Did he admire the life I'd built? Whenever I compared us, I felt like I fell far short of what he'd achieved. I built the best life I could, but it wasn't all sunshine and roses. And all that was before I knew I was a druid. Do you really think I can just go back to living a human life now that I know what I am?
We aren't talking about you transitioning from a human lifestyle to a druid lifestyle. You'd be throwing everything away to become a hunted fugitive.
He shifted closer, inches between us, his eyebrows furrowed.
You said the two of us together are a curse. It's only been a few days since you stopped hating me. Why do you want to go with me?
Did you prefer it when I hated you?
Hating me makes sense. You've barely begun to deal with what happened between us. You have no idea how you'll feel about me in a few weeks or months, especially if I'm the only person in your life.
The way he was staring into my eyes, the flashes of conflict pulling subtly at his features. It was too much. I pivoted on the spot, putting my back to him as I gripped the kitchen counter. The dagger lay in front of me.
How can you go from hating my guts to self-sacrificing loyalty?
I stiffened at his rough, quiet question. He reached around me to grip my wrists, pulling my fingers off the counter before I hurt myself.
Saber.
I exhaled slowly, carefully, and a faint grind twisted my ribs, reminding me of the pain, the hurt, the betrayal, and the truth I'd never wanted to admit. But I was going to admit it anyway. Because I stared down at his hands. I've been in love with you since we first met. Chapter 20. Silence followed my whispered declaration.
That was 10 years ago.
He finally said, There are some things time can't change. You hurt me, I hated you. I closed my eyes. But I've loved you. All along, anyway. That's why I hated you so much. That's why I wanted to hurt you, because it was destroying me to love the man who'd hurt me so badly.
That doesn't make sense. You can't love me and hate me at the same time.
Yes, I can. I tilted my head back until it rested against his shoulder. You said you hated me sometimes. A faint tremor passed through his hands. I turned in his arms and looked up into his face, his conflicted eyes. You hated me sometimes. I told him softly. But you've loved me all along, too. His lips thinned, tight and stiff, as though holding back something inside him that he couldn't bear to let free. That's why abandoning me tormented you for 10 years. And why you searched for me and rescued other kids when you couldn't find me. And why you kept helping me, even after I stabbed you. And why you risked your life for me, for things I wanted and needed that had nothing to do with you. He released a slow, shuddering exhalation. Fucking hell. You swore it wasn't guilt that motivated you. So what else could it be? I studied him. Didn't you realize it? He stared down at me, our bodies so close without touching, heat and unspoken words vibrating between us.
We are both really fucked up.
An oddly breathless laugh escaped me. Of course we are. I pressed my hands to his chest, gripping his shirt. Pretending to be a normal human was killing me. With you, I don't have to pretend. With you, I can be who I am, with no restrictions, no restraint. That's what I want.
Saber.
And yes, we're fucked up. But I want you anyway. He swore under his breath, then crushed me against his chest, his face in my hair. I held on to him just as tightly, the fragile, broken part of me panicking that I'd just handed him my scarred heart. But more than panic and fear, I felt a freeing sense of relief. Maybe it was because the amnesia had dulled my memories of him for the past 10 years. But everything I'd felt for the nameless boy in the alley was just as strong as it had been the day he'd walked away. The aftermath had broken me, and only now that he was back in my life could I finally heal. As I'd discovered his adult self, I'd been uncovering who I was too. Piece by broken piece, I unclamped my hands and leaned back so I could press them to the sides of his face. His eyes were vivid, intense, pained, hopeful, and 1,000 other things I couldn't name, but understood perfectly, because I felt them too. He slid a hand over the side of my neck, cupping my jaw, and the air felt electric with anticipation, just as it had in the moments before our first kiss. His fingertips drifted across my cheek, just as they had that night. And just like that first kiss, I closed my eyes as he leaned down. His mouth brushed across mine. Instead of the fierce, rough lust of our more recent kisses, this was soft and unhurried, a deliberate savoring of each press of our lips. The past and the present, our first kiss and this one, overlaid each other in my mind, blending with renewed vibrancy. My lips parted, and as he deepened the kiss, his hand sliding into my hair, my heart drummed with more than the excitement and desire of my younger self. This wasn't a nameless boy I'd known for a few weeks. This was the man who'd walked away but had never let me go, who'd hurt me but done everything in his power to help me, who'd taken the pain I'd dealt him and held on even tighter. He was so much more than the boy from my past. He was part of me, bound to me, essential to my survival. He was my future. Each press of his lips and stroke of his tongue drove that conviction deeper into my scarred heart and wounded soul, and I pushed up onto my toes, crushing our mouths together. Our slowly heating passion flashed white-hot, and with a low growl he bent my head back. His tongue slid across mine, and heat plunged through my core, lust edged with maddening intensity. He guided me backward, step by step, and my calves hit the edge of the sofa. I went down. Pressing me into the cushions, he pushed his thigh between my legs. The sweet desire of our youth mixed with the carnal lust that had been simmering between us since I'd met him as the crystal druid, to form an even fiercer, hotter, more devastating need. He kissed me harder, one hand holding my jaw. The other slid down, finding my breast. His tongue stroked mine in time with his teasing thumb, and I rocked my hips against his thigh, desperate for more. My hands dragged down his chest, then wrenched his shirt up. I slid my palms over his abs, his skin warm and muscles taut. He leaned back and pulled my legs around his waist instead. Pinning me to the sofa with his hips, he arched me over backward. His teeth scraped over my breast through my shirt and bra before he pushed them up. Then his hot, wet mouth was on my skin, while his hand stroked my other breast, and he ground against me in the same rhythm. Moaning, I dug my fingernails into his back. Every nerve in my body lit up with pleasure. I dragged my nails over his shoulders, then slid my hands to his chest and pushed him back. He broke away from me, and with a swift twist, I shoved him down into the sofa. Straddling him, I peeled my shirt off, my bra following, and threw them aside. His lust-glazed eyes roved over my bare breasts, and his hands slid up to cup them. I rolled my hips against him, and he groaned, his fingers stroking and teasing. Unable to stand it anymore, I pushed off him. My hands went to my waist, and I slid my pants down, my underwear going with them. He watched, his mouth parted hungrily. Naked, I stepped out of my pants, undid the fly of his jeans, and pulled them down his hips. Then I was climbing on top of him again, our bodies coming together, skin on hot, naked skin. I rubbed against him, and my moan overlapped his. He grabbed my ass, fingers digging in hard, and with a flex of his arms he dragged me along his length with more pressure, matching the movement with a roll of his hips. He was powerful, perfect, unbearable. I rocked more urgently, and he followed the rhythm I set, using his whole body to intensify my pleasure. Panting, I leaned down, bringing our mouths together. His tongue thrust into mine, deep and hungry, and it was all I needed. Heat built low in my belly, pulsing between my legs, then burst through me. I moaned into his mouth as my whole body spasmed. But he kept me moving, milking every wave that rolled through me until I collapsed against his chest. With my thighs still shaking and aftershock shivering through me, he clamped his arms around my waist, catching me by surprise. He heaved us off the sofa. Before I could wrap my head around the sudden change of trajectory, he'd carried me through my bedroom door and tossed me onto the bed. I gasped as I hit the mattress. He stood over me, primal lust flattening his dark eyes. His pants clung low to his hips, bearing his arousal. He shoved his jeans off. Distracted by the perfection of his nude body, I was a moment too slow to react to the mattress dipping under his weight. He flipped me over. My face met my pillow as he pulled my hips up. He rubbed against me, my skin insanely sensitive, and I whimpered into the pillow. My knees were spread, my core exposed to him, his hands controlling my hips. My fingers fisted around the blankets as heat pulsed through me. He slid between my legs, rubbing and teasing, slow and taunting. My head spun, breath shallow and rushed, need building toward a new peak. Finally, he pressed against my opening, stretching me. I groaned into the pillow. His hands on my hips gentled, caressing my curves, then clamped down hard. He slid into me, and a mindless, wordless sound of pure pleasure rushed from my throat. He flexed his hips. The small motion pushed him even deeper, stretched me even more, and I moaned. I couldn't keep silent. The quiet sounds pulled from me with each slow flex. I arched my hips back, spreading my knees wider. More, I gasped. Fuck. He snarled in answer. He thrust deep into me. Heat, pleasure, and an edge of delicious pain overwhelmed me. His powerful driving rhythm had me biting the pillow, nails scraping the sheets, thighs quivering. Urgency roughened his movements, and he pulled me up into him, lifting my knees briefly off the mattress. With that last bit of stability lost, I careened over the edge. My body clenched, the pillow muffling my breathless cry. Zach kept his rhythm, breathing hard as pleasure rushed through me. When I slumped forward, he pulled out. His rough groan was like another stroke inside me as his hot release wet my lower back. I sagged into the bed, my face turned to one side as I panted. Bending forward, he braced a hand beside me, catching his breath. A slow tide of bliss swept through me from head to toe, gradually fading. He leaned down a little farther, and his green eyes, hazy with lust and gratification, met mine. A slight crease formed between his eyebrows, an unspoken worry, as though he were suddenly concerned about how much I'd enjoyed myself. A flash of affectionate amusement warmed me. That expression. He'd given me the same look after our first time. The exact same slightly unsure look. So much had changed in the last 10 years, and it was unexpectedly comforting that at least one thing hadn't. Chapter 21. I stirred awake, groggily aware of the mattress dipping and a warm body jostling me. Zach's weight pressed on my torso, and as I cracked my eyes open, I realized I could hear the persistent buzzing of a cell phone. With a clatter from the direction of my nightstand, he slumped back onto his side of the bed. The phone screen glowed brightly in the dark room. Accepting the incoming call with a swipe of his thumb, he lifted the phone to his ear but didn't speak.
Zach.
The room was so quiet that even though the phone wasn't on speaker, I could clearly hear Morris's voice. He must have guessed it was Zach who'd answered his call based on the lack of greeting.
Where's Saber? She's here.
Silence filled the line, and tension filtered through me, chasing away my drowsiness. I didn't know Morris well, but his lack of quips or jokes was ominous. He didn't even sound angry like he had when we'd last seen him.
What happened at the museum?
Zach asked.
We got there just as the Fae disappeared.
and we were able to mitigate the worst of the damage. The information control team is working overtime to hunt down and destroy all video evidence, and a fake investigative report about an explosion from shells that were accidentally left in the underground battery has been pushed to the media.
What about witnesses? I asked. Did anyone see the Fae? Zach pulled the phone away from his ear and switched it to speaker.
Around a dozen.
Morris answered, having picked up my question.
They're being handled.
That isn't why you called.
Zach guessed. Morris exhaled roughly.
The MPD's top gremlins, the International Judiciary Committee, have convicted you of treason against the magical community and assigned one of their elite enforcement teams to carry out your sentence. They have clearance to kill you on sight.
Zach gazed at the phone, his face blank.
They also increased your bounty to $5 million to extra incentivize all the other bounty hunters.
Morris's voice had gone flat and unhappy.
You need to get the hell away from Vancouver. Bounty hunters will be swarming like flies on rotten fruit in no time, and the MPD enforcement team is already here. I know most agents are no match for you, but these guys are the best of the best. I was planning to disappear for good. In that case, I can... No.
Zach swung his legs off the side of the bed, putting his back to me.
Whatever help you were about to offer. No. You have your own shit to deal with.
I watched Zach's dark silhouette, faintly illuminated by the phone's glow.
The Royal Fae assholes,
Morris said after a long, heavy pause.
Where are they now? Lalakai is dead. Riker is with us. I don't know about the other two. You're with Riker, Saber's Fae? That sleety son of a bitch?
My eyebrows crept up. Why wouldn't we be with Riker? And why was Morris insulting him?
Yes,
Zach replied, a faint note of question in his voice.
And you're totally okay with that?
Morris asked incredulously.
Everything else aside, you might as well be flying a 50-foot come-and-get-me flag above your location.
What are you talking about?
What, you don't think a freaking blizzard in July will attract attention? It's only an ice age apocalypse descending on the lower mainland, no big deal.
Zach shoved off the bed, his hand muffling the phone speaker. With no sign of self-consciousness despite being completely naked, he strode to my bedroom window. As he threw the drapes open, I rushed to join him and peered outside. Night had fallen while we'd slept, obscuring the view of the pastures, but faint light emanated from the direction of the yard. It illuminated the thick curtain of snow swirling down from the dark sky. White blanketed the ground in an unbroken carpet and had piled on the fence, already 6 inches deep. Smooth and untouched, it looked unnaturally bright in the darkness. What? I whispered in horror. Morris's voice crackled through the speaker.
The elite MPD team is probably already en route. You need to get away.
I can't leave.
Zach growled, lifting the phone to his face.
I have to deal with this Fae bullshit first.
If you stay,
I'll have to take the risk. I can't leave things like this.
Morris went quiet for a moment.
Be careful.
Yeah, and thanks for the heads up. Don't call again, it's too risky.
Before Morris could reply, Zach ended the call. He handed me the phone, and even in the darkness I could see the stiff anger in his shoulders.
What the fuck is Riker doing?
I glanced at the nightstand where the Fang of Valderna sat, untouched since we'd fallen asleep. He's preparing to kill Echo and Rhiannon.
Does he want more power that badly?
Shaking my head, I hastened toward my closet and selected the first clothing items I saw. Pulling out my thickest sweatshirt, I layered it over my top. My phone, my wallet, and Arla's map went in my pockets, and I grabbed the Fang last, my fingers digging into the sheath. Zach was in the main room, the clothes we'd bought for him scattered across the coffee table. He already wore a pair of dark gray hiking pants, the band of his boxers peeking out for a second before he put on a black, long-sleeved shirt. He plucked a zip-up hoodie from the last bag, and together we hurried down the stairs. When he pushed open the exterior door, cold air rushed inside, sending a shiver through my body. Zach stepped into the snow, his hiking boots disappearing beneath it, and stuck his arms into the sleeves of his hoodie. The snow crunched as we walked to the yard. Fluffy flakes streaked downward, so thick I could barely make out the truck a dozen yards away. Icicles dripped from the building's eaves. We'd fallen asleep on a summer afternoon and woken in the dead of winter. The cold, snowy deep freeze of northern British Columbia, not the mild winters of the lower mainland. "Riker!" I called, my breath puffing white. The falling snow deadened my shout. As I drew in a breath to try again, the icy wind gusted, sending the snow swirling all around me. "Yes, Dove." I turned. Riker stood a few yards away, with no tracks in the snow around him, as though he had simply appeared on the spot. I took in his sharp golden antlers, the shimmer of frost on his clothes, the pattern of the undying gift on his face, and the undeniable feeling of power he radiated. His aura was stronger than the peaceful earthly energies of my home, dominating everything in the same way Lothair's magic had dominated Hell's Gate. "What is this, Riker?" I demanded, waving around at the snow. He tucked his hands into the sleeves of his cloak. "I am deepening my control over this territory in anticipation of an attack." "Rhiannon's attack?" I asked. "Echo's attack? Or is this preparation for you attacking them?" "The instigator makes little difference. A battle between us is inevitable." "It makes a world of difference, Riker." I stepped closer to him, glaring into those cool azure eyes. "You're creating a snowstorm a few kilometers from Coquitlam. People are already noticing. The MPD has noticed. Are you planning to battle Rhiannon here too?" "Of course, Dove." My mouth hung open, his blunt answer catching me off guard. "Here?" "Are you insane?" Zach snapped. "An all-out battle between you two will cause destruction for miles. You'll kill thousands of people." "I need every advantage against Rhiannon," Riker replied calmly, "including my territory." "Your territory? The rescue?" Zach shook his head. "Will an area this small make any difference?" Riker's detached, regal expression didn't shift. "This is where I will make my stand." "But not because this is your territory," I said. "Because this is where you built your spell." Zach's brow furrowed as he glanced at me. "You aren't just drawing power from our little territory here," I continued tersely. "You're drawing power from all the land within your spell, all at once." The wind gusted again, the snow dancing. My hands clenched. This snowstorm extends over the whole spell, doesn't it? He studied me, weighing his response. "Several years ago, I determined that my increasing strength heightened the risk that I might be discovered. Were that to happen, I would need a way to swiftly multiply my power to defend myself." "So you started making the enchantment." "Do you think my preparation unwise? Rhiannon herself is poised to destroy me, but with this enchantment to fuel my magic, I can bridge the gap between us." "And then what?" I asked hoarsely. "Go back to Anan and reclaim your throne?" A flicker passed through his eyes, a reaction to my question that I couldn't interpret. "Slaying Rhiannon is a necessity. She will not rest until I am dead, and she will destroy all I have touched, including my territory and my consort." Slipping his hands from his sleeves, he stepped toward me, his slender fingers extending in offer. "But we can destroy her and end the threat, Saber. With the power I have gathered and wielding the Fang of Valderna, I can slay her. The life you have built will be restored." "Will it?" I said quietly. "What about the hundreds of people in Coquitlam who might die as a result of your battle? What about the MPD and whatever they do in retaliation for threatening the secrecy of magic?" What if you exposed magic to the whole world? The snow swirled, and even though Riker was so close I could have touched his offered hand, the falling flakes felt like an impassable barrier. What about Arla? My voice cracked. Am I supposed to forget that you killed her? Or just pretend it never happened? At the word killed, Zach's head snapped toward me, then back to Riker. The Fae didn't flinch. He didn't deny it either. What about all your lies and omissions? I asked with an unsteady quiver. What about Zach? You let me agonize over how to save him when you had a way to kill Lalakai all along.
I did not believe him to be in significant danger.
I squeezed my trembling lips together, fighting for composure. It's easier to manipulate ignorant pawns than informed ones, isn't it? You didn't even have to lie. You just fed me hand-picked half-truths. My fingers clamped around the dagger. Fuck you, Riker. He lowered his hand.
Of all the futures I anticipated, my dove, I did not expect one where I would reach this point or this opportunity until long after your lifespan had drawn to a close.
It made sense. I was a short-lived human, and he was an immortal being, with magic I couldn't fathom. At first, I'd been no more than a tool to him, a way to recover his lost strength. But at some point, I'd evolved from tool to friend. I believed that. Our friendship had been genuine. Now, however, the chasm of power had yawned wider than we could ever cross. I had become a tool again, one he had increasingly manipulated and excluded from his plans. Could I blame him? No. Not when I'd be gone in a blink while he'd have an eternity to live with his choices. But it still fucking hurt.
Never was it my intent to hurt you, Saber.
His soft words surprised me, until I realized the icy cold lines on my face were frozen tears. I blinked, the moisture on my eyelashes turning to white frost.
My intent still is to protect you.
He continued.
We can move forward, together.
I closed my eyes, accepting the sharp stab of pain his words inflicted. No apology, no concessions. The ends justified the means. He regretted that he'd hurt me, but did he regret his decisions? Or did he see them all as necessary? No. The word was a harsh rasp. We can't, Riker. Another tear ran down my cheek and froze on my chin before it could fall.
Are you certain, Dove?
His voice was gentle and sad. I nodded, unable to look at him, unwilling to meet his eyes. I didn't know what would be worse, seeing a shallow sorrow that showed how little I had meant to him, or seeing a deep sorrow that showed how he'd cared deeply and hurt me anyway.
In that case,
he sighed.
The weapon.
My head jerked up. He had extended his hand again, but this time it wasn't an offer. It was a demand. With a stomach-turning flood of adrenaline, my heart rate kicked into top gear. The Fang of Valderna would make him unstoppable. But without it, would he reconsider his plan to kill Rhiannon? Would he end this unnatural blizzard and slip away into the night, a fugitive of the summer court once again? No one should have it, I said. It's too dangerous. He didn't even acknowledge my protest.
Give it to me.
It should be destroyed.
Saber.
The right thing to do.
Do not make me take it from you, Saber.
My hand constricted around the sheath. Zach shifted closer to me, his arm brushing mine. Side by side, we faced Riker. But it was pointless. The only thing that could stop him from taking the Fang was his own conscience. He sighed again. The wind gusted, whipping snow into my eyes. I flinched back, half turning away as I shielded my face. Something pulled the weapon out of my hand. The gale died, revealing Riker in front of me. He held the fang, but his attention had turned skyward. His eyes narrowed. His arm swept out, shoving me into Zack. Snow swirled around him, thickening into a giant ice serpent. It shot into the sky, its jaws gaping. I stared after it, trying to make out its pale shape in the falling snow. An ear-splitting crack shattered the muffled quiet. Shards of ice rained down, and as they fell, a massive black shape plunged out of the stormy sky. Chapter 22. The great black dragon dove out of the concealing snow, and Riker thrust his hand up. Pointed spires of ice erupted from the ground, shooting toward the oncoming dragon. Echo's wings flared, scarcely slowing his descent. The air and snow around him rippled, and Riker's spires shattered before the dragon touched them, as though an invisible force field surrounded his body. Zack grabbed me and pulled us to the ground. As the dragon slammed into the earth, a transparent dome flashed over us from the rune on his forearm. Snow, dirt, and ice shrapnel blasted in every direction, hammering the shield. The barrier only lasted for a second before dissolving into silver sparkles. Zack launched up. Gripping my hand, he sprinted away from the dragon's hazy silhouette. Echo's deep roar shook the earth as we fled to the truck and sheltered behind it. Through the wildly swirling snow, the dragon's wings arched up. Riker's ice serpent reformed, larger than before, and ice shot out of the ground in jagged spears 30 feet high. Booms and roars rolled across the rescue as the two Fae fought. I clutched Zack's arm, but before I could decide what to do, or whether there was anything we could do but run, the sounds of their battle went silent. The agitated snow resumed its tranquil descent, the white curtain obscuring everything. "Is it over?" I whispered.
"They've stopped fighting, but I don't think it's over."
Cautiously, we circled the truck and crunched through the snow toward the spot where we'd last seen the dragon's shadow.
"Formidable, as your reputation suggests, Aaron of Anon."
Echo's lilting voice drifted through the night. I spotted the dragon Fae, his dark clothing contrasting with the snow. It took me a moment longer to spot Riker. Ice armor covered his chest, shoulders, and forearms, and a slow swirl of 3-inch-long shards hovered around him. In his hand, the fang's long, curved glass blade shimmered with deadly power. The two Fae faced each other with a dozen steps between them. Crystalline spires, shattered ice, and gouged earth marked their battlefield. Their brief fight had torn apart the yard, uprooted half the orchard, and obliterated a section of pasture fence. Zack and I halted halfway between the two, keeping enough distance that the four of us formed the 3 points of a triangle.
"This conflict has stretched into tedium,"
Echo continued,
"and the Summer Queen's occupation of the crossroads irritates me. I would prefer she make her departure swiftly, or perish just as swiftly. Are you proposing we combine our strength against her, Lord of Dragons?"
My breath caught. Riker had replaced Lulakai in the 3-way stalemate, but if Echo and Riker allied together, that would change everything.
"I find it amusing that you would cordially propose an alliance mere minutes after assaulting me without warning,"
Riker added, arching an eyebrow.
"How was I to bargain effectively without first assessing your strength? And what, I must ask, is your judgment?"
The dragon didn't reply, and the corner of Riker's mouth turned up in a faint smirk. Clearly, Echo had decided that fighting Riker was a losing battle, and I couldn't fault his conclusion. With the Undying Gift, Riker was undefeatable, no matter how many times Echo killed him.
"So then," Riker mused, "what form of alliance do you propose?" "I offer no alliance."
Echo's tail snaked back and forth, disturbing the carpet of snow.
"What I offer is inaction. I will stand aside from your feud with Rhiannon."
Riker pulled the fang sheath from somewhere under his cloak and brought the tip of the blade toward it. The glass length dissolved into the sheath until the hilt locked in place.
"And in no way will you work against me, or take advantage of my success or failure. Your oath must extend beyond Rhiannon's death. I will grant you my neutrality for a full moon cycle from this moment, whether you kill her or not, as long as you uphold your end of this bargain."
Riker arched his eyebrows.
"And what is the price of your neutrality?"
Echo lifted his arm, directing his claw-tipped fingers toward me and Zack.
"Give me the Druids, Winter King, and I will withdraw."
Riker's eyes widened slightly, betraying his surprise. He glanced at us, then back at Echo. His silence stretched a touch too long as he tried to reason out the motivation behind the Dragon Fae's request. I wished I could see into their minds, because I had no clue either.
"Both Druids,"
Riker murmured.
"and any current or future claims upon them, or their lives. I am not so callous as to hand them to you for slaughter. I will not harm them."
Riker thought for a few more seconds, and I saw the instant he figured out Echo's intentions. His eyes narrowed, and a smile curved his lips.
"Do you have any other conditions for this bargain, Lord of Dragons?"
Echo's wings snapped open and closed.
"None."
My heart lurched in disbelief. Yes, I'd told Riker that I wouldn't join him in his war against Rhiannon, but there was no way he would—
"Bargain struck,"
he declared.
"The Druids are yours."
I couldn't breathe. Riker had just traded me to another Fae. He pivoted toward me. Shock locked my muscles down, and I didn't react as he gestured almost casually. Cold rushed through my body. A pulse of magic thumped in my chest, and a shimmering pattern lit up my arm, shining through my sleeve before dissolving into nothing. That fast. That easy. The consort ritual that had taken several hours undone in an instant. He swiveled back to Echo.
"My claim upon the Bladesong Druid is no more, and I have no bond with the Crystal Druid."
His smile returned, sharp with venomous amusement.
"Whatever you think they may tell you about the secrets of the Undying, it will change nothing. Your best chance to kill me was minutes ago."
The Undying. That was why Echo had bargained for us. At Riker's taunt, Echo merely unfurled his wings. Amethyst and indigo shimmers roiled across him, his form darkening and expanding into the gargantuan dragon. My gaze shot to Riker, my heart in my throat and my lungs still paralyzed. Azure eyes gazed back at me, ancient and unreadable.
"Be safe, Dove."
Riker. The dragon's clawed front foot swept out. He scooped me and Zack together in his grasp, crushing us against each other, then leaped into the air with a powerful beat of his wings. Icy wind howled around us as we soared upward. Standing amidst the churned snow, his head tipped back and the fang's red sheath in his hand, Riker watched us vanish into the wintry storm. It was all spinning out of control. I clutched the dragon's scaly digits, almost as thick as my waist, and banded tightly around me, and tried desperately to think of a way to slow our headlong rush through the night. Part of me wanted to stop, to breathe and think and figure this out. The other part of me was desperate to keep going, faster and farther, to get away from everything. To get away from Riker. The air rippled strangely, distorting my view of the ground as it transitioned from snowy white to summer greenery that looked black in the darkness. As the snow thinned and the temperature rose, light snaked across the landscape far into the distance. The greater Vancouver area. We were already past Coquitlam and heading toward the coast. My chest felt hollow. I wasn't sure if I could feel the absence of the consort bond or if it was the empty ache of abandonment. I'd been Riker's companion, his friend of 7 years. I'd saved him, he'd told me that. When he'd been at his lowest, finding me had saved him. And he'd traded me away. It made no sense. The Fae who'd followed me into Hell's Gate, into the territory of the Forest Lord who'd been hunting him for centuries, had just suddenly decided to give me away? Why did I mean nothing to him now? I'd refused to join him, I reminded myself. Giving me and Zack to Echo was the least of what he could have done. We knew the secret of the Undying. He could easily have justified killing us. No matter how much I repeated that, it didn't lessen the feelings of confusion or betrayal. Lost in my thoughts and pain, I didn't notice the changing landscape until Echo had begun to descend. Below us, endless lights revealed the shape of Vancouver's downtown core, the dark water of the Burrard Inlet beyond it. My grief-logged heart kicked back into gear. Echo was flying too low. Any lower and humans might see him. No sooner did the thought cross my mind than the world transformed into dizzying blurs. The lights and buildings turned semi-transparent as the dragon shifted us partway into the Fey domain, making us invisible to human eyes. Then he tucked his wings in and dove. We plunged toward the concrete jungle. As the ground rushed up to meet us, he flared his wings again. The stomach-churning fall abruptly slowed, and a moment later we were hovering above a stretch of sparse grass, illuminated by the orange glow of street lamps. Echo drifted down a few more feet, then opened his talons. Zack and I dropped to the ground, and with a blaze of shimmering light the dragon transformed. His much smaller wings spread. Echo landed beside us, his hair unruffled by the flight. I glanced around warily. We were in a small park, with a stand of trees at one end, surrounded by downtown buildings. The overall air of neglect suggested we were in the downtown east side. Zack turned to Echo, but before he could speak, the unexpected thud of hooves interrupted the usual nighttime city soundtrack. From out of the trees, 2 dark shapes appeared. A tall, powerful stallion with an arched neck and a leaner, leggy stallion with a black coat. Acid green eyes gleamed as Tiliag trotted toward us, Artir a dark shadow a few paces behind him. "Tiliag?" Zack murmured in surprise. The stallion's ears swiveled, and he tossed his head imperiously as he halted beside us. "I see you have freed yourself from the Night Eagle." I barely heard him as I reached for Artir. My throat thick with emotion, I stroked his neck and combed my fingers through his silky black mane. We had no formal bond or bargain. He'd had no reason to make the long trek out of the mountains to rejoin me. He bumped his nose into my arm, and an unintelligible flow of words ran through my mind. Incomprehensible except for one word. My name. With a hand on Tiliag's shoulder, Zack pivoted back toward the waiting dragon fae. "What are you up to, Echo?" "How did Aron kill Lalakai?" His tone brooked no dissent, and I clenched my jaw, furious at the position I was in. The position Riker had put me in. Was I supposed to give up his weakness? Even though he didn't seem to care what we told Echo, I couldn't discard my loyalty to him as easily as he'd discarded me. Zack, however, didn't have any moral conflicts to hold him back. "He didn't actually kill her," he said without hesitation. "Saber and I did. Stabbed her through the heart with the pitchfork we were holding. I'm assuming the Undying's weakness is to be killed without the use of magic." I assumed it was to be killed with a mortal weapon, I said, reluctant to join the discussion. "Aren't those the same thing?" He shook his head before I could answer. "No, they're not. It could be either. Would strangling work? That doesn't require magic." "It might require a single lethal blow, since that's how Lalakai died. Or does it need to be a strike directly to the heart? What if the type of metal is a factor? Was that a steel pitchfork? I think so, but it has a coating. Epoxy or something. Echo's mouth thinned at our back and forth. Even replicating exactly what happened to Lalakai, it'll be nearly impossible to pull off. Zack said to Echo. He was ready with a way to cripple her power first. You won't get a weapon anywhere near him, and if you do, he'll cut you down with the fang. You might not even be able to do it, I added. Riker never touched the pitchfork, and in the story he told us, it was the druid Poilth who finished off the Undying's original owner. He might not be killable by any fae. An enlightening discourse. Irritation layered the dragon fae's voice, and I couldn't tell how sarcastic he was being. Very sarcastic, I presumed. Fortunately, discovering Aderon's weakness was not my goal. My fingers tangled in Artyr's mane. Then what was your goal? To let them fight. He furled his wings tightly against his back. Aderon will now strike at the Summer Queen with minimal delay. You told him where to find her. Zack's tone was terse. You said she was occupying the crossroads. Echo's lips parted, bearing a hint of sharp teeth. My eyes widened. You made a bargain with her too, didn't you? We need to stop them from fighting, not make it easier. Zack growled. They'll go at each other with everything they have. The eastern edge of Coquitlam is only 2 or 3 kilometers away from Riker's territory. Thousands of people will be in danger. Between the Summer Queen and the Winter King, one must die. Echo's tail snapped side to side. If Rhiannon triumphs, she will return to her court. More likely Aderon will slay her. He will consume her power, make his victorious return to Anon, and this land, my territory, will be safe. Safe from what? I asked hoarsely. From Aderon. Unless his path to Anon is cleared, he will remain here and create a new kingdom. He will transform the very landscape. The weather patterns, the temperature, the seasons, this place will become a winter domain, for as long as he rules here instead of in Anon. Faint dizziness rolled through me. Even after everything I'd seen, I still couldn't grasp the immensity of these ancient fae and their power. So we just stand back and let them unleash destruction on the lower mainland? Zack demanded. Yes. Shimmers rippled across Echo. Stay here. It is far enough. Their battle will commence by sunrise, and soon it will be over. But stay, Zack. This is beyond your power to effect. With a bright swirl of magic, the monstrously huge dragon took form again, wings like a starry night sky arching above his back. He towered over us, our heads barely reaching his chest. His wings swept down, and as he lifted into the air, he faded out of sight, vanishing into the Fey domain. Zack watched the dragon's retreat, then took hold of my elbow. We're only a few blocks from the Cronehammer. There might be bounty hunters lurking nearby. We need to get out of sight. Artyr and Tiliag followed on our heels as we retreated into the cover of the trees where they had been waiting. With a $5 million bounty on his head and an elite MPD team hunting him, Zack shouldn't have been anywhere near this place. Unfortunately, Echo didn't know that. When did you two get here? Zack asked Tiliag. Earlier, the stallion replied vaguely. I sensed Grenior and Keelar, but you were not with them. We waited nearby for your return. Zack patted the stallion's shoulder. He didn't thank Tiliag for hanging around with no idea of when Zack might return, but he had to be grateful. A tedious wait in poor company, the stallion added crankily. Artir snorted, his tail swishing. Sighing, Zack leaned back against a tree, eyes closing with weariness. What a fucking mess. He was silent for a long moment. Maybe Echo is right, and we have no choice but to let Riker and Rhiannon go at it. Riker will probably win, he's unkillable, so how can he lose? And then he'll go straight back to Anon. It'll be over. No, I whispered. His eyes opened. No what? He'll win, but he won't go through the crossroads. Why not? He's been waiting for his chance to reclaim his kingdom for centuries. I wrapped my arms around myself. He told me. After Rhiannon first showed up, he said he missed Anon, but she'd ruled it for longer than he had. And what bothered him more was her presence here. Offend was his word. Her presence offends him, because he already sees this place as his future kingdom. Zack's brow furrowed. Just because he's territorial over this area doesn't mean he won't want Anon. When we were in Hell's Gate, he said that after he met me and started to recover, he realized he wanted to escape his past and begin again. You don't escape your past by going back to your old kingdom. You don't begin again by reclaiming something you've already lost. To the Fae in Anon, he's the weak, fallen king who ran from her for 1,000 years. Why go back to that? So you think he will create a new kingdom here, and he'll use all the power he's about to steal from Rhiannon to do it. Chapter 23. I paced back and forth, leaf litter crunching underfoot. Zack had his shoulders pressed to a tree trunk, the long length of his body rigid. Tiliag and Artir watched us, silently observing our tension. We were too exposed here, too close to the Crow and Hammer, too close to other people. Zack needed to flee the city, the province, the country before bounty hunters caught up with him. But could we really leave now? Run for our lives while Rhiannon and Riker unleashed their power right on top of Coquitlam? Run for our lives while Riker turned the lower mainland into his new winter kingdom? I bit the inside of my cheek. Would he actually do that? The mythic community wouldn't ignore a Fae messing with their homes. But could they do anything about it? Once Riker killed Rhiannon and took her magic, he would be beyond powerful. Ancient, immortal, and invincible. He needed to be stopped before he killed Rhiannon. My steps grew faster, more frantic. I bit harder on my cheek until I tasted blood. Saber. Zack's voice rumbled through the quiet night. Are you absolutely certain? That was the question tormenting me as well. Was I sure Riker would stay here and create a new kingdom? Even if he killed Rhiannon and had a clear shot at reclaiming Anon? Would he choose this place instead? If his plan was to return to Anon, then Echo had the right idea. Get out of the way. Let Riker kill his nemesis, and hope the destruction wasn't catastrophic. Interfering would potentially create more problems, and more casualties. Jerking to a halt, I stared at the mess of fallen leaves between my shoes. Saber. I sucked in a breath and let it out. I'm certain. He doesn't plan to go back. Zack nodded. Then we can't let him kill Rhiannon. What if we told her the Undying's weakness? My chest constricted at the thought of turning Riker's most guarded secret over to his worst enemy. I'm not sure she could use that information against him any more than Echo could. We have to try something, and Rhiannon has the best chance of bringing him down. If he kills her and takes her magic, he'll double his power. He'll be beyond challenge. I still don't see how the Undying's weakness will make a difference. She'd need a way to hamstring his power before she could try to... I trailed off, staring at Zack. Slowly, my movements trance-like. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the folded printout of Arla's map. Opening the pages, I gazed down at them. unable to make out the details in the darkness. But I didn't need to. I'd all but memorized the shape of Riker's enchantment, the one he was using to boost his power. "I can bridge the gap between us," I whispered. "What?" "Riker's enchantment." I paced a tight circle, anxious energy burning in my muscles. He said that with his enchantment, he could bridge the gap between him and Rhiannon. He's using it to multiply his power. His words, multiply. Doesn't that suggest that without the enchantment, he wouldn't have the power boost anymore? Zach frowned. Possibly. And if he didn't have the power boost, he'd be at a disadvantage against Rhiannon. He might not be killable, but that doesn't mean he could kill her. "What are you suggesting?" Zach asked, a note of wariness in his voice. I came to a halt, facing him as my throat tightened painfully. Riker had lost everything to Rhiannon. He'd spent centuries in weakness and despair. He'd endured hardship for so long, I could barely conceive of it. Maybe I couldn't conceive of it. After all he'd suffered, he finally had the chance to reclaim his power, to become even stronger than he'd been before. It was everything he wanted. As long as his goal was in reach, reasoning with him would be impossible. But if I could upturn the chessboard and cut off his path forward, maybe then he would listen. Maybe then I could convince him to back down and give up on creating a new kingdom. Maybe I could even find some semblance of the Fae I knew in the cold-hearted and ambitious Winter King. Artyr's head lifted sharply. His ears pricked forward and Tiliag copied him. The two stallions stared into the trees, and I twisted to trace the line of their focus. Amidst the foliage, something shimmered strangely. A long, pale shape appeared, floating weightlessly 10 feet above the ground. A Fae with a sinuous snake-like body covered in smooth, silvery blue scales. It undulated as though swimming through an invisible current, its delicate reptilian face dominated by fuchsia eyes that stared at us intently. With a loud rustle, a woman pushed past a tall shrub, leaves sticking out of her red curls. She spotted us standing among the trees. "There you are." Tori tugged a twig out of her hair as she hurried toward us. "When Hoshi said she saw a dragon flying away from here, I knew it would be you two." "Hoshi?" I repeated. She waved a hand at the silvery Fae, a creature I recognized as a sylph. It wove through the branches of a tree and ducked behind Tori, peeking shyly over her shoulder at us. "Remember I said I had a Fae familiar? Saber, meet Hoshi. Hoshi, this is Saber." "You shouldn't be out here," Zach said gruffly, pushing away from the tree he was leaning on. "We shouldn't be here either. Go back to the guild before—" "The guild is empty. I had the closing shift and the only other person there is Aaron. He's checking right now for any bounty hunters hanging around. Once he gives me the all clear, we'll sneak in through the back." "We don't need—" "Oh, please." She rolled her eyes. "Why are you so bad at asking for help, Zach?" He scowled and muttered under his breath. "You're one to talk." "Aaron is the officer on duty and no one else is going to show up at 1 a.m. Not even Darius. He's been AWOL for like 24 hours, so he isn't likely to pop in without warning. It'll be fine." As she babbled, Zach glanced at me, his brow furrowed with concern. I hesitated, debating with myself. The Crow and Hammer wasn't safe for Zach, but we were woefully unprepared for everything we needed to do, from escaping the city to stopping Riker. I gave him a small nod. The worry in his eyes deepened, but he nodded back. Smart or not, we were returning to the Crow and Hammer. Chapter 24. I studied the map stacked to the wall of the workroom. The largest showed the city of Vancouver. A second covered the greater Vancouver area, and a third showed all of the Fraser Valley and beyond. My gaze lingered on the Fraser Canyon, Hell's Gate, where I'd unknowingly set Riker, Zack, and myself on this path. What had the point of no return been? The moment I'd decided to venture into Hell's Gate in search of my parents and my past? Or the moment Riker had revealed I was a druid? Maybe it had been the moment Zack had reappeared in my life astride his fey stallion. If he'd never appeared, would I have continued living as a witch, with Riker as my familiar? Would I have completed my parole, lived and worked at the rescue, taken it over from Dominique and Greta someday? Would Riker have gone on absorbing my druidic energy and slowly building his reserves, his grand ambitions coming to fruition long after I was dead and gone? Behind me, Zack sat at the work table with Tori as he summarized everything that had happened. We hadn't seen Aaron. He was lurking somewhere, presumably ensuring we weren't ambushed by bounty hunters, but he was keeping his distance. Plausible deniability, I suppose. As a guild officer, he couldn't go behind Darius's back as casually as Tori could. Sitting on either side of Zack, Grenior and Keelar leaned against his legs as though desperate for contact with him. The care of the guild's witches showed in the Varg's glossy coats and healed injuries.
So,
Zack concluded,
we need to prevent Riker from killing Rhiannon.
How? Tori asked dubiously. These Fae sound insanely powerful. Even Echo backed off. How can measly little humans like us do anything to stop them? When Zack didn't answer, I glanced over my shoulder to find his eyes piercing me, intent with unspoken expectation. I touched my finger to the map, the center point of Riker's enchantment. I'd been called crazy more times than I could count. I'd never denied that I was messed up, maybe even unhinged when I was triggered. But this was the first time I'd thought I might be certifiably out of my mind. Why else would I be considering this idea? The last time we were in this room, I began slowly. You said that powerful Fae are like forces of nature. Therefore, the only thing that can stop them is another force of nature. I tapped the map. Riker is counting on his enchantment to increase his strength. It spans 40 square kilometers, and destroying a few pieces of it won't make a difference. We need to destroy a large portion of it. How? Tori asked again. Fire, I replied, outwardly calm while my heart raced. A fire that's too big, too hot, and too out of control for him to suppress with his ice magic. A wildfire. Silence answered me. Fire moves upslope. My fingertip traced a line down to the northeast corner of Coquitlam, right at the edge of Riker's enchantment. If I start a fire here, it should move up the slope of Mount Burke. By the time it reaches Riker's snowstorm, it'll have enough heat and momentum to keep going. I turned around. Zack and Tori were staring at me. Her mouth hung open. You want to prevent one disaster by creating another? She asked disbelievingly. You don't know for sure that Riker will turn the lower mainland into his new winter wonderland, and you don't even know how bad this Fae battle will be, but a forest fire will definitely be bad. It's been a wet summer, I pointed out, and Riker's snowstorm will slow the fire down. It might not even make it all the way across his enchantment. Or maybe it'll keep going even further. And what if it doesn't move upslope? You'll be starting a fire right at the edge of Coquitlam. I pressed my lips together, agreeing with her points but seeing no other option.
A forest fire that expansive will burn through Riker's enchantment,
Zack said quietly.
Not only that, but it will kill most of the vegetation, wiping out a huge portion of the natural earth energies he'd draw on in a fight. He'll lose the advantage of his enchantment and his territory. That might be enough to stop him.
Maybe, Tori muttered uneasily. But there are so many ways it could go wrong.
I understand that.
I turned back to the map, brushing my hand across Coquitlam and the surrounding wilderness. Beautiful nature forest represented only by pale green ink on the paper.
I understand better than you think.
This is my home. I've lived in the area for 7 years. I hike Mount Burke's trails every week all year round. I know every path. I know exactly what I'm about to destroy. I closed my eyes, composing myself. But the forest will grow again. The violence of Riker's and Rhiannon's magic could destroy even more, and if Riker kills Rhiannon and takes her power, he'll become a god on Earth. I opened my eyes. He told me himself that he doesn't care much about human lives.
The fire is a risk, Zack rumbled, but humans know how to stop forest fires. None of us will have any way to stop Riker from doing anything he wants once he kills Rhiannon.
Tori blew out a breath. All right, I'll talk to Aaron. We can get a few people together to help. Help with what? I asked sharply. I thought you wanted to start a fire. Aaron is a pyromage. I shook my head. I don't need help starting fires, and I won't involve anyone else in a direct confrontation with Riker or Rhiannon. The only one who would be confronting Riker was me. She arched an eyebrow. I know us non-druids would only get in the way when it comes to super fae, but you know what we can do? Save lives. If you don't need a fire starter, then we'll focus on preventing casualties. There are private properties and homes in the area you're planning to burn down. We'll evacuate them. She was right. There were dozens of properties along Quarry Road alone. It wasn't a densely populated area, and it wouldn't take a huge team to get its residents to safety. She pushed her chair back. Evacuating Coquitlam would take way more manpower than we have, but I don't think we can ask the MPD for help. Kit is the only agent I trust not to screw us over, but I've been texting him for updates on Zack's bounty, and he hasn't answered a single one. Was Morris busy with another case, or was he distancing himself from Zack and the Crow and Hammer to save his career? So make sure your fire spreads in the right direction. She finished as she rose to her feet. I'll find Aaron and get started.
Tori.
Zack murmured as she stepped away.
Thanks.
That's what friends are for. Her brief smile faded, her teeth scraping her lower lip. I just wish we could do more. You'll be on your own against...
That's the way it needs to be.
He interrupted.
You're doing more than enough.
She sighed. Be careful, okay?
We will.
Determination hardening her expression, she hurried for the door. As it clicked shut behind her, I sank into her vacated chair, a wave of exhaustion rolling over me.
Saber.
Zack's voice drew my eyes up.
This can't be the extent of your plan. Even with his territory and enchantment destroyed, Riker still has the Undying, and the Fang of Valderna. He might try to kill Rhiannon anyway, and considering how cunning he is, he might succeed.
I tipped my head back, staring at the ceiling. I think Riker will try to kill her no matter what. He might never get another shot at her away from the protection of her court.
Then the fire won't be enough.
It wouldn't be. But there was one way in which it was crucial. As long as Riker had the power-boosting enchantment to guarantee his path to victory, he would keep speeding toward his goal, the lure of power too great to resist. He'd spent centuries as a weakened shell of his former self, and this was his chance to reverse it. Like a parched creature in the desert, he was blind to everything but the pure, cool water almost within reach. But if I destroyed the enchantment, if victory was no longer guaranteed but a dangerous gamble, maybe I could save him. If I couldn't, then we only had one option left. The fire won't be enough. I repeated in agreement. He'll turn it to his advantage somehow, like play up his vulnerability to lure Rhiannon close enough to kill her, the same way he let Lalakai run him through so he could throw her onto the pitchfork.
Then what do you propose we do?
My chest didn't grind and grate like shards of glass trapped behind my ribs. Instead, it felt like my lungs had filled with lead. its unbearable weight crushing my heart. With a deep, uncomfortable breath, I explained the rest of my plan. My desperate, dangerous, traitorous plan. Eyebrows pinching together, Zack braced his elbows on his knees. "Are you sure?" "Yes," I whispered. His eyes went distant, and I felt an odd buzz across my senses.
Echo isn't answering. I don't think he'll talk to me unless I go to him.
He stood.
He's north of here. Grenior, Keelar, can you go get Tillieg from the park? Bring Artir as well."
Obediently, the two Vargs trotted off, passing through the closed door with a faint shimmer. "You're leaving now?" Panic darted through me. "But—" Stepping closer to my chair, he cupped my jaw.
"I'm the only one who can convince Echo. I need to do my part."
I gripped his wrist, my panic undeterred by his words. He leaned down, brushing his mouth across mine. It wasn't a casual kiss, but it held none of the desperation I felt. He withdrew, and I didn't stop him, fighting the sting in my eyes. Gently he extracted his wrist from my hold.
"Are you ready for this, Saber? Can you do it?"
I nodded.
"Then I'll find you again as soon as I can."
I couldn't reply. He circled the table. His footsteps receded across the room. The door handle clacked. "Zack!" His name burst from me, almost a shout. He paused with his hand on the door, open several inches, and looked back. I rushed past the table, making a direct line to him, my hand raising. He twisted to face me, braced for the impact of my hand, but I wasn't aiming for him. My palm flashed past his arm and slammed the door shut. Then I seized his head and pulled his mouth down to mine. Maybe it was my desperation spilling over into him. Or maybe it was the suddenness of it. But need ignited between us like oil on an open flame. His hands clamped around my upper arms and he kissed me hard, each press of his mouth and stroke of his tongue feeding my urgency. My fingers slid up into his hair. I needed him. One more time, I needed him. I couldn't do this otherwise. I pushed my hips against him. A stifled groan scraped his throat. Pulling one hand from my face, he reached blindly to the side. The lock on the door clicked. Then he shoved me into the wall, his mouth on mine. My hands dragged downward. I pushed them between us, stroking him through his jeans. His hands went to my breasts, and I arched against his touch. Still kissing him, I popped the button on his jeans. His hand was at my fly an instant later. Button undone, zipper down. I pushed his jeans off his hips, and he pushed mine down. Then he grabbed my ass and boosted me up. I hooked one leg over his hip as he pinned me to the wall. Fully dressed, clothing barely out of the way, he slid inside me. I moaned against the side of his mouth, our panting breaths mingling. With my arms around his shoulders and my legs around his waist, I held on as he moved in a measured, powerful rhythm that had my head spinning and pleasure ricocheting through my body. With each slow, deep stroke, heat built along my every nerve. But it was too soon. I needed this to last forever. But my body betrayed me, rushing toward climax. His rhythm quickened, his hips driving harder into me. My fingers fisted in his hair, and he buried his face into the side of my neck to muffle his groan. "Fuck," he panted. "I'm going to—" His grip on me shifted, his weight rocking backward as he started to pull out. No, I needed every moment, every last fraction of an instant with him. Grabbing his shoulders, clamping my legs tighter, I slammed him as deep as possible. "Fuck, Saber, I can't—" I rocked my hips with breathless urgency, and his protest devolved into a rough sound of surrender. Swearing, he shoved me back into the wall, driving even deeper, and pleasure flooded my body as he went over the edge with me. Elbows braced on either side of me, he sagged into the wall, leaving me to cling to him under my own power. I pressed my forehead to his shoulder, wishing I could hold him forever. "Fuck," he whispered, his vocabulary drastically reduced. "I should have pulled out." "Sorry," I lied. I wasn't thinking straight. He eased away from the wall and lowered my feet to the floor. For a few frantic heartbeats, I couldn't make myself release him. But I had to. I'd made my decision and I would follow it through to the end. We hastily tidied ourselves and straightened our clothes. Reaching up, I smoothed his hair. Not that it had been neat to begin with, but I could make it look less like I'd tried to yank it out of his scalp. His fingers brushed across my cheek. "I'll catch up to you soon." I nodded, my throat tight. "Be safe, Zach." His eyes searched my face, a faint crease of worry in his forehead. Then he unlocked the door and swept out, focused on his task, his role. Too focused to question my emotional volatility. I stood in the threshold watching him go. He would find me again. I didn't doubt it for a moment. The question was whether there would be anything left of me to find. Chapter 25. Snow drifted lazily from the sky, illuminated in the beam of my flashlight. It dusted the green leaves of trees, clung to their bark, and coated the underbrush. The temperature hovered just below freezing, and a fitful breeze blew in my face as Riker's wintry weather displaced the warm summer air. It was nothing like the blizzard at the heart of the Winter King's territory, but it was still snow in July. It was all wrong. I sat astride Artier's back, the stallion's warmth warding off the chill. Around us, a wide swath of trees had been felled, and the ground scraped to flat dirt in preparation for a new housing development. A few pieces of heavy machinery were parked at the far end, 500 yards away, but there were no roads or utilities yet. The neighborhood to be bordered the lower slope of Mount Burke, and with the swath of dirt to act as a buffer, this was where I would put my plan into action. I stared at the wall of dark trees I was about to kill. If the fire got out of control, it could destroy miles of forest. It could burn down homes and take lives. But if I didn't do this, who knew how much of the forest would die when Riker changed the climate of the entire lower mainland? How many animals would perish? How many ecosystems would collapse? I couldn't even imagine what it would do to people's lives, homes, jobs, and more. I couldn't imagine what might happen if magic was exposed to the entire world. Inhaling deeply, I slid my phone out of my pocket and checked the time. 3:59 a.m. Tori, Aaron, and the mythics they'd recruited to help needed until 4 o'clock to evacuate everyone in the fire's path. The clock ticked over. 4 o'clock, bright on the screen. A second later, my phone chimed with a text message from Tori. One word. Go. No second-guessing myself now. Let's do this, Artier. The stallion shook his head to dislodge a layer of fluffy white flakes. Heat radiated off him, and fire ignited over his hooves, racing up his legs. It sparked in his mane and tail, its orange glow reflecting off the snow. The heat intensified but didn't burn me. With an aggressive, eager snort, Artier surged into the wall of trees. Flames roared out from his hooves. Snow melted, water sizzling. My gut twisted at the first crackle of wood catching fire. Artier wove through the trees at the edge of the buffer zone. The fierce light of the spreading fire intensified. Smoke scented the air, flowing thick and gray into the dark sky. With a press of my heels, I guided the stallion out of the trees. He trotted a dozen yards away from the flaming woods and turned. Together we watched the blaze grow. The flames bent toward me, pushed by the light breeze. I clenched my jaw, willing it to move away from me, up the slope, not down it. The fiery roar grew. Sparks shot into the air, and then I saw a flash of red in the canopy farther back. As the intense heat rose, it raised the temperature of the trees upslope until it was hot enough for fast combustion. The blaze was spreading in the right direction. Relief swamped me. "Come on, Artir." He trotted toward the tree line again, leaving a trail of burning leaf litter and underbrush as he passed. We ignited the forest along the entire eastern perimeter of the new neighborhood, then moved on to a half-constructed road that had been leveled, smoothed and packed with gravel. As Artir and I sped along the tree's edge, the fire behind us built and spread. Heat rippled out, smoke boiling into the sky. The snaps and pops of burning wood grew louder. It was no longer a mere fire. It was an inferno coming to life, surging upward and outward. Artir trotted to the end of the road where it connected with another new neighborhood, this one featuring paved streets and half a dozen unfinished houses. My nose full of acrid smoke, I guided him around until we faced back the way we'd come. Flames roared, leaping higher, burning hotter, and engulfing trees whole. They danced high above the canopy, lighting the night like a beacon. Soon it would attract attention, if it hadn't already, but hopefully it was too big to easily stop. The ravenous flames, expanding with increasing speed, were mesmerizing. The way they huffed and flared was unnervingly reminiscent of a living thing, a monster that kept growing, larger and more powerful, a beast of flame to counter a wielder of ice. Pulling myself together, I glanced around, considering whether I should ignite more forest, and a flicker of orange on my left made me freeze. Partway down the unfinished road between the two neighborhoods, flames rippled off the canopy of a tree on the west side. The wrong side. With a gasp, I urged Artir forward. The flames on his long legs died away as we rushed back onto the road. I gulped against the ashy burn in my throat. The road wasn't wide enough to act as a firebreak, not with the breeze blowing the wrong way. Artir cantered along the packed dirt, embers flying through the air. The flickering glow on the wrong side of the road grew more distinct, and dread plunged through my gut. Several trees were on fire, their crowns engulfed in hungry flames. I couldn't reach the fire, let alone extinguish it. "Artir," I said hoarsely, "can you put that out?" He shook his head, his mane tangling from the violent motion. Panic clawed at my chest as burning leaves cascaded down onto the dirt road. The fire was spreading across the trees, moving toward the edge of Coquitlam. Clutching Artir's mane, I felt the horrific weight of what I'd done. To prevent a catastrophe, I'd created a worse one with no logic, reasoning, or restraint. No, I couldn't let that happen. I had to do something. But what magic did I have? Aura spheres were useless. I couldn't sing the wildfire into submission. I closed my left hand around my right wrist, fingers digging in painfully. Cold pricked my veins, sharp and arctic under my skin. My shocked gaze snapped down. Riker's ice magic gift. I still had it? He'd dissolved our consort bond, and numbed by his betrayal, I hadn't checked whether the ice rune had vanished as well. I'd assumed it had. I stretched out my arm. With 2 blinks, I refocused my vision until I could see the rune he'd embedded in my wrist. It glowed brightly, brighter than I remembered. My fingers clenched and cold surged through my arm, burning like acid in a way it had never before. I didn't know what it meant, and I didn't have time to worry about it. I swung off Artir's back, my feet thumping against the ash-covered dirt, and strode ahead of him toward the nearest burning tree. Teeth bared, I raised my arm, fingers outstretched, and called ice to my command. Power rushed out from my palm, and a wave of frigid cold blasted through my body as though my blood had turned to liquid nitrogen. With my lungs locked and eyes squinched to pained slits, I flung my hand up. A column of ice swept skyward and engulfed the burning tree in front of me, encasing its 40-foot-tall crown in the flames that had been devouring it. I staggered, and Artir pushed his head into my back, steadying me. I gawked at the ice spire, then down at my wrist. Riker's rune. Had it become more powerful as his strength had increased? I'd refused to join him. He could have dissolved the rune along with our consort bond, but he'd let me keep it. Focusing on the immediate danger of the spreading fire, I cast my hand out again. One by one, I froze the burning trees on the wrong side of the road, then created a wall of ice that would ensure no more flames jumped across. When I made it back to my starting point, I sagged against Artir's shoulder, weak with relief and shivering from the deep chill that had settled into my bones from using so much ice magic. But I wouldn't be cold for long, not with the heat pounding at me from the burning woods. Blackened earth and smoldering trees marked the inferno's path as it had eaten its way into the forest. It was spreading up the slopes of Mount Burke, growing bigger and hotter than Riker's snowstorm could resist. With each mile it traveled, it consumed more of his enchantment and devoured the life from the earth. Steadying myself with a deep breath of smoky air, I clambered onto Artir's back. I couldn't rest. I had to ensure the fire continued to move in the right direction and didn't expand back toward Coquitlam. I nudged Artir forward. He broke into a steady trot, and I turned my face toward the roaring inferno as it consumed the forest I'd been hiking for the past 7 years, spreading inexorably east and north, and directly in its path was Hearts and Hooves Animal Rescue. My heart quaked with pain, but I gritted my teeth and pushed it down. This had been the easy part. The worst was yet to come. Chapter 26. The forest had been reduced to a graveyard of glowing cinders. Blackened trees still burned from within, their stubby limbs crumbling. Ash and smoke hung in the air, a gray haze that obscured everything more than 50 yards away. Artir's hooves thundered across the charred debris, hot embers puffing off the ground with each impact. He galloped along the barely discernible trails that snaked up Mount Burke's slope, and I gripped his mane, leaning low over his back. Behind us and to the east, towering flames swept over the mountainside toward the Pit River. There the fire would stop, I hoped. My gaze fixed on the dark path ahead. Snow no longer fell over the landscape. The temperature had risen, stifling hot in the aftermath of the inferno. I couldn't sense Riker's power in the earth, and the deep, lively flow of energy from the forest had gone painfully, tragically silent. But when I stretched my senses out, searching as far as they could reach, I felt the sting of wintry cold to the northwest, the direction of the crossroads. As I'd feared, Riker had wasted no time in making his next move. No hesitation. No delay. He was heading straight for the crossroads where Echo had said Rhiannon was entrenched. I had to reach him before he got there. Pockets of surviving vegetation dotted the burnt devastation, and soon we passed the border of the fire zone. A healthy forest surrounded us, like a living embrace before we reached the rippling water of Dennett Lake. The silvery moon peeked through the clouds as Riker's unnatural storm dispersed. Artir hurtled past the shoreline. How far ahead was Riker? How swiftly was he traveling? I hadn't expected him to recover from the fire and shift strategies this fast. I'd been counting on the chance to intercept him. As far as Zack knew, this wasn't part of the plan. If I'd told him what I intended, he would have tried to stop me. But I had to do this. Artir plunged into the underbrush at the far side of Dennett Lake. I ducked even lower, branches slapping at me. As we burst out onto Summit Trail, I felt it. A wintry chill in the air. Artir ran full tilt up the trail, making up for the time lost trailblazing. As we reached the ravine that cut down the slope into the Crossroads Valley, tiny snowflakes began to drift from the sky. I clutched Artir's mane and leaned back as he launched into the ravine, hooves sliding on the loose rocks. Only a few weeks ago, I'd ridden down this same slope at breakneck speed on Tilyag's back, rushing to the crossroads to save Zack from the Dullahan. We made it to the valley floor, and Artir raced along the dry streambed, his hooves clattering loudly in the quiet night. The coming dawn lightened the eastern horizon, but in the valley it was still dangerously dark. The dry streambed joined the creek that had carved the valley, and Artir splashed into the shallow water, slowing to a canter. The snow fell more heavily, the temperature dropping. A cool breeze touched my skin and I slowed Artir to a cautious trot. The wind picked up, arctic and cutting. In a sudden rush, a thin layer of ice formed across the surface of the stream. Artir jolted, his legs breaking through the thickening ice. He danced sideways, then lunged forward as the creek froze solid. His hooves clattered on top of the ice. The wind died, the sub-zero air going dangerously still.
Saber.
The low growl was almost unrecognizable as Riker's voice. He shimmered out of nothing, appearing mid-step as he strode down the frozen creek toward me, his cloak flowing behind him. Ice armor covered his upper torso, golden antlers rising above his head, pale hair tied back. His eyes glowed with power and fury. I slid off Artir, my feet slipping on the ice, and pushed on his shoulder. "Retreat, Artir!" The stallion's orange eyes blazed, but he obeyed, whirling to canter back the way we'd come. I faced Riker as he bore down on me. "Foolish," he snarled. "So very foolish. To show yourself after what you did." He'd never once spoken to me in such a vicious way, and even though I'd expected his rage, it still rocked me. Swallowing against the dryness in my mouth, I held my ground, but he stopped with 20 feet between us, as though he couldn't stand to be any closer. His glowing eyes burned, like ice pressing against my skin. "Well, Druid, what did you come to say? I can't imagine how you could enrage me further, but do try." My hands shook as I curled them into fists to hide it. "I came to beg you, Riker." "For what?" "To stop this." I took a step closer to him. "You said you wanted to begin again. Becoming an all-powerful king isn't a new path. It's one you already walked. It's going backward. And it isn't you." His eyes blazed brighter, more furiously. "You know nothing about me, Druid." I took another step. "I know the Fae I spent the last 7 years with. He was ruthless and sometimes bloodthirsty, but he was never callous with innocent lives. He was loyal and considerate and my trusted friend. Have you forgotten my many deceptions? Just a couple of weeks ago you risked everything when you went into Hell's Gate for my sake. Don't pretend you don't care about me." His upper lip curled. "Perhaps. Before you betrayed me." "You betrayed me." I stepped toward him again. I'd closed half the distance between us. "You pursued power at my expense. You traded me to another Fae. But I didn't do this to hurt you. I did it to stop you." Fury was the only emotion I could read on his face. "That's why I'm here. Even though I know you're thinking about killing me, most Fae, most people would agree that you'd be justified in killing me, but I'm still here." I took one more step, almost close enough to reach out and touch him. "Please, Riker," I begged. "Please stop. Let Rhiannon go back to Anon. Let go of this obsession with ruling a kingdom again. You don't need any of that. You wanted a new life, not your old one." The cold emanating from him deepened until my exposed skin burned. I'd only made him angrier. I opened my mouth to try again. Ice exploded in front of me. I didn't even see where it had come from. The impact felt like a cannonball to my chest, and the next thing I knew, I was on my back on the frozen creek. My lungs were locked, my whole body throbbing with agony. Through blurred vision, I saw him. His back turned, walking away. He hadn't killed me. Head reeling, I pushed up on my elbows. I'd tried to reason with him, to snap him out of his power-driven, single-minded focus. I should retreat while I was still alive. But he hadn't killed me. Despite how deeply furious he was over my betrayal, he'd held back. Hope sparked in my chest, pushing away the pain, and I rolled over. Scrambling to my feet, I stumbled after him. "Riker!" I called. He didn't stop, his long stride carrying him toward the crossroads. I forced my throbbing legs into a run, only to slip and fall to my knees. Teeth gritted, I clambered up and rushed after him. "You put your faith in Poilth, back in Anon, remember, Riker?" I said breathlessly, closing in on him. "And you went to war with Rhiannon, for Pradiri's sake, to avenge him. You aren't heartless, Riker. But what you're doing now is." He ignored me. "You've stopped caring about who you hurt or kill to get power, and that isn't you." I reached for his arm. "Riker!" He half turned, the motion of his hand swift and sharp. The ice at my feet cracked. A jagged pillar shot upward and slammed into me, the force lifting me clear off my feet. I hit the frozen creek a second time, my body screaming. Stabbing pain lanced my ribs. His blazing azure eyes fixed on me. "Again, Druid. You do not know me." "Not this you," I gasped, barely able to force air from my seized lungs. "The Riker I know wouldn't seek power at all costs." "That is who I am, naive child," he snarled. "I was not gifted Anon. I killed and coerced and manipulated my path to the throne." I tried to sit up and collapsed backward at the agony in my chest. "Do not rise, Druid. Do not speak. My mercy has expired." I wanted to disagree, but I saw no mercy in those ancient eyes. My limbs shook, pain making me lightheaded. "I will speak," I whispered, drawing my arms back and pushing onto my elbows. "I won't give up. You protected me for 7 years. Years where I would have been lost without you. Maybe you had an ulterior motive. Maybe you lied about a lot of things. But you could have drained my druid power without being my friend." My breath came in rasps as I sat up, one hand pressed to my ribs. His face had never looked more inhuman, as beautiful and heartless as a statue. I shoved to my feet. For a second I swayed, my vision blurring, but I pulled myself together. "Do you remember?" I panted. "What you said to me when you were dying from Lothair's magic? You said that for immortal beings, your greatest enemy is becoming trapped in the same patterns forever." I gestured toward the crossroads. "This isn't a fresh start. Becoming the Winter King again? Whether it's here or in Anon, it's the same pattern. Everything else will be the same. Is that what you want? You already won your kingdom. You don't need to do it again." His face was unreadable. "This is who I am." "That's who you were. Losing Anon forced you to grow in ways you never would have." "Idiot child!" His rage broke free, and the wind howled across us, whipping ice crystals across my exposed skin. "You have no idea. Your mind is too small. Your life too short to comprehend what I endured. Hunted, hiding, crawling, day by season, by decade, by century." I stumbled back a step, trembling with pain and cold. "I will reclaim all that I lost and more, and yes,
I will destroy everything in my path. I will wreck and ruin, slay and slaughter until I am truly invulnerable. All you have done with your ill-conceived interference is make my task more difficult."
Tears stung my eyes. I swallowed hard. "Riker." His rage calmed, his expression smoothing, and the frozen detachment was more terrifying than his fury. "No," he murmured. "You have done more than interfere." His hand rose, fingers pointed at my chest in an almost casual gesture. "You have proven yourself a liability, beyond tolerance." Time slowed as my heart sank with despair. I should have realized his ambitions were about more than power. But it was too late now. He was committed to his course, and his aversion to the failures and suffering of his past was too deeply rooted for anything I said to change his mind. Tears spilled down my cheeks as ice sparkled on his fingertips. My pulse thudded in my ears, filling my head with a measured beat as he formed the ice into a pointed dart aimed at my chest. "I'm sorry." Whether my words reached him, I would never know. The shard of ice shot straight from my heart, and I closed my eyes. Chapter 27. The killing blow never came. At the sudden crunch of ice, my eyes flew open. I blinked, then blinked again as I made sense of the sight before me. A sunflower had sprouted from the frozen creek. The huge yellow flower had bloomed a foot in front of my chest, and Riker's dart had hit it, freezing the blossom through a rough starburst. My pulse leaped with urgency, adrenaline flooding my system at how close I'd come to death. "Slaying your own consort, Aaron. You have fallen farther than I thought." Rhiannon sauntered out of the forest and onto the creek's rocky shore. Her lilac gown embroidered with golden leaves swayed around her legs. A circlet of blood-red poppies sat atop her soft honey hair, the long locks twisted into elegant coils. Large green eyes dominated her stunningly beautiful heart-shaped face. "Saving your enemy's consort," Riker replied, turning toward her. "You are more desperate than I presumed." Her rosebud lips tilted into a smile of soft, sweetly murderous satisfaction. "Oh, but, dearest Aaron, your consort is not my enemy." His eyes narrowed, flicking my way, and my heart broke. This was why I'd tried to convince him. This was why I'd confronted him, even though I knew he would probably kill me. Not to save Rhiannon or human bystanders, or the lower mainland, but to save him. Power thrummed through the earth, and the dawn sky shimmered. Dark wings swept over the treetops as Echo soared into view. He landed on Riker's other side, wind gusting across the creek bed. Stretching out his foreleg, he uncurled his long toes, revealing Zack. Our eyes met across the distance between us, and relief softened the throbbing aches in my body. He stepped away from the dragon, unslung a bundle from his shoulder, and let it fall to the ground beside him. Metal clanked and clattered, swords, daggers, and the blood-stained pitchfork that had killed Lalakai. Zack cast an assessing look over the Winter King. "One of these ought to kill you." Riker's expression was unreadable. "Lord of Dragons, is this a betrayal of our bargain?" "Our bargain is voided by your actions, Winter King." The massive dragon lowered his head, dark horns gleaming in the faint light of sunrise. "You relinquished all claims, past and future, upon the Druids' lives. But mere moments ago you attempted to take Saber's life." Riker snapped another look my way. Jaw clenched, I took a step back, then another. Every pace I retreated sliced my soul. But the time I could have convinced Riker, the time I could have saved him, it was gone. Now the only way to stop him was to kill him. He watched me retreat, his golden antlers rising imperiously above his head. He glanced to one side, observing Rhiannon, then to the other, where Echo loomed beside Zack and his assortment of mundane weapons. A low chuckle rumbled from Riker's throat.
I had decided I would risk all on this endeavor, and so I shall. A fight to the death.
Rhiannon raised her hands, palms turned toward the sky.
It will be my pleasure, Aaron.
Summery heat swept over the land, and Echo spread his wings. Frost sparkled in the air around Riker. I turned on my heel and bolted away. I got scarcely a dozen paces before magic exploded in a cacophony of conflicting power. Hitting the ground on my hands and knees, I looked back over my shoulder and saw death hurtling toward me. With a hoarse cry, I flung my hand out, magic surging through the rune on my wrist. Ice formed a rough wall in front of me an instant before projectiles the size of car tires smashed into it. Hunks of ice, boulders, splinters of shattered tree trunks. With a hand pressed to my ribs, I sprinted away from the creek toward the trees. Forging through the underbrush, I angled back toward the battle, hoping to circle around it to find Zack. The earth shook. Ice surged and rippled, and flashes of golden magic cut through the rising spires. With a sudden boom, Echo's strange gravitational power rushed outward, and instead of creating weightlessness, it pressed down like the deepest waters of the ocean. I crumpled to my knees again, fighting the suffocating force. Through the trees I could see collapsing ice, Riker's barriers being driven into the ground. Revealed amidst the ice, Riker struggled to defend against their combined attacks. Why wasn't he fleeing? The only reason I could think of was the Fang of Valderna. Was he hoping Echo or Rhiannon would make a mistake that he could exploit using the deadly knife? He hadn't drawn the weapon yet. I couldn't see it on him. But I was more concerned about Zack. Tearing my gaze away from Riker, I ran through the trees. Deafening explosions and crashes shook the ground, throwing me off balance as I frantically scanned for a sign of Zack. A flash of gold in my peripheral vision was my only warning, and I threw myself down as a beam of Rhiannon's power cut through the forest like a scythe. Trees crashed all around me, and I rolled into the shelter of an old log from a massive red cedar. A falling trunk landed on it, wood splinters flying. I crawled through the branches of the newly felled tree.
Saber!
Zack vaulted the tree trunk and landed beside me. His fingers clamped around my elbow, and he pulled me behind the red cedar log again.
Confronting him, Saber? He growled. You were supposed to keep your distance. Of course he tried to kill you.
I didn't reply, and as his glare snapped across my face, his anger faded. He hitched the bundle of weapons, held together with a yellow ratchet strap up his shoulder.
Once Echo and Rhiannon exhaust Riker, we'll try the weapons on him, until something works.
Nausea coated my throat as I imagined the two Fae restraining Riker, while Zack and I stabbed him with one weapon after another until he died for good. Steeling myself, I swallowed. We should help. With another searching look, Zack offered his hand. I grasped it. Though I'd learned to create aura spheres without making a sound, this time I needed it. I needed to unleash the howl of despair trapped inside me, to give voice to my pain and grief. The emotions storming through me were too much to hold in, too much to bear, so I would hurl them at the world instead. Drawing in a breath, I threw my head back and let my voice ring across the landscape in a wordless cry. My energy rushed out, sweeping through the valley, claiming it. Zack's aura hummed with mine. But I was the dominant force, my power boosting our allies, and working against Riker. Rhiannon's beam of light had clear-cut the surrounding trees, providing an unobstructed view of the battle. The Summer Queen's and the Lord of Dragons strategy was easy to decipher. Instead of wasting energy spawning massive plants, Rhiannon was attacking relentlessly with beams of golden magic, while Echo used his strange powers to counter Riker's increasingly desperate attacks and his defenses. With our aura spheres flooding the valley, his ice weakened even more. Rhiannon's beam shattered his armor and pierced his chest. The Undying flared. He revived, and she killed him again. He revived, ice surging around him to form a protective barrier, and flying boulders the size of cars smashed through them, guided by Echo's power. Tears trickled down my cheeks, and words fell from my lips in half-sobs, the incoherent lyrics of a mourning ballad. I struggled to keep up my aura-sphere under the unbearable torment of what I was witnessing. Zach's hand gripping mine was all that kept me anchored. The booming, shaking battle quieted. In the middle of a field of utter destruction, Riker knelt. He wasn't fighting back. His ice had been reduced to shards and frost, and the creek flowed again, its frozen surface cracked and melting. Echo stood over the creek, wings half-furled, dark eyes fixed on the fallen Winter King. Smoothing the front of her gown, Rhiannon stepped across the uneven ground and halted again on the creek's shore, 20 feet from Riker. "At long last, Aaron," she said, "you kneel before me, as you should have the day I won Anon." His head lifted. Part of his headpiece had shattered, giving it a lopsided appearance. A faint sensation teased me. If I hadn't been so familiar with Riker's magic, if it hadn't been embedded in my wrist, I wouldn't have noticed it. I didn't even have time to call out a warning. Foot-wide circles filled with glowing blue patterns flared all over and around the creek, everywhere that Riker had flung a desperate attack. Spears of ice launched out of the arrays, their gleaming points sharp enough to impale anything they hit. But they weren't a counterattack. They were a distraction he had created while enduring their combined assault. And as Rhiannon reeled from the icy flashes coming from every direction, Riker launched at her. Fast, agile, strong. No fatigue or hesitation, no sign of weakness. He hadn't been brought to his knees. He'd been waiting for his moment to act, enduring the agony and brutality while saving his strength. Rhiannon refocused on the real danger too late. He was closing in at full speed, leaving her no time to evade, and the sparkling fang of Valderna was in his hand. She threw both arms out and unleashed a blast of golden power at point-blank range. The blade sliced through the magic, and Rhiannon both. But her counterattack tore through his shoulder, almost severing his arm. Rhiannon staggered, a hand pressed to her belly as blood drenched the front of her gown. Riker went down on one knee, but the undying magic already glowed across him as it repaired the wound she'd given him, and the curse damage from the fang. In a few moments he was rising, unhurt, while blood continued to flow from Rhiannon's belly. Echo rushed toward them, the earth trembling under the massive dragon's weight, his talons ripping into the ground for traction. Riker's minefield of spires exploded, hurling shards of ice in every direction. But the dragon didn't slow. The ice broke harmlessly against his scales as he bore down on Riker. Riker raised his arms. The temperature plunged. Ice coalesced into spiraling twisters that melted together into not one, not two, but 3 giant ice serpents. The ice serpents lunged, fangs gaping. Echo's huge jaws closed around one serpent's head, crushing it. His tail whipped out, smashing a second apart, and a surge of his magic exploded the third into tiny fragments. With the serpents defeated in mere seconds, the dragon loomed over Riker. But seconds were all the Winter King had needed. A glowing azure circle flashed beneath Echo, Riker's arctic power searing the air. Snarling, Echo swept his wings down, leaping off the array. As he took flight, he rose into the cloud of shattered serpents, and the freezing mist shone on his wings, then turned to ice, coating his scales, thickening like sheets over his wings, dripping like stalagmites off his neck and tail. Weighed down by thousands of pounds of frozen water, Echo's flight faltered. The array beneath him burst into a column of ice that launched up and engulfed his body. He disappeared within the gargantuan crystal pillar, only his wings and tail protruding. And an instant later, those too were covered. Shivers racked my aching limbs. The cold was so deep and penetrating it hurt. Breathing hard, Riker turned, the fang gleaming in his hand. As he faced Rhiannon, his eyes blazed not with power, but with cunning. I'd burned down his enchantment. I'd destroyed his territory, I'd crippled his strength. But it hadn't been enough. Riker hadn't become the Winter King because he was the most powerful Fae. He was the most devious, the most strategic, an ambush hunter who was always ready with another trap before the first had even been tripped. Holding her bleeding stomach, Rhiannon stared at the enemy she'd thought defeated. She made no quips or regal taunts. She didn't say a word. Once, long ago, she'd outwitted him, and she was now realizing she'd been a fool to think she could duplicate that feat. Flinging a wild flare of golden light at him, she spun around and streaked into the trees, heading for the crossroads. Riker sped after her. And when he caught her, he would kill her and claim her power. Rhiannon and Echo, their overwhelming power combined, had far outstripped Riker's magic. We'd had the strength advantage. We'd thought it was a certain victory. We'd thought that even with the Undying and the Fang, we could bring him down and kill him. But in this game of life-or-death chess, Riker had been the master strategist all along. Chapter 28. Zack and I sprinted through the forest. The subtle magic of the crossroads flavored the air, and my vision shimmered. Draping vines that hadn't been there moments before came into view, hanging in lush curtains from the broad boughs of the trees. Small, pale pink flowers emitted a soft radiance that cast a rosy glow over the moss-covered ground. Snow twirled from the sky, Riker's wintry power sweeping in like an Arctic cold front. He was ahead, chasing Rhiannon down. If he caught her before she made it to the heart of the crossroads, it would all be over. Zack vaulted a fallen stone pillar, the bundle of weapons clanking against his back. Archaic ruins loomed in the bluish mist, the towering columns carved with delicate leaves that mimicked the real ones growing all around us. I followed behind him, my chest burning and pain stabbing my ribs with each rough breath. Sweeping through a veil of vines hanging from a weathered stone archway, we passed the spot where I'd found Jason Brine's decomposing body. Anxiety and dread thumped in my chest, alternate beats of emotion that kept the adrenaline flowing through my veins. The crossroads power was growing stronger. We ducked under another curtain of softly glowing flowers, and on the other side the forest opened into a wide glade, long grass swaying. In its center, crumbling pillars surrounded a stone circle 20 feet across, the heart of the crossroads. Halfway to the stone circle, jagged starbursts of ice stood like sentries. Rhiannon faced Riker with her back to the crystalline formations. Flowers bloomed around her, and the air shimmered with heat, but blood had turned the front of her dress scarlet. The fang's transparent blades sparkled. Riker's hand wrapped around its dark hilt. Zack and I had no time to stop, to plan. He dropped the bundle of weapons off his shoulder and yanked out a sword. He shoved it at me, then pulled the pitchfork free. Our eyes met. Fear, desperation, determination. We shared all that and more in a single glance, a single frantic heartbeat. Then we sprinted in opposite directions. I went right. He went left. Rhiannon's summery warmth swept through the crossroads as she drew on her power. Wildflowers sprouted among the grass, blooms in every color and shape. The ground split, and monster-sized plants rose from the exposed soil, vines as thick as tree trunks with thorns like daggers. She flung her arms out, and a golden circle formed in front of her, aimed at the Winter King. A beam of power hurtled at him as the plants attacked. Ice erupted everywhere, and the two forces collided like an exploding bomb. I hit the forest floor, flattening myself as tremors shook the trees and the ground churned. The chaotic destruction roared through the glade and beyond. The ear-splitting ruckus settled, though the earth still trembled and trees still fell through the woods. I shoved up again. Frozen spires had torn apart the glade. They jutted into the sky like enormous quartz crystals, encasing Rhiannon's monstrously huge plants. Shattered debris littered the ground, and crevices split the glade like gaping wounds. Rhiannon was on her knees. Frost covered her clothes in bright patches, and ice clung to her lower body. Her chest heaved, but she held her chin high as she glared up at Riker. He stood in front of her, the fang's sharp point at her throat. My hand tightened around the sword Zack had given me. Simple leather-wrapped hilt, unremarkable steel blade. I had no idea where he'd gotten half the blacksmith shop's worth of weapons in so short a time. Sword in hand, I darted around a frozen vine 15 feet tall. Riker was just ahead, half hidden by ice, not looking back, not paying attention. If the wild churn of conflicting magic hadn't still been reverberating through the crossroads, he would have sensed me. If uprooted trees hadn't still been crashing and falling, he would have heard us. If he hadn't been so focused on his moment of victory, he would have been ready. As I careened around a hunk of ice and charged his right side, Zack sprang onto a boulder on his left. Pitchfork in hand, he launched off the platform at Riker. Riker pivoted toward Zack. His undefended back turned to me. An instant of panic hit me, that I was about to run him through, that I was about to kill him, my friend. Then I saw the flash of the fang's blade as Riker whipped it away from Rhiannon's throat, and straight for Zack. I jerked my sword toward Riker's right arm. Instead of stabbing him through the heart from behind, I rammed the blade between his side and upper arm, interrupting his strike. Zack slammed into Riker, and the pitchfork grazed his shoulder. Rhiannon, momentarily freed from the threat of the fang, thrust her hand up. A beam of golden magic launched from her palm and tore through Riker's chest. His retaliation was instant. His elbow slammed into me, knocking me away, and the fang snapped out. It plunged into Rhiannon's sternum, with no resistance, straight into her heart. A mirrored version of the lethal wound opened in his chest in a spray of blood. He pulled the blade out of her, staggering weakly. The undying pattern lit with a bright blue glow. The pitchfork fell from Zack's hands. As Riker recovered from the killing wound, Zack grabbed Riker's wrist and triggered the magenta rune on his forearm. Its magic hurled Riker into me, and I fell to the ground, clutching my steel sword. Zack held the fang by its hilt. In the instant it took Riker to regain his balance from the explosive spell, his wounds aglow with healing magic, Zack's eyes met mine, and I read his intention. My heart constricted, horror gripping me. Zack swung the fang, and a barrage of ice burst from Riker. Blood sprayed. Riker recoiled, his hand jumping toward his eyes, and Zack fell, shards of ice jutting from his torso, and a bloody wound slicing across his face. He'd bought me the seconds I needed to finish this. My hand clenched around the hilt. I lunged to my feet. Riker pivoted toward me, his hand sweeping out, ice forming at his fingertips. Blood ran down his forehead, blinding one azure eye. The other locked on me, burning not with power or rage or betrayed fury. All I saw was desperation. The desperation to win, at all costs, to survive, to defeat his past weaknesses and past mistakes in the only way he knew how, with power. The human heart is weak, especially my heart. Bruised and beaten and shattered, patched together only to break again. And seeing his desperation, my heart betrayed me for just a single moment. One moment of weakness, of uncertainty, of compassion and regret. One moment. The moment where I needed to act. My sword was poised, my body positioned to strike. All I had to do was thrust the sharp length of steel into his chest. But I hesitated. He didn't. I was on the ground again, lying on my side. Strangely numb. Senses deadened, vision blurred around the edges. How long since I'd fallen? Seconds, minutes? My lungs heaved. My heart was racing, throbbing, pulsing. Riker stood over me. The gash across his face and the blood were gone. He gazed at me, lying at his feet. And this time I couldn't tell what I saw in his eyes. He turned to Rhiannon. She was slumped against a broken piece of ice, as if reclining. But her dead eyes stared sightlessly at the dawn sky. The scattered clouds stained a bloody red. He stepped toward her body, then stopped and looked down. My hand clutched the corner of his cloak. I didn't remember grabbing it. "Riker," I whispered. He pulled his cloak from my hold. Gasping for air, I placed my palms on the frozen ground and pushed up. My body didn't want to obey. Pain flared just beyond the barrier of numbness, ready to overwhelm me. I stood, swaying. A few yards away, Zack was on the ground, his face covered in blood. A hand pressed to his abdomen, unable to move with ice shards embedded in his body. I couldn't help him. I only had the strength for one thing. With leaden feet, I stumbled to Riker, seized his arm, and used it to swing myself into his path. Rhiannon's body was right behind me as I gripped his forearms, partially to stop him and partially to hold myself up. "Riker," I panted. "Don't do it." His face blurred. "Out of my way, Saber. If you take her power, you will lose everything that matters." I shook him feebly. "Your greatest fear is apathy. What's more tedious and passionless than being invincible and unstoppable? That's not what being alive is, Riker. If you want a life worth living, you can't be all-powerful." My hand slipped down his arms to his wrists. My legs were weak, shaking, about to give. "If you do this, Riker will be gone. You'll be Aran, only Aran. And everything Riker wanted will be lost." Blue eyes swam in my vision. My thoughts were getting foggy. I couldn't see his face anymore, and I realized I was slumped against him. Strong hands gripped my upper arms, keeping me on my feet. "I'm sorry." Warm tears ran down my cold cheeks, and pain grew at the edges of my awareness, sharp and terrible. "I never wanted to hurt you. I never meant to betray you. I just needed to save you." It was a strange thing, this feeling. My grief had always been woven with fury and violence, with screaming and raging. This grief cut just as deep, but it was oddly quiet, suffocating instead of blazing. "Saber." Riker's voice in my ear. "Saber." I couldn't answer him. My voice was gone. Everything was spinning and muffled and distant. I sank into pain and cold and darkness, until there was nothing else. Warmth. My eyelids fluttered. I inhaled, exhaled, and inhaled again, the air flowing easily into my lungs. My fingers twitched, hands pressed against cool earth. My left arm tingled strangely, hot prickles dancing under my skin. I forced my eyes open. I was lying on my back, my head turned to one side, turned toward Rhiannon's body, a few paces away. Riker stood over her, his hand outstretched. Ice was flowing up her body, covering her legs, then her waist, then her chest. It crawled up her shoulders and neck, then slid almost gently over her face. Her golden hair disappeared beneath the slick coating. Azure magic glowed beneath the frozen Summer Queen. Riker lowered his hand until it hovered just above her head. The temperature plunged, the ice cracked, then shattered into millions of tiny crystals that sparkled like dust motes in the sun. Adrift in despair, I waited for Rhiannon's magic to spiral around Riker and be absorbed into his body. He spread his fingers, then swept his hand toward the sky. The floating crystals launched in every direction as though an invisible detonation had hurled them into motion. The sparkling cloud expanded rapidly, arcing into the far-off distance, then drifted downward. As the crystals settled on the ground, I felt it. The soft hum of power. The melody of the Earth's energies, sweetened and intensified. The glade, the crossroads, the valley. Rhiannon's dispersed magic settled on them, sank into them, and became part of the earth, enriching it more deeply than any fertilizer. My heart drummed in confusion and disbelief. My heart, I realized, was beating strong. My thoughts were clear, my vision was focused. No pain, not even a twinge. And I felt warm. Without pausing to think, I sat up. A swirl of vertigo, then I steadied. I lifted my left arm, stretching it out, and I stared. Cloak swishing, Riker crouched beside me. I looked at him, his face unreadable, his pale skin unmarked, then back to my arm. As though I might be hallucinating, I touched the azure pattern that painted my skin in ethereal shimmers. I swung my arm toward him. "Take it back." His ancient eyes watched me. "The magic began to break apart moments after reviving you. It was not made for a human body." A tremor ran through my outstretched limb. "No, it's yours. You need it." "In a few more minutes it will be gone." "No, the undying is yours." He took hold of my hand, then pressed the sheathed fang of Valderna into my palm and curled my fingers around it. Releasing me, he rose to his full height. "Riker," I gasped. He turned his back on me, his cloak sweeping around him. Tears stung my eyes, trickling down my cheeks. "Riker!" But he was already walking away. With each step, the ice all across the glade softened. It melted into shining puddles that reflected the pink clouds and brightening sky above. He strode through the circle of columns marking the heart of the crossroads. In the center of the stone platform, he stopped. Looking over his shoulder, he met my teary stare. "Farewell, Dove." A shimmer rippled over his body. And then he was gone. Chapter 29. I wasn't sure I had the strength to stand, so I crawled to Zack. Sitting against a piece of carved stone from the ancient ruins, he watched me with exhausted green eyes, lines of pain around his mouth. Blood streaked his face from the diagonal slash cutting from his left cheek to the opposite temple, inflicted by the fang of Valderna's curse. I shuffled to his side, set the sheathed fang on the ground, and reached for his abdomen. All the ice in the glade had melted, except for the shiny patches covering the puncture wounds in his torso. Riker had stopped, or at least slowed, the bleeding. I brushed my fingers across it, The ice was cool, but not as cold as it should have been. It would take a long time to cause severe frostbite, but he needed medical attention as soon as possible.
Saber.
Zach's voice was a deep rasp, rougher than usual.
Are you okay?
I stretched out my arm. The undying markings were losing their shape and bleeding across my skin, like ink in water, their vibrancy fading second by second. Soon the magic would be gone. I'm fine. My voice was almost as hoarse as his. I'll be fine. He seemed to understand that my first statement referred to my physical well-being, while the second referred to my damaged heart. Scooting closer, I slid my arm carefully around his shoulders. Artir shouldn't be too far. He can carry you. But it'll be a long ride back to... A shadow fell across us, and as I looked up, wings thundered in the air. Echo swept over the trees and landed almost on top of us. Water droplets, or rather melted ice, rained down from his wet scales.
Echo.
Zach grunted.
Glad you're alive.
The dragon rumbled in answer, an ambiguous sound. He appeared unharmed, but he couldn't be pleased that Riker had managed to trap him in ice.
The Winter King is gone,
he stated. I nodded, glancing at my arm. The undying pattern had lost its shape entirely, and the formless swirls of azure magic were almost too faint to see.
He released Rhiannon's power,
Echo added. It wasn't quite a question.
Saber convinced him,
Zach said simply.
He gave up her power, the Undying and the Fang, and then went through the crossroads. I don't know his destination. Where is the weapon? Right here, but it's safer in human hands. Or, better yet, destroyed.
While they conversed, I watched the last of the Undying disappear from my skin. The odd prickly feeling had faded too, and it was like the magic had never touched my body, like I'd never been injured. I glanced down at the blood-soaked front of my shirt and quickly looked away, not wanting to think about the wound that had almost killed me. Raising my other arm, I touched my inner wrist. The Undying was gone, but cold power pulsed under my skin. Riker's rune was still there. What did that mean? Were we still connected? My hand closed tightly around my wrist, covering the rune. At Zach's request, Echo agreed to fly us back to civilization. He carried us together in his forefoot, wings sweeping through the air. As we soared over the valley, I spotted Artir far below, trotting alongside the creek toward the crossroads. I called down to him, but I wasn't sure he heard me. The sun had fully breached the eastern horizon, and its warm light illuminated miles of destruction. Not the Fae battle, but the forest fire. The beautiful forest I'd been hiking for the past 7 years had been reduced to black skeletons. Smoke rose in scattered columns, and pockets of fire still burned. From our high vantage point, I could see the fire front, the flames trapped at the edge of the Pit River. On the north and south ends, tiny spots of color marked the locations of firefighters and their equipment as they contained the dying blaze. I wanted to turn my head away from the sights and close my eyes, but even with the stinging wind, I kept them open, absorbing every detail of the destruction I'd caused. Echo angled southeast, and I scanned the altered landscape for Quarry Road. Following its dark line through the burnt forest, I traced it to the rescue, what was left of it. Wings spread, the dragon glided down. Returning to the Crow and Hammer was too risky, but we weren't prepared to flee the city, and Zach needed a healer. Our hope was that his truck, parked in the gravel yard at the rescue, might have escaped serious fire damage. With a method of transportation, we could drive to a healer Zach knew in Langley, who probably wouldn't turn him in for the bounty payment. As we descended toward the rescue, I didn't notice the condition of the truck. All I could see, all I could focus on, was the burnt shell of the beautiful stable, the scorched walls of the old house, the blackened pastures, once a beautiful green, the skeletons of the apple trees in the orchard, half of them uprooted by Riker and Echo's brief but violent battle hours before.
"The trucks look okay,"
Zack yelled over the wind. Echo banked toward the long drive leading to the farm buildings. I had a brief moment of alarm that we were moving far too fast, but Echo didn't intend to land. He dove low, skimming just above the ground, and opened his claws. Weightlessness rushed through me. Instead of crashing onto the drive, Zack and I drifted the last couple of yards like gently falling feathers, and our feet settled lightly on the gravel. The dragon swooped skyward, and with another beat of his wings he shimmered out of sight. I stared at the ground between my feet. The soothing, peaceful energy of my home had been consumed by flames, but life flickered in the earth. A familiar, summery, warm power. Rhiannon's power. It had spread farther than I'd realized. The Summer Queen's life-giving magic had imbued Mount Burke, beginning its healing mere hours after the fire. Zack's fingers slid down my arm and closed around my hand.
"Saber?"
I looked up at him, anchoring myself in the green of his eyes.
"I'll be okay. You're the one I'm worried about. I can drive. You don't need to come with
Zack." I turned my hand until I was squeezing his fingers. I just lost everything that mattered to me. I can't lose you too. I don't care about jobs or guilds or my parole. I don't need any of that. I just need you. He closed his eyes. A soft breath slid from him, and when he opened them again, there was a new peace that hadn't been there before. A bleak future stretched out ahead of us, and it was strangely similar to the one I'd imagined when we were teenagers. Cut free from our guardians, unwilling and unable to rely on anyone else for help. Just the two of us against the world. Hand in hand, we started up the drive. Zack moved gingerly, his long stride shortened by pain. "What about Artir and Tiliak?" I murmured. "And Grenior and Keelar? They're still at the Crow and Hammer."
"We can't wait for them. We'll figure something out, but until then, they can manage without us."
He smiled faintly.
"Tiliak doesn't need me for anything, as he frequently points out."
My amusement was short-lived as we stepped into the yard, a thick layer of soot coating the gouges in the earth from Riker and Echo's fight. As my gaze moved across the wreckage, I was so overwhelmed with grief that I didn't notice Zack's tension. I didn't notice anything until he yanked me against his chest. He pressed the fang's sheath against my throat as though it were an exposed blade.
"Show yourselves,"
he shouted,
"or I'll kill her."
With eerie coordination, a dozen figures stepped into view from behind the burnt structures. Dressed in black protective vests and other combat gear, with weapons in their hands, guns, swords, and magical artifacts. But most frightening of all were the silver MPD badges, glinting on their chests. They surrounded us, silent and professional.
"Ghost,"
one of them called in a commanding voice.
"Release the hostage and lie face down, with your hands where we can see them."
Panic fired across my nerves. This could only be the elite MPD team Morris had warned us about, the one he'd said we stood no chance against. The armed team shifted slightly closer, and the same man called, "You have 5 seconds to comply." Zack was injured, and only had his Fey runes to fight with, but I had Riker's ice magic. My right hand clenched into a fist. His fingers closed over mine.
"Don't." 4,
the agent called.
"Act like a hostage."
Zack whispered.
3,
Panic spun in my head, but
2.
He threw me sideways. I landed on my hands and knees, and the MPD team rushed in. Darting away from me, Zack spun around and held a potion vial aloft.
You'll never take me alive," he yelled as the agent swarmed toward him. He whipped the potion vial at the ground between his feet. A volley of magical attacks shot at him, but none were as bright as the flames that exploded from his shattered potion. The inferno roared, engulfing Zack until he was a dark silhouette in its center. Heat, smoke, and the stench of burning flesh roiled through the yard. Then the fire exploded outward again, even bigger and hotter. The agents reeled back. Zack's silhouette had disappeared from the flames. The inferno shrank, and as the agents closed in on the dwindling fire, one of them swept his hand toward it. The flames puffed out, revealing a charred body sprawled on the gravel. I sucked in frantic breaths as I stared at the remains. My head spun.
"Miss?"
An agent crouched beside me.
"Are you hurt, miss?"
The rest of the agents crowded around the body, some of them covering their noses and mouths with their hands. The sickening reek coated the back of my throat. The fang of Valderna, its red sheath scorched, lay on the ground beside the body's blackened hand. One of the men checked for a pulse, but no one could have survived that. Not even Zack. Except I wasn't sure that was Zack. He'd pushed me away, but when I'd looked up, the wound on his face had been gone. I'd seen him pull out the vial, but he hadn't been carrying any potions. I'd watched him burn, but the man I knew would never give up like that. The agent beside me gently gripped my arm and drew me to my feet. She was speaking, but I didn't register her words. Tires crunched over the gravel drive. A white smart car rolled into the yard and stopped. The door swung open and a man climbed out. Agent Morris, dressed in his usual t-shirt and jeans, his hands tucked in his pockets.
"So you got him,"
he observed, ambling closer. The team leader broke away from the group.
"Agent Morris, glad you're here. Your tip about the possible hostage situation was spot on. It's all thanks to Saber's parole supervisor, really. He reported her disappearance."
The leader nodded.
"Once we found his vehicle here, I knew it was a matter of time before he returned. We weren't expecting him to take himself out, though. He must have known it was game over."
Morris glanced at me, his brows pinched with concern.
"Saber might be in a tad bit of shock. Shall I take her down to the precinct? She doesn't need the extra trauma of watching you guys pack up Mr. Crispy for the coroner."
"That'd be helpful," the agent said with another sharp nod. "We can get a full statement from her after we deliver the body."
"Perfect."
Morris took my elbow.
"See you in a bit."
He steered me to the passenger side of his car. I didn't resist as he pushed me down onto the seat, shut the door, then hastened around to the driver's seat. He climbed in.
"Don't stab me,"
he said as soon as his door was closed. "What the hell is going on?" He glanced in the rearview mirror as he accelerated away from the yard. The car zoomed past the burnt fields.
"A lot is going on," he hedged. "But most importantly, the ghost is dead. A dozen highly trusted MPD special agents witnessed his fiery demise, and his body, though badly damaged, was recovered directly from the scene. Even the stolen artifact was found on him. All the details match, and all the loose ends are neatly tied up. As long as you keep your end of the story straight."
"My end?"
"You first tangled with the ghost shortly after your hotline tip. When he burned down that building the other night, you got some of your new guildmates to help you pursue his bounty. That's why you were seen at several crime scenes with me."
My eyes narrowed. He unnecessarily signaled his turn onto the main road, despite the lack of any other traffic amidst the smoking ruins of forest and farmland.
"But when you disappeared after the artifact was stolen," he continued, "I cleverly realized you'd gotten too close to the ghost. He must have been using you as an unwilling accomplice. Given that you're also a spiritalis mythic, so I tipped off the team to check out your property, where they found the ghost's vehicle."
"Where they set an ambush for Zack."
"And you were saved," he concluded brightly. "Isn't that great? I raked a furious glare over him, but before I could demand real answers, he hit the brakes and pulled off the road. The smart car came to a jarring halt behind a silver SUV with dark-tinted windows that was parked on the shoulder. The SUV's passenger door opened and a man got out. As he turned toward our vehicle, a hand pressed to his lower abdomen. I shoved my door open as well. Sliding out of the compact car, I took 3 rushing steps forward. "Zach?" I said tersely, gripping his arm to confirm he was real. His gaze flicked over my expression, seeing the relief I was trying to hide. Scowling, he glanced to his right.
"Kit, didn't you explain?"
"I was getting to it." I turned. Morse had exited the car to join us, and so had the driver of the SUV. My eyes widened slightly at the sight of Darius King, Guildmaster of the Crow and Hammer. He was dressed in black, a knitted cap hiding his hair. His gray eyes sparked with an unnerving blend of amusement and predatory satisfaction.
"Kit is a psycho-warper,"
Zach said, drawing my attention back to him.
"He and Darius faked that whole show." "Hey, the body was real."
Morse jumped in.
"Do you know how difficult it is to steal a dead body without anyone noticing?"
Zach raised an eyebrow.
"Why steal one when you can make one?"
"Yeah, well," Morse shrugged.
"Mr. Crispy is your height and build, and with the fire damage, they won't be able to tell it isn't you."
"So, all of that except the body was an illusion?" I asked.
"Some of the fire was real."
Morse flashed a grin at the GM.
"It was actually a pretty ingenious combo move between me and Darius. Kinda crazy how well our abilities pair together."
"Surprisingly well,"
Darius agreed, his amusement deepening.
"Though I'm a touch envious that my magic doesn't allow for as much creative flair as yours."
Zach gave Morris a narrow-eyed glare.
"About that. You'll never take me alive? What kind of bullshit line was that?" "I considered hasta la vista, baby, but I was worried you might actually murder me."
"We shouldn't linger,"
Darius cut in.
"If you're seen, this will all have been for nothing. That's the price of your freedom. You won't be hunted, but it means giving up all connections to the people and places where you were once known, including Vancouver."
Zach nodded. His face was growing more and more pale the longer he had to stand upright with his injuries.
"I've prepared a safe place for you away from the city. There's a healer waiting for us there."
Darius turned to me.
"Saber, you can join him once you've played your part at the precinct."
His words were kind, but the implication was clear. Don't screw up all their hard work. "I'll do my part," I promised. And I would. Flawlessly. I'd spent years pretending to be a vapid, overly nice nobody. Acting like the ghost's traumatized hostage wouldn't be difficult.
"Then we'll see you later,"
Darius said, heading for the SUV. Morris turned toward the smart car, leaving me and Zach alone. Our eyes met again, and seeing his relief, I felt a sudden rush of weakness as tension flowed from my body. I didn't know if all of Zach's bounty hunter problems had been solved, or what would happen next. But we didn't have to figure it out ourselves. We'd been so convinced that we couldn't rely on anyone else, that it was just the two of us against the world. I'd never been so happy to be wrong. Epilogue. 2 months later. The thunder of hooves filled my ears and vibrated through my chest. Bent low over the neck of my mount, I lost myself in the rush of wind across my face. Trees towered on either side of the trail, casting dappled shadows over us. The forest thinned, then ended abruptly a few yards from a low pasture fence. I slowed my mount from a gallop to a canter, and her ears pricked forward as we sped toward the gate that spanned the trail. She gathered herself. Then we were flying over the obstacle. She landed neatly on the other side and slowed to a quick trot. Behind us, hooves thudded, then an equine grunt as the gelding launched over the gate. He landed with another dramatic grunt, none too impressed to be leaping fences like an overly energetic 2-year-old. I fought a smile at the horse's old man attitude as he trotted up beside us, puffing and flicking his ears. Zack gave the dappled gray gelding a commiserating pat on the neck. He slowed Wicker to an easy walk, and I had a brief battle of wills with my mount before she deigned to slow to his pace. The bay mare I rode was the same one I'd helped Dominique save from slaughter 2 months ago. She was headstrong, high energy, easy to spook, and unsuitable for a beginner equestrian. With the right rider, however, she was a wonderful mount, and an amazing jumper. Wicker, the gray gelding we'd rescued from Harvey Whitby's neglect, was far more mellow and eager to please, at least when Zack rode him. In a perfect world, Zack would have preferred a more spirited mount, but Wicker had decided Zack was his absolute favorite person, and nothing was changing his mind. The green pasture spread out before us, dotted with goats, sheep, and half a dozen horses. The double summit of Golden Ears rose in the north, its slopes blanketed with green forest. A brisk September breeze tugged at my ponytail. As the horses cooled down from their run, I hummed a gentle tune, then sang the first chorus. Zack rode beside me, a relaxed laziness softening his shoulders as he listened. In the bright sunlight, the scar cutting across his face was impossible to miss. The battle at the crossroads had left Zack with serious wounds. The healer had focused on his abdominal injuries first, leaving the gash from the fang of Valderno with minimal treatment. The delay, combined with the location and depth of the wound, had made healing it difficult. The pinkish-white scar ran from his left cheek up to his right temple, nicking the bridge of his nose but missing his eyes. It wasn't disfiguring by any stretch, but it altered the symmetry of his face and drew strangers' attention. That, at least, was a welcome silver lining. When he passed mythics on the street, they didn't see a tall, handsome, dark-haired, green-eyed man who matched the ghost's description. They saw a scar. And since we didn't hang around in public places, they never got a closer look. Leaving the pasture, we guided the horses toward an assortment of buildings surrounding a central yard. This was one of several local rescues that had offered to foster Hearts and Hooves animals while Dominique and Greta got set up again. They were still working through the insurance claim process, but soon they'd begin hunting for a new property. They didn't know I was responsible for the forest fire. Maybe they suspected, maybe not, but they'd never mentioned it. I'd given them the simplest explanation I could about the Fae who'd attacked us, assuring them the threat was over, and revealed I wouldn't be living on their property anymore. I'd assumed that would be it for our relationship, but they insisted our friendship wouldn't or shouldn't end that easily. Zack and I led our horses into the stable, unsaddled them, and set them up in the tack stalls. Listening to Zack hum as he brushed the gelding, I let a smile pull across my face, unfamiliar happiness stretching my lungs until they ached pleasantly. In the past 8 weeks, I'd learned what it felt like to breathe without broken shards of hatred and loss in my chest. Running a brush along the mare's neck, I glanced at Zack across the barrier between the tack stalls. I don't know if I'm ready to own a horse. He quirked an eyebrow. Too late to back out now. I grimaced. It's a big commitment, and we're still figuring things out. Maybe this is too soon. He worked his brush across Wicker's damp back. Didn't you say you don't trust anyone else with that mare? Well, yeah. If she goes to the wrong family, she'll be back at auction in a year or less. You also said Wicker will never be happy with anyone but me. He adores you. I chewed my lower lip. Horses are so expensive, though. He set his brush down and gave Wicker's shoulder an affectionate pat. If you're gonna make excuses, at least make plausible ones. I glared at him. I'm unemployed. Why would you want to work when I can buy you anything you want?
I rolled my eyes. You make me sound like a gold digger. What else am I supposed to do with my ill-gotten wealth? Snorting, I clipped a lead line to the mare's halter. Instead of leading her into a stall, I headed back out into the sunlight. Parked in the yard was my new truck. White, mud-splattered, and legitimately purchased, with a long trailer hitched to the back. Zach joined me leading Wicker, and we loaded the 2 horses. As we were closing the doors, Dominique jogged out of the barn, waving goodbye to someone inside. "Ready to go?" she asked brightly. Her gaze turned to the trailer with its 2 occupants, and she beamed. "I'm so happy you're adopting them. You'll take such good care of them." I hoped so. While I'd dedicated my adult life to animal care, I'd never been solely responsible for anyone but myself before. "I'm ready," I said, answering her initial question. "I'll be in the truck." She trotted toward her ancient ranger, leaving me with Zach. I turned to him and his hands went around my waist. He pulled me close, his palms sliding down to my ass. The sense of sun, wind, and horses clung to him. "I'll get them settled in," he rumbled. "You worry about getting to your meeting." I nodded, tilting my face up. Our mouths fit together, the kiss slow and deep, and swiftly building in heat and intensity. I sank my fingers into his hair as his tongue stroked across mine. He lifted his head. "Dominique is waiting." "Right." I kissed him one more time, then reluctantly stepped away. Hastening to the ranger, I climbed into the passenger seat. "Thanks for giving me a ride." "No problem. Are you missing anything for the horses? Feed, tack? Is your shelter set up?" "Yeah, everything is good to go," I replied absently, watching out the window as Zach checked the trailer hitch one more time before getting into the white truck. Dominique accelerated down the drive and I lost sight of the trailer, an odd twinge of anxiety in my lower abdomen. The ranger rattled down dirt roads, passing the tilled fields of the neighboring farms before turning onto the highway. Dominique and I discussed the property listings she and Greta were planning to check out over the next couple of weeks. As we crossed the Pitt River and entered Coquitlam, my gaze turned to the north. In gaps between buildings and trees, I glimpsed the summit of Mount Burke, but I couldn't see the blackened swath of forest. Thousands of mature trees were gone, but new life was already sprouting from the burnt remains, helped along by Rhiannon's nurturing power. In a few years, it would be green again. My thoughts wandered over the last 2 months, and a blip of regret hit me as we passed the turnoff that would have taken us to the vet clinic. I'd gone back to work a week after the fire, but only 3 days later I'd handed in my notice. It had been impossible. My nice saber facade had failed within an hour, and by the end of my first day back, I'd ripped strips off 3 coworkers for trying to foist their work on me, and dressed down 4 pet owners for irresponsible behavior. I wasn't sure if I was incapable of suppressing my real personality, or simply unwilling to do it. But either way, the clinic wasn't the right place for me anymore. Luckily, Zach had so much money stashed, in cash and in accounts, that short of buying a private jet, we'd never have to earn another dime in our lives. Dominique and I continued to chat as we left Coquitlam behind, and soon we were immersed in heavy Vancouver traffic. Dominique carefully navigated the streets until she finally pulled up outside a red brick building. She peered through the windshield. "Are you sure this is the right place?" "Yep." I pushed open my door. "Thanks again." "Anytime." Standing on the sidewalk, I watched her merge back into traffic, then turned to face the Crow and Hammer's dark door. Entering, I found a dozen mythics were scattered throughout the dimly lit interior. Juggling 2 liquor bottles behind the bar, Tori managed a half-wave as I headed up the stairs. I passed the second-floor workroom where Zach, Tori, and I had planned the forest fire. Continuing to the 3rd level, I crossed the shared office used by the guild's 4 officers and knocked on a closed door. A muffled voice called for me to enter.
Inside the simple, spacious office, Darius sat behind his desk, his loosely entwined hands resting on a thin folder. As I took a seat across from him, I glanced at the empty chair beside me, half expecting Morris to appear.
"Good evening, Saber. How are you?"
"Fine. What's this meeting about?" He smiled at my lack of patience for pleasantries and flipped the folder in front of him open.
"After a discussion with your case manager at the MPD, Felix and I signed a petition to shorten your rehabilitation period, and I'm pleased to tell you it passed."
I frowned. "My probation has been shortened?"
"By 2 years."
He replied with a smile.
"In fact, it ended today, at noon."
My frown deepened, his words not quite computing in my brain. It ended? His tone gentled.
"You're a free woman, Saber. No more probation, check-ins, supervisors, or restrictions, and,"
he added more quietly,
"no reason for any MPD agents to drop in unexpectedly to check on you."
I straightened in my seat as it clicked in my head. My parole was over, and not only did that free me from the burden of rehabilitation requirements and supervision, but it significantly decreased the chances that anyone at the MPD would ever notice that I spent a lot of time with a man who may or may not resemble a notorious deceased rogue. "How did you pull that off?" I asked, stunned. Smiling slyly, he selected the top few pages from the folder and slid them to me.
"Here's the relevant paperwork. I have copies here as well."
I nodded, swallowing against the tightness in my throat.
"The MPD aside, I've also arranged for a new identity for Zach. A trustworthy friend of mine is preparing the documents, and they'll be bulletproof. Once those are ready, he'll be able to move around more freely."
"He'll be pleased to hear that." I shook my head. Not that he'll be any less of a hermit. Being cut off from wider society was almost no burden to Zach. He wasn't a people person, and being recognized at an animal rescue or a small-town grocery store was such a slim risk that we didn't worry about it. After all, the rogue known as the Ghost and the Crystal Druid was dead, and the whole mythic world knew it. Why would anyone suspect otherwise? Darius steepled his hands on the desk.
"In a few years, once his notoriety has truly passed from the mythic community's collective memory, it should be safe for him to visit Vancouver again if he wishes. In the meantime, the two of you will be safe where you are, and I hope enjoying your new freedom."
His amused gaze noted my riding clothes. They were splattered with mud and covered in dust. A leaf was sticking out of my hair where my ponytail rested on my shoulder, and I was probably making his whole office smell like horse. I picked up the papers. "Anything else?"
"That's everything. I'll see you on Saturday for the monthly meeting."
Nodding, I headed for the door, eager to share the good news with Zach. As I stepped through, I hesitated and looked back over my shoulder. "Darius? Thank you for everything." He smiled.
"It's been my pleasure."
Feeling strangely light, I stopped in the hallway to call a cab, then headed down the stairs. As I reached the main level, a voice called out, "Hey, Saber!" I changed direction, heading for Tori. She propped her elbows on the bar as I slid onto the stool across from her. "So?" she prompted, leaning closer. "Did Darius give you the good news?" "You know?" Aaron let it slip. I have a direct line to insider officer knowledge. Grinning, she pulled out 2 shot glasses. "A toast to finally being finished with all that parole bullshit?" She didn't wait for my agreement as she grabbed a bottle of whiskey. I absently tapped my papers on the bar top. Considering what Darius had said about the mythic community needing to forget about the ghost before Zach could safely venture into Vancouver, Does everyone else know? I asked. She splashed whiskey into the glasses. About your parole? About Zach. You mean, do they know he isn't actually dead? She shrugged. No one told them, but yeah, lots of them know. My teeth dragged worriedly over my lower lip. Don't look at the guild as 50 liabilities. She slid me a shot glass filled with amber liquid. Look at it as 50 people who can help deflect attention and suspicion away from him. Because they do know the truth. I picked up the glass but didn't lift it to my mouth, unable to share her implicit trust in her guildmates. She used her shot glass to gesture around the pub. Zach is an asshole who caused us a lot of problems, but he also saved half our guildmates from something pretty horrific. No one here will turn against him. She clinked her glass against mine. The Crow and Hammer is a guild of second chances. We all get it. We've all got your back. Now drink. As Tori downed her shot, I raised mine to my lips, but the fumes sent a roll of nausea through my stomach. I set it back down without drinking. She smacked her empty glass on the bar, then frowned at mine. What's wrong? I'm just not feeling great. Are you dehydrated? She swiped my shot off the bar and set a tall glass of water in front of me. Here, drink this instead. I sipped the water, and a few minutes later my cab arrived. I would take it as far as Coquitlam, where Zach would pick me up. Tori walked me to the door, and as I pushed it open, I found myself pausing. Like with Darius, I turned back to meet her eyes. Thank you, Tori. She grinned. Of course. See you on Saturday. And say hi to Zach for me. I couldn't help a brief answering smile before I stepped out into the cool evening air. I cracked my eyes open to sunshine pouring through the curtains. Blinking drowsily and surprised that I'd slept so late, I stretched my arms out. The other side of the bed was empty, the sheets cool. I climbed out of the bed and pulled clothes from the closet. Dressed in jeans and a sweater, I padded across the hardwood floor of the short hallway into the main room. The huge windows drew me, and I stopped so close to the glass that my nose almost touched it. Fluffy white clouds dotted the sky, and sunshine fell on the meadow in golden beams. Leaves fluttered in the trees interspersed among the long grass, and mountains surrounded the valley, their forested slopes rising to rocky peaks. I rested my fingertips on the glass, my heart full and the familiar energy of the meadow humming in my bones. Home. Reclaiming my parents' property hadn't been an instant decision. At first, I'd wanted to go back and collect more of their belongings, but as I'd wandered the house, then meandered through the meadow, then trekked into the woods to say hello to the dryad Farana, I hadn't wanted to leave. I'd started imagining waking up every morning to this view and riding horses along the wild trails. With a thorough cleaning, the house was solid enough to live in, but I hadn't considered it not seriously until I'd found Zach sitting at the base of the huge oak tree, leaning against the trunk with his arms folded over his chest, fast asleep. As I'd crouched beside him, he'd opened his eyes, drowsy and relaxed, and murmured 5 simple words. I love the energy here. Hell's Gate wasn't the safest place, though it was significantly safer without Lathair or the crossroads. And it wasn't the most convenient, but it was beautiful, wild, private, and mine. And now it was ours. Turning away from the window, I headed for the bathroom, passing my childhood bedroom on the way, currently stacked with boxes of my parents' belongings. Zach and I had purchased the property together and immediately started the long process of renovating the house. So far, we'd cleaned it top to bottom, added new curtains to the windows, and painted the interior walls a cheerful white. New appliances shone in the kitchen, but it would be a while before we got around to updating the worn cabinets. Zach planned to install solar panels and replace the windows before winter. Pulling on my shoes, I pushed the front door open. A warm breeze washed over me as I trotted down the porch steps. Wicker and the bay mare were grazing in the meadow near a wooden shelter, and I didn't need to worry about them straying too far, with the other two equines sharing the lush buffet of grass. Artir and Tiliag had chosen to stay with us. They weren't our familiars, but our friends, and they were welcome here whenever and for however long they wanted. So far, they'd been happy to hang around. Tiliag was more independent, vanishing for days at a time, while Artir stuck close to home. Zach and I didn't have powerful protectors like Lalakai and Riker anymore. But after several long discussions, we had agreed we didn't need any. Zach had the knowledge, skill, and arcana weapons to protect himself, and I had Riker's powerful ice gift, the rune now safely enclosed in a black circle on my wrist. Along with Artir, Tiliag, Grenior, and Keelar, not to mention the occasional visit from Echo, who'd made his presence known to all the Fae of Hell's Gate, we were safe enough. At the northeastern edge of the property, stakes marked the footings of our future stable. A small tractor was parked beside it, which Zach had used to clear the driveway. We had so much work ahead of us, but I'd never had more energy. I loved this place, and I knew my parents would be happy that I was living here where they'd raised me, where we'd been a family. The Hell's Gate Druids had returned. Glancing at the overgrown front flower beds, a job for the spring, I headed around the house. My dad's workshop showed more signs of weathering, but the roof was solid. Grenior and Keelar were napping in the shade on the west side. Their ears swiveled lazily toward me as I approached. I opened the workshop door. The shelves and tools had been cleared out, and we'd added a big work table and a simple bookshelf, currently scattered with a few of Zach's alchemy supplies. He stood at the table with an arcana array spread across it, black lines sweeping over the drafting paper he'd laid out. Whatever he'd been working on, it seemed to be done. He was holding a small vial filled part way with a faintly bluish liquid. "What's that?" He started at my question, almost dropping the vial. My eyebrows shot up. Had he been so focused he hadn't heard the door open? I closed it behind me. "What did you make?" "A potion," he replied evasively. "How are you feeling?" "Feeling?" I shrugged. "Fine." "Still nauseated?" "Not since last night." I hesitated, then shrugged again. "Maybe a little." His mouth quirked down. His fist clenched around the vial, then relaxed. Picking up a small knife from the table, he offered me the handle. "Put a drop of your blood in this vial." "What? Why?" "I need to check something." "Check what?" "Just to be sure, to rule it out." "Rule what out?" He lifted the knife a little higher, his gaze unnervingly focused. "Saber, please." I pressed my lips together, angry at his cryptic responses, but concerned about what had him so on edge. Snatching the knife handle, I poked the pad of my ring finger. Blood welled. Zach offered the vial, and I tapped my fingertip on the rim. The red bead dropped into the bluish liquid. He plucked a cork from the table, fitted into the vial, and shook it. I watched as he held it up again, staring intently. The potion fizzed, and as the bubbles disappeared, the color morphed into a vibrant yellow. Zach stared at the vial, then slowly, ridiculously slowly, looked down at my midriff. "Fuck," he whispered. "What? What is this?" He barely seemed to hear me. "I just wanted to rule it out. You've been moody." "No, I haven't." "Anxious for no reason?" "When was I—" "Recent aversion to certain foods?" I opened my mouth before remembering my sudden distaste for whiskey. "Then nausea, but no other symptoms?" "Symptoms?" He pressed his free hand to his face, swearing in a low, continuous stream of profanity. "Zach!" I yelled. Dropping his hand, he held out the vial.
This is an alchemic pregnancy test. Yellow means positive.
He spoke in a neutral monotone. I blinked, wondering if I'd misheard.
Saber, you're pregnant.
No, I'm not. We've been using protection the only time we... I trailed off. 2 months ago at the Crow and Hammer, the night I'd confronted Riker and we'd battled him at the crossroads. My cycles had always been irregular, so I hadn't noticed that I'd been missing them. How was it possible I'd been pregnant and hadn't suspected it? I pressed my hands to my belly, unsure if it felt any different than usual. This wasn't real. It didn't feel real. Tears spilled down my cheeks in a sudden torrent. "Zach!" I gasped, reaching blindly for him. He crushed me to his chest, holding on tight.
Saber.
"I'm not ready." I buried my face in his shoulder, panic firing through me. "Zach, I'm not ready." Catching me by surprise, he lifted me into his arms. I fought for composure as he swept us out the door. His long strides carried us into the grass, the meadow stretching out before us, surrounded by wild mountain summits.
Look at this, Saber.
His voice was low, husky.
What better place to start a family?
"A family?" I whispered.
You are ready. You'll be a loving, nurturing, protective, strong mother. And...
His voice cracked.
I'll do my best, too.
I twisted in his arms, my eyes wide. We stared at each other, and my panic died down as something else filled me. Warm and thrilling and a little scary. I didn't need to ask him if he wanted this. I could see it. I could feel it. It was way too soon for us to start a family. Zach and I had so much to figure out, so much to work through. Not only with each other, but with ourselves. I'd started seeing a therapist, a Mythic-approved one that Felix had recommended a couple of weeks ago. I needed to heal, to learn and unlearn so many things, and on the rare occasions I'd thought about having a family, I'd been afraid that I'd never be good enough, whole enough to be a mother. Now chance, or maybe something more, was demanding I face that fear sooner rather than later. Sometimes I think fate is just fucking with us, I muttered. Zach's green eyes looked right into my heart and soul.
Fate never had anything to do with it, Saber. Choice is more powerful than fate. Mine, yours, Bane's, Ruth's, your parents'. It was their choices that led us here. And our choices.
I pressed my hand gently to my belly where life was growing. Our baby. Our child. Wrapping both arms around his neck, I kissed him. He crushed me to him, our mouths moving together. My heart overflowed into my chest, and there was no room for grinding blades inside me. Minutes later, we were in the bedroom and he was sliding off the clothes I'd just put on. I stripped off his shirt, tugged it over his head and tossed it aside as he knelt over me, straddling my hips. The heat in his eyes shifted, burning with fierce possessiveness as he ran his fingers across my womb. I pulled him down on top of me. The morning drifted past, Zach and I spending the first part in bed before walking the meadow with our hands locked together as we talked about the future. As we made plans. As we made promises. This was where it had all begun with our first encounter as children. We would begin a family of our own in this same place, and we would mercilessly destroy anything or anyone that threatened our child or each other. The noon sun beat down, denying the approach of fall's cooler weather. Zach disappeared into his alchemy shop to clean up the array he'd abandoned earlier, while I ambled through the long grass. We had so much to do and prepare in the coming months, but I couldn't bring myself to rush. As I made mental lists of all the things I needed to do, starting with a visit to a guild healer, I wandered toward the big oak tree. One hand on my belly, I sat on the swing. I'd been so shocked. But now it was easy to imagine a little child with dark hair sitting on the swing, laughter filling the meadow for the first time in almost 20 years. I was swinging gently back and forth, lost in my thoughts with a small smile on my lips, when a faint whisper of chill air washed over me. A chill that felt very different from the September weather. My heels scraped across the grass as I brought the swing to a halt. My senses stretched out, searching the quiet energy of the meadow and mountains. Another soft brush of wintry cold. 20 feet beyond the meadow, a pale shape moved in the forest. A snow-white owl, drifting on outspread wings. It glided to a branch at the edge of the trees and landed, watching me intently, watching me with bright azure eyes. I leaped off the swing, my hammering heart jammed in my throat. For the second time today, the word impossible looped in my head, drowning out all other thoughts. "Riker?" I whispered. My heart drummed, counting the seconds as they rushed past. "Dove." I sucked in a breath at his familiar voice in my mind. I'd wondered every day what had become of him, and I'd assumed I would never find out. Why had he returned? Why was he here? My hands clamped protectively over my belly. Was he here for revenge?
"Fear not, Dove, I intend you no harm."
I couldn't relax my tense pose. "Why are you here?" The owl launched from the branch and swept out of the trees. As he landed in the grass with a ripple of blue magic, he shifted into his human-like form. For a long moment he simply gazed at me, his expression as unreadable as the owl's.
"You were right, Dove,"
he finally said. A somber sort of amusement brushed over his features.
"Not about everything, but you were correct. That I have changed. I have become Riker in more than name alone. Aderon faded with his legacy."
My gaze darted across him. He had changed. His menacing black headpiece was gone, and his crown of golden antlers had shrunk to mere stubs in his pale hair. No ice armor adorned his body, and he'd shed his long cloak, his regal outfit exchanged for simple dark garments that suited his slim build well. With the undying pattern missing from his face, he seemed very different indeed. I slowly lowered my arms from my stomach. "I don't understand."
"I returned to Anon. I did not reveal myself, and instead wandered in anonymity among the lands and fae I had once ruled. And I found—"
His ancient eyes went distant.
"After countless centuries of longing, I found little that appealed to me. The machinations of the scheming courtiers did not entertain. Their games of power were petty and uninteresting. The landscape had evolved, scarcely resembling the kingdom I'd yearned to reclaim for so long."
"So you don't want to be the king of Anon anymore?"
"Not at this time. Perhaps never again."
He studied me.
"I have only just begun to explore the new path you set me upon. I don't yet know my destination or even the objective of this journey."
"Why did you come here?" I repeated.
"As I wandered anon, I came to think more and more that while I struggle with my purpose, much as a human might, I imagine—"
He trailed off, then started again, a faint note of wistful vulnerability slipping into his voice.
"I hope that while I take uncertain steps upon this unusual odyssey, I might find reprieve in the company of a friend."
My eyes widened, and emotion rose through me, weighing on my heart. Riker had done terrible things. So had I. In the end, I'd given my life to save him, and he'd given up the undying to save me. Something about the bond we'd formed, two weak and struggling beings trying to find their way to something better, had proven unbreakable. We would never have the relationship we'd had before, but friendship I could do. I smiled and raised my hand toward him. Welcome to my home, Riker. Stepping closer, he captured my hand in his, then pulled me to him and wrapped me in a hug. I froze in shock, then clamped my arms around his waist. My eyes squeezed shut against the tears trying to escape. A heartfelt embrace would never have befitted the wily and ambitious Winter King, but it suited the blue-eyed shapeshifter who'd been my closest companion for 7 years very well, as did the gentle warmth in his voice as he murmured a quiet reply. My deepest thanks, Bladesong Druid. A note from the author. Thank you for joining Saber and Zach on their journey. For more Guild Codex books, as well as a bonus epilogue, short stories, tabletop RPG, and a free webcomic, please visit Annette Marie's website at AnnetteMarie.ca. This concludes The Unbreakable Bladesong Druid by Annette Marie, narrated by Chris Ducart. Copyright 2022 by Annette Marie. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Annette Marie and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.